Welcome to Name This Stupid Show. We will name it eventually, I think, probably. But tonight we have a really cool subject that I think a lot of people really get into, and that is Theodicy. If you believe in God, how can he be a good and loving God and have all evil in this world? What was it? Epicurus asked the question. If God is good, then evil exists. I mean, then that means that God's not all powerful. If God's all powerful, then he must not be good because evil exists. But if either of these things, then why do you call him God? Clumsy way of paraphrasing badly. But so that's the issue at hand, and so who? I think I like answering objections to God's goodness because I assume his goodness, and so because of that, it's easier for me to answer objections to it. And we're all a
Okay,
bunch of
I
atheists.
can start with an objection.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so if God exists, why does the world look like a world in which a God doesn't exist? And further than that, why does it seem like I could have created a better world than God created?
What does a world without God look like? And how do you know this world looks like it?
Because of the suffering and evil that's in the world, to me, a perfect God would not have a world that's like that. That would be an imperfect God.
Well, I actually have a really brief, good answer to that one, and that would be, hey Justin, what's up?
Justin, what up?
But that's not my answer. Okay. Okay. Why does this world look like it is? Why does it look like a world without a God? Why does it look like you could create a better world? I really like to take that mindset that C.S. Lewis had when he said, if you think of this world as a place to have your needs met, to be fulfilled and satisfied, and to enjoy yourself, well, you're going to have a rough time of it. But if you think of this world as a boot camp, as preparation, as the step before your maturity, well, then you might find it's not such a bad place after all.
Okay, but so you're saying, okay, so if I understand correctly, you're kind of making the argument that we're supposed to go through this life for some kind of divine purpose or something like that. Now, I'll concede that it's possible that suffering is something that we have to go through as a learning experience, but then I ask you, why did my mother's miscarried child get to go immediately to bliss or whatever as you guys believe? I mean, I don't know what you guys think happens to them, but that child never had to go through the suffering that I went through, which is why, of course, I want to be that child. I'm envious of that child because to not have to go through a world of suffering to me would be wonderful, especially if there is this loving God who loves us so much, and now that child got to go immediately to that God, and I have to go through this bullshit hell before I can go there. That makes no sense to me. So, like, the idea that suffering is a learning experience doesn't work when you have people in the world who didn't have to go through it because they died, they're either aborted, or, you know, whatever.
All right, Justin, what do you think about that?
Woo! Okay. I almost have to give my whole spiel because if I were to just insert one point, then that would be like incomplete and inevitably create misunderstandings. Here's what I think. God created this world with the full intent of everything working in harmony, complete order, and nothing missing. So what happened is that God is perfectly self-giving. Okay, so first we start in the Trinity. The persons of the Trinity perfectly self-give to each other in full love, and the nature of creating comes from that giving. They want to give even more. It's a super abundant love, and so it goes beyond just the persons of the Trinity. And so that's the reason that they created more beings. And I believe there's probably even more worlds than we can even imagine, than even just this one. As a result
Do those
of that.
worlds have life?
Yeah, I think so. I can't prove it, but
Okay. Well, I mean, I would probably agree with you. It seems to me kind of arrogant to think we're the only ones out there.
Do those
But
worlds have Jesuses?
yeah, that's a good question. Do those worlds have a Jesus?
Well, I think Aliens is a little bit of a non sequitur. This, I mean, even if
Sure, but he brought it up. I just figured I'd ask the question
yeah,
that Vincent asked. I agree. That's my question too.
And I wasn't even thinking of just like aliens necessarily, but other universes. I don't know. That's speculation, but
Like
oh,
multiverse.
the question you asked, Vince, that actually it might sound like a gotcha question, but that question's been around since the medieval times, because they believed that there were other worlds populated in the celestial spheres and so on, and
Sure.
they asked that question. I think, if I recall right, there I heard a lecture on this. Anyway, it's kind of a tricky one. I don't know, and this is getting on a little bit of a rabbit trail, but it's hard to say whether, because you go to Romans 8 and it talks about all creation being redeemed through the sons and daughters of God, and through our transformation and theosis and all that, and that somehow through us God's redemption comes to the whole creation. So what does that include? Other rational beings, other planets, or not? I don't know. Or whether, like C.S. Lewis in his Space Trilogy, he kind of hinted at something that was beyond conceivability when he talked about, like, the main character goes to Perelandra, and there's like an Adam and Eve sort of scenario where there's a man and a woman there, and they had a temptation as well. And then he said something about how Ransom said something about how he realized that there was, if they would have fallen, then there would have been some greater sacrifice or something that was beyond even the sacrifice in this world, but we don't know, because God never does the same thing twice. So I don't know what and I haven't read up on kind of what they said in the past or anything like that, but it's an interesting question.
I mean, I can definitely, I guess, see it as a possibility that there was a different Adam and Eve who didn't fall, perhaps. I mean,
yeah.
But really, none of this answers my question.
Yeah,
Why are? Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, that was the rabbit trail. Anyway, where I was going with this was, in God's nature is completely self-giving. He gives everything away. So it's like he administers power and gives his creatures the ability to rule over the domains that he has created. And so somehow, so there's all this talk in the Old Testament about divine beings as well as angels. And there's actually two separate categories, but there's these divine beings, and somehow they're administering creation. They have power over it. And there's also talk about them falling and being corrupted somehow. In the will of creatures, they maybe are comparing themselves against God or something like that, and they want to become greater or become like God or more powerful than God. And so somehow they become corrupted, and through that, their administration of creation, they introduce death and destruction and chaos. And so that's where all the death and the universe comes from, and all the chaos and stuff. And humans were created. God designed us to be in perfect harmony and so forth. But and so there's all this stuff in Genesis that alludes to this time where God was in perfect communion with humans, and he had the perfect means to keep us in perfect harmony and alignment in life. But we fell from that. We were tempted by these dark powers, and then all of humanity together, because we were one unit, we're one body, we fell together. And so that's why that explains both natural evils and human evils.
But what reason is there to believe any of that is true? Why can't people create their own falls?
Why can't people create their own what?
Their own falls, their own follies. Why can't... Why... put ourselves in the position of being blamed for our own humanity when it's unnecessary. What do I get from buying into the idea that anything you said has any basis in real life?
Okay, that's a pretty broad question, actually.
Well, the resurrection of Christ
can
is
you-
quite a powerful.
I'm not sure what she's asking either.
Well, the
He's
resurrection
saying
of Christ.
why can't human beings just fall on their own? Why does it have to be like Adam and Eve, and why does there have to be a God, and why is fault wrong? Why is it wrong to make mistakes?
My very brief answer that I want to throw in there and have you guys give yours is that when Christ resurrected from the dead, that gave him quite an authoritative voice to all matters. I mean, not only did he give people sight who were blind, not only did he, heal the lame and all of this stuff and perform several miracles, the guy frickin' came back from the dead. Okay,
But why believe that?
Because it's
Why is
well.
It's only in the Bible. That's the only place that it is. We don't have very many contemporaries that say anything about it.
Wrong. There is so much. There's more historical evidence.
No. That's the manuscripts. There's tons and tons of copies. You're right.
It's not just the manuscript. There's more evidence for the life of Christ outside of the Bible than there is for the existence of Julius Caesar.
Well, I'm not arguing that there was no Christ. I'm arguing about, like, say, the resurrection, for instance.
Resurrection is what I meant to say.
There's more evidence for the resurrection than Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
There's a lot of evidence that
I think we have his body.
Wait, what?
What?
Have his body?
I mean, I thought that they had found Julius Caesar's body. I could be wrong.
No. No.
That's a long time ago, Danielle.
This is beside the point. I'm just.
Wait, didn't they burn him anyway? Wasn't his body burned?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he was crucified, as far as I understand. But
Wait. Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar wasn't crucified.
What?
He was stabbed to death.
well, he was brutally murdered by his own people.
You may be thinking of Nero. Well, no, wait. Nero committed suicide.
I apologize if I got a historical figure.
Oh, no,
mixed up
Julius
in
Caesar.
there.
I'm sorry, you're right. Julius Caesar was assassinated. Yes. He wasn't crucified. He was assassinated.
No. But it was by his own people. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can I jump in and address the question of why? It was kind of like this question of like, why do we suffer because of the one people's fall? Why is all humanity subject to it?
Please.
So I think like part of it. So it's the question of like they ask like, why are we guilty of it, or like why do we, end that? And if we begin to see sin differently, in the West, we all like are very subject to the idea of sin as completely a breaking of a law, and God's going to punish us if we don't. And therefore, since Adam and Eve broke the law, now somehow I'm guilty of their sin, or this inherited guilt that was established around the 4th century. But there's also another way of understanding it. It's the ancestral sin. So humanity fell, and like in dying we died. Like in that day we ate, we died. And like I'm part of humanity. I come from it genetically. I'm coming from all of humanity, and we're subject to death. And that's what sin is. Sin is separation from God. Sin is death itself. And so not only do I sin myself, but I live in a world in which, like, just by being human, by it's almost I guess you could almost look at it as like a genetic flaw. Like humanity fell. I'm part of humanity, and it's not like I am part of some inherited guilt. I'm guilty because Adam and Eve did, and I didn't get a fresh start. It's death has come into the world, and I'm subject to death.
That's not fair.
Why is being human a genetic default?
Yeah, and why am I forced into it?
Well,
Not being human. Did you want to keep going, Eric?
no. Well, I'm sorry. Could you guys repeat the question?
I don't think you were
I have
saying
an echo, and it's hard for me to like I hear myself speaking right now. There's like a 30-second delay for me.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, are you listening to the broadcast while you're in here?
You know what? That might be happening.
Yeah, try
I don't know. Let me look.
see if that's. I was gonna say I don't think he's saying that being human is flawed. It's okay. Let me give my take here. I think that the theme of Scripture, and this even is I believe explicated in Romans 5 if you properly translate it, is that being mortals we fall, like we have death in us, and we don't have the fullness of life and harmony in the original order that we were supposed to be constituted of. And so because of that, we fall. So whatever original setup there was where God had us in perfect harmony or whatever, that and then we were tempted and we fell. Because of that event, there's been this kind of, I guess you could call it like a barrier between it. There's been a barrier between us and God as a whole, humanity, and God has continually been pursuing us through different means, and that's what the whole scriptural narrative is about. So it's not like an inherent aspect of being a human because we're created to live forever.
Okay, but we were created in a world where sin and suffering and all this stuff exists, and it's totally outside of our control whether or not we make mistakes. Like when I sin, when I have, if you want to call it that, but basically when I cause somebody harm, either willfully or accidentally, it's because I live in this world. If I lived or was created perfect, I wouldn't have that problem.
I just don't see the angry sky daddy. I just don't see it like that.
Yeah, and let me say something else here. Christians have always, when I say God created us, Christians have always talked about each person being created or formed by God, and even regardless of that, we know that babies come from mommy and daddy. So when I say created, I believe in evolution and that humans, somewhere along the line, we developed, and I believe this. Okay, so I'm a Platonist as well, so I believe that the form of humanity applied to matter, whatever stage that this came to, there was this kind of just this almost like a cosmic instant where you call us humans, and in that sense we were created. But there's this whole, so going back to my metaphysics, there's this whole cosmic battle between the powers of heaven, good and bad. So God is doing all that He can for us to give us life, and so it's not just this simplistic, like there's this corrupt universe, and then God just kind of plopped us down in here like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I disagree that God is doing all that He can for us. The way that He would have done all He could for me was allowed me to be the miscarried child, and I'd never have to go through the suffering that I've been through. And the thing about it is, if Adam and Eve is a literal story, why didn't God start over after that? Why didn't He just save Adam and Eve, and then the rest of the human race didn't have to be cursed?
Let me start to. Can I give a little bit of an answer, and then either Justin or Eric can jump in if they want.
Can I say one statement before you go?
Oh,
God
go ahead.
doesn't give privations. God gives life. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. In my idea, I got this. Okay. See, this is God right here, and in His act of creation, God is branching out, and then there comes a point where His creation is drawn back unto Him, and it's becoming one, all in all. And I see this geometric shape in my head of God expanding out into creation, and part of that is the gaps and the inconsistencies that we see, that we call privation, that we see manifest as sin, is part of that God experiencing His own creation through an act of a constant ministry to those who are rejecting him, where at the same time we're learning to know God as he's reaching out to us. So it's almost like we're meeting in the middle and becoming who we are. Not that God needs to become anything, but that we are becoming the fullness of the creation that God intended through that interface.
Well, I suppose, unless you don't believe in previation, but okay.
I mean, I have no other option. That's the only way I can see something.
I think previation is just a cop-out and trying to divorce God from evil and suffering in the world, much like open theism is.
Well, I
just want to say something from earlier. I did not mean to say Julius Caesar. I was actually referring to Pontius Pilate, because usually people say there's more evidence for Jesus than Pontius Pilate, from what I've heard. So Pontius Pilate, there is speculation as to how he was killed, and some have speculated he was executed perhaps by crucifixion.
Perhaps.
That's all. I had the wrong person. Sorry.
Well, I don't think privation is a cop-out at all. It's not about like trying to divorce God from evil. It's trying to wipe the mud away from our eyes and see truth, right? And so if we define God, right, as the absolute good, then we are faced with the problem of evil. And so the idea of privation is reconciling these metaphysical ideals of, can something evil come from God? And then we realize, well, can darkness come from light? Well, no, darkness is just the absence of light. Can cold come from heat? No, cold is simply the absence of heat. And so we apply that metaphysics,
Darkness Darkness does come from light. It's called a shadow. If you're at all familiar with the concept.
No, a shadow is a shadow is our perception of the lack of light.
Okay, are you familiar with the concept of yin and yang?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. I think that yin and yang actually makes a lot more sense, but
then you still face the problem of evil, because now what you've done is you've given evil an entity, you've given it an ontology, right? And so evil is this force that interacts with the good, and the battling out, and then even in evil is a little bit of good, and good is a little bit of evil. But you still have to say, well, why does evil exist? But now you have to say, why is evil so powerful? Why does good have to?
Yin and yang doesn't really mean they're battling each other, but
no, they both have an ontology.
Oh, well, Vince, you remember me talking about this,
balance,
don't you? Or it was Josiah. It was Josiah I was talking about this. Daniela.
Vincent would probably know about it.
Well, no, like on that thread in Bare Knuckle Forever, we were talking about the...
I'm not in that group.
Oh, I'll have to add you when I get to it's basically debating ultimate eschatology, eternal torment, and all that other stuff, universalism, conditionalism. But anyway, I digress. I think the privation is, and I think Justin and I mainly agree, it's the details that we kind of haggle about sometimes. I think that it's all intent. I think it's intentional, I think not that God himself is willing that people suffer or hurt or anything like that, but that the suffering is part of a greater plan that serves that purpose.
Okay, well, to be fair, we have to, pretty much everyone has to concede that either God himself creates evil, in which case God is probably evil, or he allows it. At the very least, he's allowed it. And if you believe in evolution, he's allowed it for millions of years.
There's two other options, I think.
But yin and yang, giving evil an ontology, doesn't erase that.
I just said I think it's better than previation. I find more logical issues with previation. How can anything be absent of God? The idea of previation is that it's absent of God.
So you just said something be absent, right? You gave it an ontology. You gave it a lack of privation. You said, how can something exist?
No.
You're saying privation is the absence
previation,
of God.
or privation, whatever it is, sorry.
It
says that the absence of God is sin, or the absence of God is evil, right? So how can God...
No,
it doesn't say that. It says that sin doesn't have an essence. It doesn't exist.
Oh, it doesn't exist. Okay.
Does good exist?
Well, then,
Yes.
why do we need to be
good is
existent? It doesn't
existent.
exist.
No, it isn't.
Good is existence.
No.
That is what
No, no.
What?
I said.
Good
Good
is-
is existence. That's what existence is.
But if sin doesn't exist, why do I need to be saved from it?
You're not.
Why did Jesus
You're not.
die?
Well, you're saved from the privation. You're saved from death.
Okay,
Right.
let Haley talk because she's gonna say something.
Okay.
If sin doesn't exist, then why did God send Jesus to die for it?
Same question. Disorder. Okay, look. You're saved from a disordered state to an ordered state, but disorder isn't a thing. It's a state in which you are lacking something. You are lacking order. So if you get here's a question: can you think of any state of evil or evil act wherein actually how did Matthew phrase this question?
There is no evil. There is no good. These are
Right, well,
not
that-
absolute things.
Well, see, yin and yang kind of says there is no good and no evil either because they just kind of work together. It's us who come out here and subjectively say this is
Okay,
this,
hold
this
on,
is that.
hold on,
There
everybody.
is some good within the evil. There's some good. There's some
Okay.
evil within the good.
Right.
The Christians here have had plenty to say, and Haley had a valid question. Vince hasn't really had a chance to say much, and I think he has a lot to say about this. So I'd like to give the floor to Vince.
Oh, you're dropping on me like that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't believe God is good or evil, really. I believe God is either he doesn't care, either we're an experiment, or he's neutral. That's if God exists at all, or he's completely neutral. You know, he's like there's no good or bad as such in God. It's just he lets nature happen as it happens. So you're looking for like saying God is the source of all good, and then you're saying you're equating good with being or existence. That's bullshit. Existence is neutral.
Why are you saying that? It seems like maybe I missed part.
It makes more sense to me. Doesn't it make why
I
is
think
age
It just
is age
blanked out.
evil?
I didn't hear anything you said.
Say it again?
We think
Is
we need to
age-
define
is
our
age-
terms.
what
now.
is it?
Yeah. I did find the question that this is brilliantly stated. Name one evil that is not a lacking or destruction of some goodness.
Okay, well, I can do one better,
Okay.
and that is, you would argue with privation, right? That okay, well, let me just ask you from privation, what is the opposite of love?
Not love.
I don't think
Is it
there is
hate?
Apathy?
Is it apathy or is it hate?
I'd say it's apathy if you can name an opposite. I don't know if you could say there's an
Okay,
exact
because
opposite.
here's my argument. If you take love, which is supposedly, according to the Bible, the most important thing pretty much, and the most powerful force in the universe, and I would argue that it seems like love is probably the most powerful force in the universe. In order to have love, you've also got to have hate. And this is kind of the yin and yang concept, but let me explain it so you understand.
Answer your question as to why
In order-
suffering exists.
Sorry?
Here,
Did you just
let her
answer
go,
your
let her
own
go.
question?
I
The
didn't
original-
hear you.
You said that in order to have love, we must have a hate. But
Yeah, and I'm going to explain it.
in your original question, though, you were asking why does evil and suffering exist? And if you're about to go into a yin and yang metaphysics, then I think you're answering your own question.
I might
Everything-
be, but I'm just saying I think privation has more logical issues. But in any case, let me make my point. If you have love, right, then you have to hate something. So if you love, let's say you have children, you love your children, you have to hate the actions that would cause harm to those children, right? So God, in that sense, would have to hate some things. He would have to hate suffering if it comes against his children. And many times the suffering that comes against the people of this world is pointless. What can you say of a child who grows up and is born with AIDS and dies in childhood and never really has a life?
That's not evil, though.
How is it not evil?
It's not evil for some. It's neutral. It's a virus that multiplies. It's evolution. It has evolved to
How is it not
reproduce
evil
itself.
if there's a
It's not
God
evil.
controlling it?
Say
It's
that
not evil.
some-
It's not good either. It's neutral.
Okay,
But if there's a God controlling it, is it evil?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Great.
okay, Daniela,
I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page, Vincent. I was pretty sure you were coming from the argument there isn't a God who cares and loves us and all that.
Everything is defined by its opposite, is what you were saying a while ago. So you can't define love without... What is the opposite of love? Is hate.
But you can have love without its opposite.
But you only define it, and that's how you define hate, is the absence of love, right?
Well, no, because I think that love would include some form of hate, because you have to hate things that would go against love.
I'm not sure.
Dustin, can you text David Michael Gregg, see if he might be able to take part in this? Because I think he'd have real good things to say about it.
But I wanted to say something real quick, because, Daniela, okay, first of all, I do agree it's pointless for that to happen, but
Okay, awesome.
that
Thank
doesn't say
you.
that God can't use suffering through his own suffering, but that's a further step here, and I just wanted to address something that you said real quick before you, and I'll let you go. You assumed your own conclusion when you said God must hate something so love needs hate because God must hate something in order to love. But you're assuming that the evil is a thing. So you're assuming your own conclusion.
No. I'm saying if we have love for something, then whatever would come against love would in some sense have to be hated, but that doesn't mean it has to be a thing necessarily. But
what?
May I chime in real quick? I wanted to do two things. So Daniela, if you take this whole conversation in its totality, what you're saying is, I see evil and suffering, therefore there can't be a good God, and it's better to believe that love needs hate and that good needs evil, right? But that doesn't get rid of the same problem. Right?
I'm not actually saying that. I'm not even saying I necessarily agree with the concept of yin and yang, but I am saying I think it makes more logical sense than privation. Now, the one thing I want to say, since Justin mentioned it, was if God is experiencing this hell with us, and I would argue that what we're going through, this suffering that we go through, particularly my life, is hell, why doesn't he do both of us a favor and end it?
Okay, here's what I was trying to say before Eric went on his spiel, is that
Sorry.
God is love and life, and God gives love and life. God does not give death. God doesn't give privations. God gives the fullness. So to end your life, that's why he continually works with creation to bring about a better, fuller end. He doesn't end things. That's not in his nature to.
Jesus came to serve, not to be served, and that's something to really remember, is the fact that, like I was saying before, on my spiel before the other Eric spiel, is that this is all, what I believe is that when we are in eternity looking throughout all of this and seeing the shape of reality as a singular thing rather than this sequential experience that we have day to day, when we see it as the singular 4D shape, perhaps even 5D more D shape, when we look at that and recollect our individual experience, we will give not only approval, we will praise God for it and say it's so perfect. I would not have had it any other way.
I'm not so sure, and I will say that the idea of an afterlife does not at all bring me comfort to being raped and abused. It doesn't.
Exactly.
All it does is really tries to desensitize people to what I've actually been through by saying, well, there's going to be this afterlife and everything's going to be wonderful and it'll make up for your suffering, but it really won't.
No,
and
not what I'm saying at all.
The idea that God had to create a universe in which evil existed, which it seems is the case if you believe there's a God.
No, I'm not saying any of that at all.
Well,
I don't know if it's a straw man or if it's just an honest.
Okay, but why is the universe have suffering and evil? if God did not need to create a world in which that were the case and could have created a world in which there wasn't that? Why didn't he create the world that didn't have those things? It seems like either way, evil kind of wins. It's like, well, if you argue that in order to know goodness, you had to know evil, then evil has to be there. If
Okay.
you argue that in order to have life and whatever there has to be suffering, then evil has to be there.
Won't you let me make the arguments rather than try to head them off at the pass? Because so far, you're not saying anything that I've said, and I don't think anyone here has said that. It's not that eternity, the state of eternity will make up for it. It's that it is an intrinsic part of it that is actually something that we ourselves participated in being a part of for a better purpose. Because like I asked you in that chat question, why did Jesus from all of eternity, because it says that, he was slain, he's the lamb slain from all of eternity, from the foundation of the earth, why did he plan it like this, that he himself, God of all gods, that could have anything he wants, why is this what he wanted? The most awful of awfuls. And what I'm trying to say is that our minds are not willing to see the fact that something greater. Wait, you're not letting me finish. That there's something greater than our concept of goodness. There's something greater than our concept of what ought to be. Because when we see it from the perspective of he who, as we are known, we will fully know. When we see it from his perspective, at that point, we will be like, oh, wow, I couldn't have planned it any better. This is perfect. This is exactly the way it should be. And just because it now doesn't mean that that has any authority over the ultimate reality of it.
Can I say something?
You can't make that argument.
Can I say something?
You can't make that argument. All you're saying is God's ways are above our ways, so we can't possibly understand. That's
what kind of a God
that God exists.
Transcendent.
I don't think that it's true that we can never have insight into that on this planet, because have you heard of Teresa of Avila? She went through immense suffering in her life, and she had an experience that went beyond all conceptual bounds, in which she experienced divine ecstasy, and there was some sadness and sorrow and the sense of suffering in the midst of the joy. But she said at the end of this that in light of heaven, the worst suffering on earth will seem to be no more serious than one night in an inconvenient hotel.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's what I just said. That's what I'm saying. Christians have said to me, oh, your suffering is going to be this tiny little dot out of all this millions of bliss or whatever.
I have a question.
All that does is lower people's idea of my suffering.
Okay, hold on. Vince has a question.
How can seeing the universe in 4, 5, 6 multiple dimensions, how is seeing rape in that many dimensions making it good? What dimension are we missing here that makes rape good?
Exactly.
Eric.
Justin, do you want to talk or do you want me to?
What good comes out of rape? I think that's what we're talking about, right, Vincent?
That's just not. That's Justin. Do you? Want,
what good comes out of the cross, Daniela?
The cross is the good that comes out of rape?
That's not what I said.
I didn't hear you. That's why I asked it as a question.
Establish a line of thought.
It was a counter question. Because it's important. I believe that all sufferings are a part of his suffering. He took it all on.
Why? Why just not have any suffering in the first place? Then everyone would believe in him.
Why is it
you're asking my
to answer you though? That's what amuses me, and we touched upon this in our chat when I told you that first, before you can have understanding, there must be acceptance. If you accept that God is, accept that He is good, and accept that He rewards those who earnestly seek Him, these answers in their time, when you're ready, will be revealed.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what we're talking about. Is if God exists and God is good, why are things this way? And I'm saying, it seems to me more evidence that maybe there isn't a God, or if there is, He doesn't care.
All these rewards are in a hypothetical afterlife, and all this shit happens here.
Exactly.
I want to say something real quick before you launch in. To be eternal, or for a state to be eternal, it's encompassing all of this. It's not just some future state beyond, like, in the sequential order of things. It's in the eternal state that transcends time. So this is a part of the sufferings of Christ which redeem all.
What about the miscarried children? Why don't they have to suffer? Why don't aborted children have to suffer? Well, okay, you can argue they suffer.
Great answer, great answer, great answer. He told Peter how he was going to die, and Peter looked to John and said, what about that apostle over there? And Jesus said, what's it to you whether he lives until I come again?
What's it to me?
It's
I've suffered immensely. That's what it is.
Basically him saying, it's none of your business, you follow me, you bear
It's my business, I'm asking.
It's not your business what your brother goes through.
That's not an answer to my question. That's a cop-out.
Daniela, you know, your sufferings, I know this is my view, and you may contest it, but your sufferings will help redeem everything. Your sufferings will...
What?
Yes, your sufferings are part of what will transform the world. That's why they're even allowed.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah, I said you can contest it. I'm just saying that's my view.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily contesting it. I mean,
Okay.
I think it's kind of... I don't agree necessarily, but I will say this. Can God create perfect beings?
What do you define perfection?
Basically, can God create God?
God can beget God, which is the Son.
But he didn't be... But like you told me, that God... Jesus has always existed, is what you told me today. So...
Right.
Can God create perfect beings? Because if God can't create perfect beings, that might be an answer for
what if this world is us
Daniel.
being created into that?
Right?
Us being created into what? Perfection?
Yeah, into his likeness, right? So
Yeah.
So
there is an Iranian Theodicy. So Saint Irenaeus of Lyons, he believed that, you know, we're created in the image and likeness, and so that the image is already completed. Like, that's what we are, and we are to grow in his likeness. Now, Alvin Plantega also would hold to this a little bit, but it's just this idea, like, while we're here, like, we're experiencing a bit of his privation. We're not completely at one with him. We are separated, and this experience of lack of him in this evil and suffering, that is what is making us choose the good. That is what is our theosis, our sanctification. We're growing into that. If you look at all humanity as a whole, and Daniela, like, I just want to point out, like, real quick, like, you know, I'm sorry for the suffering you've been through, and like, I want you to know, like, you're not alone. And I mentioned this to you last night. Like,
I appreciate it.
my mom is dying right now. You know, like, I'm a bastard.
You're the Eric Cullen. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Like, I grew up fatherless, and my mom has been everything to me, and she lays dying right now. And then, like, on top of all that, my girlfriend just broke up with me because she couldn't handle it. So I get suffering. I get it. Like, right? I'm in it. Like, my mom is dying. I understand it, but like, this problem of evil is very much an emotional problem in which we latch on to our very personal experience, and then we say, well, curse you, God, because I don't understand.
Well, I'm not cursing God. I'm just asking him.
Right.
Why?
Yeah.
I constantly, even though I feel like I'm very quickly moving down a mountain towards atheism.
Right. For me personally, it's just a remembrance of the cross, right? Like, the incarnation, right? Like, because we often get like, okay, well, like, God this, God that, but we gotta remember, like, God came and became man so that man may become God. Like, the incarnation, like, he has conquered death by death and is bestowing life onto those in the tombs, right? And so that, like, what about suffering? What about evil? The perfect response is Christ on the cross, right? Like, I mean, he took on all sin and death. And I wanted to touch on Haley's question that was back a little earlier, was like, why did Jesus have to die for our sins? And I would kind of go into, like, sin is death. It is that separation, privation of being, of life, of him. And he has conquered that. Right? God came into humanity that was subject to death and corruption, and he took it on himself, and he renewed it, and he was risen from the grave. Like, he has conquered death, trampling down death by death, bestowing life to those in the tombs. So why did Jesus have to die for our sins? Was we were in it. We were dead. He came and gave us life. It was that's how he gave us life, was to die.
Well, I mean, like I was talking to Justin earlier today, and I was explaining how I do see some logic to the atonement if the presuppositions about sin and death are true. And if they're not, then it's just like, well, I wish I could be free of this curse regardless if God exists or not. I mean, I understand that. I don't enjoy harming people. I find it ridiculous when I'll talk to Christians and they'll tell me how they used to love their lives of sin. I can't understand that.
Yeah.
I've always abhorred the idea of causing people suffering. And I'm not perfect. Like, I know I've done it. But, like, at the end of the day, I would like to be free from that.
Mhm.
But if the world doesn't have God, and if the world is just this way because of the evolutionary process, and, you know, the evolutionary process brings about all these problems and whatever, then at the end of the day, I don't need a savior if there isn't a God. And this is unfortunately just the struggles of a life brought about by an evolutionary process that has mutations and defects.
Don't you, though?
You are your
Don't you
own
think-
savior.
What?
Vince
ahead,
said that you're your own savior.
Okay. Okay, so you went along to the point of to the subject of naturalism, and I actually, I mean, I guess we could discuss that, but I wanted to talk about answering your question earlier, and you asked, can God create a perfect being like God, like Himself?
Right.
This is crucial. So God, so that would not be creation. That would be what we call in Trinitarian language begetting. God begetting God. God the Father begets God the Son. But for Him to give His perfect likeness, His perfect essence, and to beget another being, or not another being, sorry, another person, He gives all His fullness to one, and what else is there left over? All there is left over is to create, and I believe I'm a panentheist. God created within God.
Okay.
But God can't. But the definition of creation precludes God, because it's a different category. It's a totally different category.
Can he make
Okay.
a stone so heavy he can't lift it? I mean,
Is
that's the stuff
Well,
that
he
rocks
can't.
dream of.
He can't create a stone he can't lift, but that's
It's
beside the
not,
point.
look, you can't both be yes and no at the same time the same way.
Right.
This is
That
not,
would
this
be
is
the
not
law of
limited
non-contradiction.
It's just a consistency of existence.
So I think a good example, if you agree
that?
with the Christian view, is angels, right?
Wait, hold on a
Angels are
second.
not
What did you say,
perfect.
Justin?
I said I didn't totally hear either of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All I was saying is that it's a question like the rock so heavy that God can't lift it. It's a logical inconsistency. It's not a matter of a limitation on God. It's you can't both be and not be at the same
I'm
time the
not
same
sure.
way.
I mean, like I said, if you believe the Christian view, angels were not created perfect. You know, they were created innocent and maybe not as ignorant as humans, but they were not created perfect or they would never fall, right?
Perfect according to
I
their
wonder if the answer to the question of suffering is just God can't create a perfect being, and we must go through this process to ever become whatever.
Right.
But
You
if
know
God's
what?
allowed,
I can see some validity in that. I can see some validity in that.
okay,
Defining
so I
perfection
mean,
is holy. Yes. Yeah. Agreed.
I'm just saying, you know, not that I'm saying I necessarily agree with this, but it might be a better argument for Christians is that God just can't create a perfect being. He can't
Right.
create himself. He's already God. He created it.
God can
You
only
know.
create fallible beings, and we can become perfect in taking on His.
Yeah, we can go through a process to become perfect, but we couldn't start out perfect.
Your version of theosis, Justin?
Say it again?
Would that be your version of theosis?
Yes. I mean, we'll always be. We'll never be.
There's a buzzing on the
We'll
line
never be
somewhere.
God.
Yeah, I got a buzzing too.
You guys know what that is?
Let me try to mute me.
Yep,
Whenever
that was it.
Yeah, that's better.
We'll never be God in His total transcendence. But what I'm saying is, we become a part of His family. We have the same essence. We have His glory, everything like that. It doesn't mean, because in order for us to become God in His total transcendence, we'll have always had to been the Creator, basically. but we can take on His traits,
His energies.
His energies. Yeah, exactly.
So, okay. So, like, in the case of Adam and Eve, you have, they desired the knowledge of good and evil over God. So they disobeyed God, right, to get the knowledge of good and evil. But it kind of seems like God sort of wanted that, and that seems crazy to me to think about. I've heard universalists argue that God wanted the fall to happen.
Why?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Well, the other thing I would
Yeah.
say... The other
Well,
thing
before we go to the other thing, why do you say that first thing? Where do you get that God wanted the fall?
Well, if it's the only way for us to come to perfection...
I don't think
This is the problem with over anthropomorphization or anthropomorphism, is that we're looking at God through human cognitive processes, and we're not really giving room that this is just not something that we are there yet. We're
But
not.
God's not here to tell us that. We don't... God's not, like...
Yes.
God isn't in this conversation with us, so we can't just be like, well, God, He knows all the answers.
Well, I must be schizophrenic. I'm hearing plenty of whispers in my ear.
Well, okay, but that's not my point.
God doesn't hide Himself from me. I hide myself from God, and that's
Okay, all right, okay. Okay, so my second thing with this is, so, the knowledge of good and evil thing. I talked to Justin about this before, and he said God did not know the fall was going to happen before it happened because God is timeless and that,
No. Justin did not.
I could post his comment. He said exactly that.
No, Justin did not. I know for a fact that Justin didn't say
Okay,
that.
should I go get his comment and prove it? I mean, I know that's not exactly what he was trying to say, but here's the thing. Let's just make the argument. God knew it was going to happen. Why did he freaking make it happen? Why didn't he do something else? And again,
I have an answer, or an answer-ish to it.
okay, go
You
ahead.
said God made it happen, but what you're holding into is
No,
monotheism.
allowed it to happen. Allowed it to happen.
How about primary and secondary beings? How's that
Right.
sound?
There's two energies, right? Like this is synergy. It's synergistic. There are two energies, two beings, two wills happening right now. There's God and the humanity, right? And you're saying, why did God make it this way? That was your word.
Yeah.
He made it this way.
Allowed it.
Okay, so He allowed free will creatures to be free.
Oh, okay, so free will, right? Okay, so we're on free will. All right. Free will does not equal, just listen, free will does not equal evil and suffering. That does not have to be. In fact, God could have created us as free beings and also perfectly good and incapable of doing anything that isn't part of goodness, and we'd still be free. We are free with limits.
Free will may or may not have
it's not free.
may not exist even,
That sounds so boring.
No, seriously. And Justin has, I know you've liked some of the things I've said on this before, so I know you at least get somewhat of what I'm saying. You do not have to have evil to have goodness. This is just, you can have just goodness. You don't have to have evil. You don't have to have the contrast. People
We don't
can
have
just
evil.
be good.
You're saying that we do.
Okay, so but you're saying because of free will that has to. It
No,
seems.
I'm saying
no,
free
you don't
will
have to be-
allows it.
Oh, okay, free
You
will
want
allows
to
it.
say
Well, then why didn't God, maybe not give us free will so we wouldn't have to suffer this much? I mean, if He loves His
But then we
creatures-
wouldn't be, right? Like
No, that's not true. We could still have personhood.
no.
Yes,
Our
we
personhood
can.
is
We can
because
have
we are His
free-
omega
listen,
die.
We can have free
It's
will.
good if you don't have a choice for evil.
No. We can have personhood, and we can have free will, and we don't need evil and suffering. And no, that's just, you don't need that.
No.
Free will in this universe is very limited.
Yes, I can't control the gravity. I can't just be like, all of a sudden, I'm going to make gravity shut off, and now I'm going to jump 20 feet in the air. I can't do that. That is a limit on the free will I have. So if God limited the free will to goodness,
Mixing it
rather
up.
than...
But that's not free will.
Yes, it is. It's
No.
totally free will.
Wait, no, it's like
will
a stand-up
with
comedian I heard talking about the state one time. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Okay, no,
It's
see,
a great line. Wait, that's not freedom.
you're trying to equate free will, or the lack of, the lack of evil, the lack of choice for evil, as being slavery. That's not true.
But
Stop resisting!
Stop resisting!
Oh my God!
You're free! Stop resisting! I'm protecting your freedom!
Daniela, you're acting like free will is a mechanism God puts in us rather than the ontology of our being, such that we can even, in order to even be able to have a relationship with God or be one with God, we have to understand, we have to have the ability
To choose?
to oppose that.
Okay, so if we have to have the ability to choose God, right? This is your argument.
That's what it means to be free, is what he said.
Okay, fine. Okay, so love,
I think so.
because God loves us so much, he gives us the choice to choose him. That's what you're arguing. Then once again, God is powerless against evil because he must allow evil into the equation, or we can't choose him, is what you're basically arguing. Because you're saying that he had to give us the choice, and the choice entails that there also has to be evil, because otherwise there couldn't be a choice. So once again, God is powerless against evil. No matter what it is, God has to create a universe in which evil exists.
No,
This
if he wants to
pretty
create,
much the
if he wants to
argument
create
you're making.
images, if he wants to create icons, right? So could he wipe us all the way? Could we cease to be? Could we cease to be persons? And could all creation cease to exist? Absolutely, right?
No, it couldn't,
Has
because
to be.
God is everything. But okay, go ahead.
No. Yes, everything is in God, but not everything is God, right?
I would
there's
argue
an
that
essence-
everything is a part
No,
of
that-
God.
Well, historic traditional Christianity would say there's a difference between the essence
Oh,
and
I
its
know, but
energies.
I come more
But
from
anyways,
Catholicism.
Can God commit suicide, is what she's saying.
right. So, but anyways,
Exactly.
for God
Exactly.
to create icons, right? That is the great. That is this human experiment. This is this all of humanity is this God working with us, creating icons, right? And so, in order to do that, icons of Himself, images. Of Him.
Totems, would you say?
Okay. In order.
Totems.
Yay, Sarah!
In order to do that, we must have free will, right? Because He is free. He's making us in His image. He has given us, right? That part of Him that way we reflect Him is by being free in people. We have an energy now, right? There's two energies happening. His energy, our energy. That's why I'm personally not a monergist. That's a whole other thing. But there's two energies
What
at
is
work
a monergist again?
One who believes that there's only one energy active in salvation. Mono energy.
You think we have it? You think we
But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is because your objection was then God is powerless against evil, right?
Yeah.
But it's not that He's powerless. It's that He has given us.
No, He's powerless.
You could say He's given us a power. He's given us dominion. He's given us authority. He's given us an energy.
God
right?
has evil within him, and he's powerless against himself.
But evil can't conquer God. God can
No, you're right. Evil can't conquer.
Evil taints this universe, but evil doesn't taint God. God.
But evil had to
puts his
exist.
life- Huh?
Evil had to exist in order for us to have love, the love choice. It had to exist. So ultimately, God is powerless against evil.
Okay, traditional Christianity says that some of the angels fell and some didn't. Obviously, evil doesn't have to exist. Free will creatures are able to decide.
Okay, so why wasn't I created in heaven and then given the choice? I mean, I'm ultimately. It says that He consigned all of us to disobedience. There's the answer to that, but I'm not okay with that. If I could choose, I would choose to not have sin. I would choose to not have suffering. That's what I would choose. You can argue up and down. I wouldn't choose that, or be like a Calvinist especially and say, I can't choose that, but I'm telling you.
Jumping at the bit.
Come on.
I'm telling you, I wouldn't choose it. I don't want suffering. I don't want sin. I don't want people being harmed. These are things I don't want. And I wish to have been given a choice.
Can I say something? This is where I believe Eric and I disagree, and Justin and I kind of wrangle about it a lot. I think that
What's Eric? Is Eric?
You, Eric, yes.
Okay.
You're a synergist.
Yeah.
You're Universalist, right, or just Arminian?
I'm not Arminian because I haven't really read any of Joseph Arminian stuff.
Are you hopeful?
I'm a hopefulist.
Okay.
And after reading some having some
I'm a hopeful also. For the record.
Having some correspondence with David Bentley Hart, I might be more going towards.
Trying to get where we all stand on this and everything.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to pin down Justin because he kind of defies most labels. But
is Haley having problems?
That's why I love him.
Is that why she got out of the group a couple times?
I don't know. She might have had something to do. But anyway, what I wanted to say is that I do believe that synergists have a real problem. They have a real problem with God's sovereignty. And there's a lot of unanswered questions with that. I think ultimately the only real consistent view of creation is a monergistic one, one where that separates the will of God into the eternal expression of His will and the temporal expression of His will. The eternal expression would be that eternal decree that gives reality its entire shape from start to finish, whereas that temporal...
Which includes evil. Okay.
Listen, let me finish my spiel. The temporal expression would be His prescriptive will, that what He wants in this moment, here and now, how He wants it to be. And the interplay of these brings what the interplay of these brings about a very interesting dialogue between creator and creation, where the creation is willed to be good. The Creator wills creation to be good, but in two different ways. The Creator wills the creation to be good eternally, whereas temporally, that will of goodness day to day, it works out in ways that we don't quite understand because of that complex, I guess you could call it a dance between the eternal and the temporal, and how it's translated, because the ultimate good and the good of the moment do not always look like the same thing, but when you see the whole picture all together, you see that you're seeing the same thing. It's just different facets of the same picture.
So there's synergy, but the synergy belongs only to God?
Well, I would say that there's synergy in our sanctification, that there is the elicitation of our free will. Our volition is involved. That's why I'm a compatibilist. I don't think that we're slaves.
And I guess... And we can like leave this subject. I just wanted to. I would agree that. So you said sanctification. You're synergistic for sanctification, and I guess for me that's why I became a synergist.
It's kind of hard to use the word synergism because that almost seems like a category. Or I would say that you
believe we cooperate, right?
Yeah,
we work.
With sanctification. That's what sanctification is.
Right.
Bringing it about so that our free will choices are righteous as well as what God imposes upon us. Right,
and so I guess all I was going to say was the reason I became a full-on synergist was, well, one, I was struggling with monergism, and it led me to double predestinationism and a whole mess of other things. But for me, I too thought like sanctification was synergistic, we were cooperating, and for me, what happened was there was just a change in the meaning of the word salvation. And sanctification, salvation, theosis, justification. Now, instead of being separate different things, our salvation is a ledger change, in which God just declares us saved. Or justification is a change over here, and then the sanctification is just something completely different. I would say they're all one, right?
I would really.
Is the sanctification, our salvation is that theosis. Our salvation is us becoming human, truly human, which means to be His image bearers.
All right, sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I just wanted to throw it in there. But I would just say that I'm really suspect of anyone who thinks that they have the relationship between sanctification, justification, and absolute glory and all of that stuff. I would be very suspect to anyone who would say that they have the relationship between all of these things worked out to a T. because these are things that the reformers wrestled with ad nauseum, and to this day, current theologians still wrestle with it in every Christian tradition. So these are very tough questions, and I think that sometimes we miss the forest for the trees, and we're trying to pin down a mathematical formula for salvation and sanctification.
Can I make an observation?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you're equating the goodness of God to the law of conservation of energy, basically. You're saying, as a whole, there can be no energy created or destroyed. As a whole, goodness, it'll all work out.
I would say energy doesn't exist.
Okay. Okay, you can go that way if you want.
Okay. So,
idealism for the win.
okay, so in regards to what you just said about salvation, right?
I just wanted to throw this in for Justin. Hui.
I don't even know, but
it's a dude he just blocked.
Okay. All right. So according to the Bible, the reason for suffering, there's two, or I should argue, there's three passages that deal with theodicy. First is in Job, which I think is a really atrocious view of God, which is described in Job. It's absolutely terrible that God would basically make a bet with the devil and be like, "Hey, you can do all these horrible things to this person."
It's one of my favorite books of the Bible.
And then it's horrible how God basically bullies Job, and he's like, "Where were you when I stretched out the universe?" And Job is like, "Well, obviously I wasn't there."
Job was grateful for that. Job loved it. It was exactly what he needed to hear. God's dealt with me at times.
Okay. Well, either way,
Don't need to be tortured, as if you said.
Bullying to me.
I
Go ahead.
Job wasn't tortured.
You guys make me want to kick a baby seal in the...
Go ahead, Vincent.
But you're saying Job needs to be tortured for some reason? That the ultimate goal of God is to torture?
No, not that he needed to be.
But we gave him all these boils and shit, and then he.
It was a bet.
You guys keep using this word.
A bet with the devil. It's such a horrible view of God.
It wasn't a bet.
I can't believe you guys believe it.
It wasn't a bet. It was a test.
Oh, a test. A test.
Abraham and Isaac.
What a wonderful
Daniela, you have to understand.
Take away your family and give
my life
you
is the way that
warts
it
and
is.
boils and.
Danielle,
I cringe when this book is brought up because people don't understand ancient Near Eastern divine council theology.
Yeah, okay.
That is a big backdrop here.
I didn't want to get too much into it, but
Hey, I'm gonna go assume the fetal position and start crying in the corner.
well, I have two other examples of theodicy that I know of.
Wait. Did Justin get to say what he wanted to say? Because here's the problem. Like, Daniel, you can't just drop like this hermeneutical misrepresentation of a book of Job, and then when somebody tries to give an answer, be like, well, I didn't want to get into it. Let's go to number 2.
Well, no. I just wanted to give little snippets of each of them in my view.
Man. But you're giving your interpretation becomes one-sided. It's like here's my interpretation, here's my interpretation, here's my interpretation.
I don't actually think it's interpretation. I'm just reading what the book says.
Oh, goodness gracious! You realize that fundamentalists say that, it's not an interpretation, that's just the plain reading of the Bible.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Daniela, you know better than that.
Well, I don't believe the Bible to be true anyway, so, I mean...
Still needs to be... Even the
I think that
proper, hermeneutic interpretation.
Yeah, okay. I think that a lot of the views that you guys espouse, and I once espoused, and I somewhat espouse still, really do move away from the biblical set, but that's fine. Okay, the other one I wanted to mention, because Calvinists like to bring it up all the time, is the problem of suffering is because of God's glory. He gets glory by us suffering. He gets glory through creating some vessels for honor and dishonor, some to be chosen for, pastors and leaders and such, which unfortunately tend to be like the worst people on this planet. But
oh man,
I mean, the religious
I wanted
leaders.
them to be pastors and teachers.
There is
I'm pretty sure none of us go to God because we're good people. Just saying.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
None of us go to God because we're good people.
None of us go to God because we're good people?
Right.
I'm not
Right,
understanding.
like we all understand in some, whether it be superficial or deep way, that we are not whole, we are not good in ourselves, and that we need strength and help from our Creator to even come close to being better people.
Oh, okay, sure.
Well, it's like when Jesus was or when Paul was talking about Christ learning obedience, and because of that, he was given a name above all names. It was part of the process of becoming everything that God intended from the beginning, and that's part of our process. And when we get stuck on it, it's like someone who's like an alcoholic or something that comes to a point in their lives where there's an emotional duress that they can't quite resolve in their self. So the cognitive dissonance is resolved by substances.
Well, this is a good thing because I can explain something on that, and that is, I was saved when I was 4 years old, so I probably didn't totally understand it, but I understood enough to love Jesus and what he did, and I understood some form of love and trusted that, so I trusted in Christ. I remember specifically when it all happened. And growing up was really hard because I would see these videos, Christian videos, where these people would have these wonderful testimonies where they were like, they equated themselves to being really horrible people who, once they found Christ, they had this amazing experience, and they just had these wonderful testimonies, and I always felt like, well, maybe I'm not saved because I don't have that kind of testimony, and I kind of always abhorred sin. Like, I can't say that I lived in a lifestyle that I loved. I don't love sin, and probably my greatest sin is jealousy and envy. And the thing is, that's not fun. There's nothing nice about that.
I just want to say we have a very similar testimony, Danielle. I can never remember a time that I didn't have a relationship with my Creator, and I can never remember a time where I doubted that Christ was who he claimed to be. I've wrestled with it. I've spent times in the far land like the prodigal child, more times than I care to recount. And it's in my own. It's in God humbling me that, like what I mentioned before, relaying to you the process and how I can have the peace and understanding that I believe that I have, is through that process of the humbling where I'm being brought to the end of myself and having to realize that he's God and I'm not.
Sure. I mean, I am, lest I come off as really arrogant, I am not saying that I'm a wonderful, perfect person. I have made lots of mistakes. I have hurt lots of people. But at the end of the day, I have always hated it. And it has never brought me joy. And I feel like a lot of that has to do with being saved from a young age. Now, this, of course, only works if God exists. Otherwise, it's just speculation. But if God exists, I never really understood or knew a secular life, because I never really had one. Now, I've done secular things, but what I mean by secular life is I haven't wanted that. Like, I haven't wanted a life of sin. I'm really against it because it causes so much suffering in the world. And,
I'm right there with you. I feel the same. It's like I really feel it when I read Romans 7 and Paul talks about doing the things he doesn't want to do, and agreeing that the law of God is good and that it's all beautiful, and that I'm the one that can't quite take hold of that. So I mean, it's a very frustrating experience, and for me, often in the past, the temptation has been to blame God, and there have been times where I have, and I've shaken my fist at the heavens,
The final Theodicy passage I wanted to bring up real quick is...
Hey, Danielle, can I say something real quick about a note of appreciation?
Of course.
I appreciate your the most genuine person on this issue I've ever heard, and your objections come out of your heart, and you're not making a superficial challenge or anything like that. But this is out really coming out of the heart, and I appreciate that.
Do you mean dealing with suffering, or?
Yeah, and all these questions you're bringing up and everything, these are your struggles, and it's not an excuse or anything like that. Consciously, you're very sincere about all those, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope I'm not offending anybody. I know some of the things I say sound kind of militant, but I just feel certain ways about things.
Mm-hmm.
This is my primary theodicy: cheesy fries. The God love.
What's that, Vincent? Tilly?
Is everybody eating? What is wrong with you?
It's lasagna.
Oh, lasagna. Okay.
I don't need any more calories.
I need more hungry.
Ooh, and I eat that blue cheese dressing to dip my cheesy fries.
You said blue cheese, and I want some hot wings.
Oh gosh, wings are awesome.
I just had earlier. I had a jalapeno bagel with Havarti, salami, turkey, cheddar, lettuce, tomato.
You guys are making me so hungry right now.
What did Matthew Lewis have? Do you know? That guy loves his food. He's a little foodie.
Oh, he had a soft taco this morning.
That's right, I saw that. He did like chicken strips or something with it.
Yeah, looked delicious.
Oh, I'm sure we'll get more pictures in the next hour or two.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last issue, or the last passage I find in the Bible on Theodicy actually comes from Christ himself, and it gives a pretty interesting form of Theodicy. It comes from the parable of the wheat and the tares, and it seems to me like God in the wheat and the tares. This is because if I was to believe Jesus, I believe Jesus is God, by the way. So it's God, in my opinion.
Hey.
I guess someone could argue Jesus is just a man or whatever. But if it is God talking, then God doesn't really take responsibility for evil. It actually says he created the world, the field, and there was the wheat in it, and the wheat was good, and everything that he saw was good, and then an enemy came along, and the enemy sowed seeds of discord and evil tares, and then they sprang up right next to the wheat, right? So he says to the angels not to gather the wheat until the tares and the wheat are distinguishable, which is kind of confusing to me because he's God. He would know the difference.
Well,
But it seems like God is not taking responsibility. It seems like he's putting the responsibility on the devil for why evil and suffering exists. And so I was reading about this, and somebody was saying, well, when the devil fell, if God was to immediately destroy the devil, then the accusations that the devil is making against God, more of the angels or whatever might have been like, maybe there's some truth to that, But I don't know. I think casting the devil out of heaven and to the earth with all of his powers would also kind of indicate, hey, maybe some of the accusations about God are true.
Daniela, I'll go with the New Living Translation, Isaiah 45:7. I create and make the darkness. I send good times and bad times. I, Yahweh, am the one who does these things.
Right, I know. And I've heard people use the argument because it says the Hebrew word ra, that it means he creates evil, not just calamity. Of course, I would argue calamity is evil, so either way.
Ra is disorder. That's chaos.
okay, so this gets back to what we were talking about earlier about...
Wait, hold on, Justin.
Okay, go ahead.
You heard what I said, right? The Hebrew word bara, which is found actually in Genesis 1, as well as a specific passage in Jeremiah. I'm very familiar with this one.
Mm-hmm.
Bara, the create, wasn't it? It was either tohu or bohu.
That's made. That's the other word. That's for made, not create, I think.
Bara? No, bara is the one that means to make from nothing.
Oh, okay. So then create.
I'm saying what he created. I can't remember. I'll look it up when I'm done eating. But what he's talking about there is disorder. It's the word Hebrew word for disorder. which is either tohu or bohu. I think it's
But
bohu.
it says God is not a god of confusion. Why would he create confusion, chaos, discord?
Well, that's the question. I mean, maybe we have the answer, maybe we don't.
What was the passage, Eric?
I think it's I love the idea that God hides a matter and that a king searches it out. That's the difference between nobility
Is it
and
Isaiah 53?
the reference that I just said, or which one?
Yeah, one that you just said Eric wanted to. Not you, the other one.
Oh, the other Eric.
Eric with the C?
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't think you wanted to know it. You're the one that said it.
Oh,
Oh crap! I can't even type LOL. Danielle. Okay, so this verse. Oh, well, actually, Eric, you brought this verse. Okay, so I was addressing this. I think it was yesterday in the EU debate group. So, again, this goes back to the whole darkness and light, and darkness is the absence of light. Now, what does it mean to create an absence of light? Well, you could say, okay, so let's say, the Bible says God is light, and sometimes we say that the sun creates shadows, but the sun doesn't create shadows on its own. It creates the shadow when there's an obstruction to the light. And the fact that the light is radiating down, it creates the difference between light and darkness. So, this goes back again to Genesis 1 as well, where God created light, and there was a difference there between light and darkness, and he called the light, light, and the darkness, darkness. So, in a sense, it seems like the only way you can actually create darkness is through kind of a figure of speech to say, well, the light is, or to think of it in the sense that the light is differentiating. There are patches of darkness which we call shadows, but the sun isn't actually. There's nothing there for the sun to create. The sun is creating the light, and that's creates.
Well, can't you argue that everything was darkness, and it's not really an absence of light? Light is just added to it as another created thing. So everything is darkness, and then when light comes along as a created thing, they're both actually two different things. I mean,
this is how we read Genesis 1. Oh, go ahead.
darkness is just nothing. It's not like a shadow or something. It's not.
but it doesn't mean that it's not something.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Well, you're saying it's nothing. I'm saying, what if it isn't nothing? What if it's what it is? Darkness is what everything is, and then light comes
Hey,
along.
like if it's or buts or candies and nuts, then every day would be Christmas. I mean, what if? It is what it is.
Aaron, did you say darkness is something?
I said darkness is something.
Oh, okay. Genesis 1. There's the easy reading of that is like makes it sound like God created the heavens and the earth filled with darkness, but
Yeah.
when it's depending on how you read it, the grammar there, I think I was watching a lecture on this, and it's like there's actually a a hyphenated clause in there, or whatever you call it. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was filled with darkness, yada yada yada, and then another dash, and then it goes on.
The earth
And then
became.
how God infused the creation.
Well, now, this isn't our issue for me, although this is kind of getting away from Theodicy, but
Not
Okay.
really. Not
in
really.
Isaiah,
Wait. I just want to say right off the bat that I am definitely a fan of the gap theory. I definitely, I
really?
definitely believe that
Okay.
God created the world
Okay.
perfectly, and that
Oh, okay. Well,
hold on. It reached a state of disorder, and Genesis 1:2 is about that recreation.
oh, okay. Well, if you agree with that, then I actually wrote a piece on this, so where I compare everything about it. It seems to me that Genesis 1:1 says something, and then you have an indefinite period of time, and then Genesis 1:2. Now, the reason for this is that there is another creation verse. There's one in Psalms, but there's also one in Isaiah, and the words there are tohu and
Tohu v'bohu.
yeah, and one means made and the other means create. And there's this
No, those two are disorder and chaos. Or
yeah. But
wasted. Yeah.
There's tons of echoes going
It
on.
actually says in Genesis, and the word was without the earth was without form and void. But in Isaiah, it actually says, using the exact same Hebrew words, God doesn't create the earth that way.
Yeah, the world
It
was
actually
not
says-
created to be both. The world was not created to be both.
Yeah.
That's
It
what
says he
Genesis
doesn't-
1:2 says, is that the world became. That is the
Right,
verb clause.
the word there is actually became in Hebrew, correct? Yes, exactly. So it almost seems like there was the angels. The angels were judged first. The judgment came upon the angels, and then humans were created, and then the world was different in that sense. So
And it
it
was the
became-
angels that had fallen before that precipitated the fall of the humans.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I looked into Isaiah and this passage, and to me it seems like it's kind of saying, I didn't create the earth in vain, and it actually talks about how the angels rejoiced over it when he first created it. So he created the earth perfect. He didn't create the earth in chaos, basically. So that's the gap theory, right? I don't know how that has to deal necessarily with Theodicy, except that
That's very good.
I was just going to say, it definitely deals with theodicy because it shows a God that doesn't make a broken toy. The toys get broken, but they're not made that way.
But why doesn't he fix it? Why does it take millions of years for him to fix it?
No, wait. You're again rejecting personhood. You don't just snap your fingers and make a person better. You either
Why
work
not?
with them, because you either work with them.
Why not?
I'm trying to tell you. You either work
It's
with
echoing. I'm so sorry. It's confusing me.
You got to mute. You either work with them, or you negate their personhood and their free will, and overcome the very purpose for which they were created.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't really see that.
It really is that. I mean, it's not that complicated. The fact is, you're not to be violated like that. You're not. That's
It
not
wouldn't be a
your. That's
violation.
not your ontology. Your
I've actually
ontology
asked
is
God to do it. It's not really a violation.
I'm gonna answer
Kind
a
of what I
question.
want.
You don't let me finish what I'm saying. You need to understand that the ontology is not to be a puppet on strings. Our ontology is to be a volitional creature. And because of that, God can't just deny our volition. In order to fix our volition, we need to accept that fixing and go through the steps necessary.
Well, but if free will equals this corruption and stuff like that, then why can't I just be like, I don't want it, take it? I don't want free will. Especially if it leads to hell. I mean...
That is what hell is.
What is hell? Sorry?
Hell is when you've totally given yourself over to the darkness, where you don't want to choose, where you don't want to be.
Okay, so I guess I'm in hell because I'm asking God to take away my free will so I can just go to heaven. I don't see how that...
Yeah, what he's saying there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, is by giving up your free will, you're wanting to give away your ontology, your existence, your personhood, your very being.
Yes.
Right? That's what hell is. Hell is that moving. At least I love The Great Divorce by C.S. Lewis, but it's that moving away from true existence. We're moving away from God, right? And what he's saying is,
how is that moving away from God?
Because God is the
being
definition of existence and volition.
But I'm saying I want to give up my free will so I can just have the relationship with God.
But then it's not a relationship. What kind of relationship do you have with the computer program?
What? How is it not a relationship?
Tell me.
I want to die to self. I would rather die to self. I would rather not have free will than have any chance of not having a relationship with...
Okay, so you want to make yourself a blow-up doll for God, is basically what you're saying.
I didn't hear what you said.
And I'm not trying to be too graphic or anything like that, but you basically want to make yourself a blow-up doll for God, or a Barbie doll, or whatever.
That's what you're saying?
That is
I don't
what you're
view
saying.
it that way. I don't view it that way at all.
You may not view it that way, but that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, Vincent? Do you think that's what I'm saying?
I was just gonna type something in the chat that if you want self to die, then Buddhism is the right religion for you.
Well,
Or Buddhist, Christian.
Yeah,
That's true.
Buddhism. Right. That you ceasing to exist, going into the ethereal.
Well, I mean,
Well, it's not material. You're getting rid of ego.
yeah, I think I think you're missing my point. Not Vincent, the other people, and you have names, but there's lots of you.
To die to yourself doesn't mean give up your volition, your volitional agency. It means you die to everything that is corrupting and influencing you to choose the wrong thing.
You're still missing what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Okay.
If there's a God that exists, and he's out there, and he's my heavenly Father, I'm his child, he loves me, I would rather give up my free will than be allowed to make a choice that would make sure I never have a relationship with him. That's what I'm saying.
That was the whole point of the tree of good and evil. The tree of knowledge of good and evil was so that we could see the very thing that you just said.
But they didn't choose they didn't give up their free will for God. They chose to go against God.
They chose to be a slave to sin.
Yeah, but I didn't. I was forced into it. I didn't ask for it. I want out of the game.
Yeah, in that you never have to make that choice ever again. Now you know the other side. Now it's all, their journey was from heaven into hell, which is rather traumatic, to be honest with you. But a journey from hell into heaven, that's just better and better as every day passes.
What, you think Adam and Eve went to hell?
I keep trying to define hell for you, and I don't think that you're quite grasping what I'm saying. Hell is a state of mind.
Okay, you don't think hell is a literal place?
Of course not. That place belongs to bodies. Okay.
Then where does Satan and his angels end up?
You keep using words that refer to corporeal existence. We're talking about geometry here, and there is none.
Well, I don't know. The Bible seems to indicate that God created a place for the angels that rebelled against him.
You both can't be muted at the same time, or else there's gonna be huge echoes. Hey Daniel, I want to say some few things here. First of all, to go. Okay, let me say both of these before you address either, because I know you probably want to address this first one real quick. But to say you don't want free will is to go against God's will, because obviously He does want you to have free will. Okay, and I'll say that out the outset. There's more debate we can have over that. The second thing is that I think the first mistake he made was to say, if there is a God out there, that no, there isn't a God out there. God is not a being in addition to your being. God is the innermost reality of who we all are, and He's the creator, the heart of our hearts, the mind of our minds. God is not out there somewhere where He can impose something on it, and He gave you a mechanism of free will and deposited it inside of you. You who are a fully created being, and He deposited a mechanism called free will, and He can just take it back out of you.
What about miscarried children? What about miscarried children?
The what?
What about a miscarried child? They don't have free will?
That's the result of death being introduced into this reality.
Okay, well that's what I'd rather have. Can I have that, please? I want out of the game.
But God gives life. It's not in His nature to give you death.
But you're missing the point.
I don't think that we are. I think the thing is that you're not really hearing or receiving. Okay. It's not that we don't get it. It's that, and I really do think I hear what you're saying. What you don't understand is what you're asking, and we're trying to frame it for you. And I just don't think that you're grasping the metaphysical reality.
I don't think I'm asking what you think I'm asking.
What are you asking exactly?
I'm not. Okay.
What is for God to take?
I'm not. Okay, I'm not speaking in the literal sense of God taking away my free will. I'm saying I would rather not have any free will then if there is truly a God out there who loves me, not have a relationship with
But
him.
we wouldn't be human. There wouldn't be a relationship possible, right? I mean, what kind of relationship do you have with Windows 7? Windows 98, right? Like,
Perfect.
A pretty
like-
good one. Well, Windows
Wait,
8. I couldn't
Wait.
stand it.
You said you don't want God to take away your free will, but you want God to take away your free will. That's what it sounded like.
No. That's not what I said.
What, mate?
I said
It sounds like to me she's saying she'd prefer to be dead than to be allowed free will and to sin using their free will.
yes. Yes. Thank you.
Well, I don't think we can go out of existence because, okay, for one thing, to use your free will, and I said this yesterday, to use your free will to decide I don't want to have free will, is to validate your free will and invalidate it at the same time. It's a logical contradiction.
Yeah.
I think what you really want is to die to yourself, like you were saying before, but you misunderstand what that means.
Okay. What Vincent just said is what I mean, and in regards to what it is, here's what I'm trying to explain. I am very quickly, due to a lot of how Christians treat people is certainly part of it, the problem of suffering, the idea that Christians exhibit the fruits of the Spirit that I don't see them exhibiting, and I see that far more from atheists. I'm moving towards atheism because, well, I should say I'm moving towards like a theistic, agnostic atheism, which makes no sense, but I'm moving towards agnostic theism, but I take some of my philosophical arguments from atheism, I guess, or rational arguments from atheism. And if, in fact, I move to a point where I no longer believe in Jesus, now I'm in danger of whatever judgment or hell or whatever is coming. And I'm saying I would rather have never existed or have been the miscarried child or have died when I was 5 years old when the kids tried to kill me or whatever than to have to go through all this suffering that I've gone through, which eventually pushed me into not believing in Jesus, which eventually gets me to the judgment, which now I find very unfair because I tried.
It sounds like your own personal tree of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil.
I don't believe. Well, you know that's not my theology, and it almost seems like you're feeling like you have to choose between this really hateful theology and atheism. Sometimes when you're talking about it, and
I feel like Christianity is a very hateful theology, so I guess that would be true. I find the Old Testament to be absolutely atrocious. I don't think that Jesus is anything like the God of the Old Testament. I don't believe in the God of the Old Testament. I don't think he exists. I think the problem with Christianity is that it's fused with Judaism. I think if Christianity was centered and structured around Christ specifically as their cornerstone, that it wouldn't be such a violent, horrible religion. And
that
really
has fueled, that has been dangerous in history. And I know it's
come on! I'm not being anti-Semitic. That's not what I'm saying.
I know. That's not what I'm saying either. But I'm saying, though you can't make I don't know how to make a direct connection there where I can say that you would follow the same path, but historically it just has not borne out very well. Like Marcion was not a very pleasant guy. He took the same path, and like I told you before, and I know this might sound like Godwin's law, but the theologians who preceded Hitler were erasing the Old Testament and parts of the New Testament that referred to the Jewish roots and all that, and it led to some pretty devastating crap.
Okay,
I think once you divorce those two, and the Jews get a bad rap. I mean, I can give you a link to this debate, but this guy made some pretty good arguments for how the law actually led them to be far more peaceful, because by the time the 4th century came about, they could not handle stoning people, and any Sanhedrin that would do death penalty within like more than one within 7 years or something like that would be considered too bloodthirsty to rule. And I think you're making, I think you're being a little unfair.
It's a
Okay.
You're making a caricature without seeing the fullness of it, I think, is one thing that Justin's really coming down to, right?
I'm trying to explain what I'm saying, which isn't probably what you think it is.
May
I'm
I chime
saying-
in real quick? Or,
Go ahead.
Are you sure? You can finish, Danielle.
I was just going to say, I'm saying Christianity should be based on the teachings of Jesus and his example, and that's it.
Right.
Well,
Well, and then
It is.
Okay. It is
It
right,
is.
and
No,
And
it's not.
but all the other stuff is a pattern that kind of flows outward from his life,
Well,
both in the past and future.
I
I think she's saying she wishes that Christianity was based more on the example of Jesus more than the scripture itself.
which
like
is
word.
based on it's based on scripture.
right.
These people hold to the Old Testament, and then they'll be like, well, this law was, abolished, but this law wasn't abolished. Oh wait, no, none of the laws were abolished. And you have all these different views on what it is.
We
And
read
I'm saying,
Okay. May I chime in?
Issues.
yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Attitudes. Go ahead, Eric.
Okay. There's been a lot said, and we kind of jump. There's a lot of objections. And so I kind of want to go backwards and come back forward. I think earlier, Danielle, when you were talking about giving up your will and not wanting to exist with a free will, if it means sin, like if you're a child, if he's your father, if you're his child, and all these things, but it's that's what makes you a child, is him bestowing upon you that will, being made in his image. That's what allows you to have that relationship. And as far as like the Old Testament and this New Testament, Justin brought up Marcianus Phenope. Beautiful bring up. I was actually trying to think of his name, and I was drawing a blank on it until he mentioned it. The church actually wrestled with this in the, whenever he was, I think 2nd century there about. I might be off. Because what Marcion was doing was he was a bishop of Sinope, and he was creating a new interpretation for it. He believed the Old Testament was completely literal. Everything had to be read literally. And when he did that, he said, well, this doesn't match up with what Jesus said, which is true, because Jesus himself said, you have heard it said, but I tell you, and directly contradicting something, right?
Yes,
Eye for an eye.
exactly.
Eye for an eye is a perfect example. The Old Testament said, an eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. And Jesus says, well, you have said, but I tell you to love your enemies instead. And so Marcion, when he approached the Old Testament this way, he said, well, these are two different gods. Let's get rid of it and only have the Old Testament. I only have the New Testament. And the other bishops, the church at the time, dealt with this and said, you're misreading it, right?
That's not really what I'm saying.
No, it's what the church was saying. I'm sorry. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm giving an answer to the objection.
Okay, go ahead.
With two different gods. And so the church's answer to this was saying, listen, Christ himself, he is the Word. He is the Logos. He is the perfect revelation to man of God. And we interpret all things through him, right? We don't interpret the scriptures, right? And so when we look back at the Old Testament, right, we see other things. And so we see the flood, and we realize it was about baptism and all death and destruction being washed away in ourselves.
Okay, I don't believe in the flood, but go ahead.
But you don't have to, right? However you want to interpret the flood motif, when we interpret through the light of Christ, it is pointing to our water.
But why does it make it seem like it's a literal story so people believe it and treat people like crap because they don't believe in it?
But see, that's a caricature, right?
Well,
the thing is,
How is it a caricature?
we are to read these with, if you want to read it as literally. What I'm telling you is the church said we look for the spiritual meanings. Those are the deeper things behind it.
Well, I agree. I think the theology should be the important part.
Okay.
But then you've also mentioned hell a couple times, and
Hell?
why? Yeah, why am I gonna I don't want a free will because if it means I go there. And I sent you that article yesterday, and for reference to the video, it was River of Fire by Calamisos. If you just Google River of Fire, it'll pop up. I have
it saved.
It's a wonderful article, and it really actually saved my faith years ago, back when I was kind of in the midst of this myself. But hell isn't just some punishment, right? When you say you want to give up your will, all these things, that is that is us experiencing. That's our distorted passions, experiencing the love of God as coals to the head.
Okay, but let's be fair here. Traditional Christianity has taught turn or burn theology.
No, it
that
has
doesn't
not.
mean it's necessarily true,
No,
but
traditional
Christianity,
no.
yes, it has. Fundamentalist, yeah.
No, that's not. But that's not traditional Christianity.
Okay, I'm not saying that in first century that's what they are teaching. Don't misunderstand me.
Don't say traditional.
Okay, fine. Modern Christianity. What do you want me to say?
Western Americans.
Yeah, okay, you're right. It's mostly an American thing, I suppose. Although definitely it was still prevailing in the church. I'll just say this. All of the views on hell, whether they make logical sense or not, seem to be talked about in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. So we have to ask what those mean.
So, why is eternal conscious torment talked about? Why does it say they're tormented day and night forever? Or to the age, whatever.
Right.
But,
yeah.
I mean...
they're tormented by the presence of God and their rejection.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Read The Great Divorce by C.S. Lewis.
I have.
Phenomenal book. Have you? Okay, let's talk about that.
I've read stuff by George MacDonald.
The Great Divorce.
I come out of universal reconciliation saved my faith once.
Yeah, but you're not holding to it anymore. A lot of your objections you're holding, but the Bible teaches ECT. The Bible teaches ECT. Therefore it's wrong.
No,
you're not holding to it anymore.
I feel like I'm being more honest. I think the Bible teaches all of them. And that seems to be very contradictory and doesn't seem to make any sense. The other thing is, I think you kind of have to get away from the Bible a bit into logic to really make arguments for universal reconciliation. I think there's some in there, but I also think there's some in there that seems to indicate that if you make the wrong choice, you're screwed.
Yeah, I'd read that article.
You're shaking his head there. Go ahead. Did you want to say anything?
I'm just trying to be honest.
I'm at Eric
That's
with
really
a K. Double horn Eric.
What I'm trying to say is that I was brought to the universal reconciliation. What's everyone laughing at? Anyway.
Double horns.
So anyway, I was brought to universal reconciliation by strict exegesis alone, primarily through interactions with Tim Hall. I was familiar with most of the philosophical arguments from Justin and Matthew for the past few years. However, I've always thought that it was kind of they didn't really. I don't think they had the high view of Scripture that I do, and they didn't have the view of exegesis that I did. So
I would agree. It doesn't seem like you, our believers, have a high view of Scripture so much. I would agree. I certainly didn't.
And that's the thing, and I've come to believe fully, and there's several people who have the same mindset that I do, that the very reason why they came to universal reconciliationism is because they began to see that ECT was a tradition that was injected into Scripture, and that Scripture itself, read without that lens of that presupposition, it very much teaches universal reconciliation, undoubtedly.
But what if you're wrong?
Hey, I'm going to heaven either way. Why do I care?
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Just questioning. Yeah. So the ECT thing in hell. I mean, I feel like I'm being more honest by saying I don't know. I'm more hopeful than I am sure. And
I don't know who did that, but that was
awesome. Yeah, so I don't know. A lot of stuff just doesn't seem as clear as it once did to me. And I will tell you that the reason that I left my faith before was because of I'm gonna wait till his thing stops doing that. Okay.
Me?
Yeah, your thing is making buzzing. And it's kind of hard to talk when it's buzzing.
I'm muted.
What? Now you're muted.
Yeah, it says when unmutes.
Now you're not muted. Okay. All right. I just wanted to say, when I heard about the Uganda bill, called the Kill the Gays bill, and I researched it, I found that there were a lot of Christian leaders in America, and that were agreeing and allied with a lot of the organizations that are working for the criminalization of that and other things that they don't like across the world because they can't do it here in America because we have this thing called freedom. Thank God for that, right? And
The state is a horrendous thing, Daniela.
it blew me out. I was just so amazed that Christians could be like that. And I had never, ever, I'd heard of all these things about Christian bloodshed in the past, but I didn't think it was going on then. And they were trying to get it so that the gay people get killed. And I think eventually it was going to be like in prison for life, just for being who they are. And I was like, wait a minute, I thought Christians always talk about how they tolerate it, hate the sin but don't hate the person or whatever. But clearly, if you're advocating for killing them or putting them in prison forever, I would say you hate them. And this really, really affected my faith. And then there was the Kidnap for Christ thing that Eric knows about, the other Eric, not Eric Collins, and how the boarding schools and Christian schools in this country, what they do with people and how they kidnap them and stuff. And then I was reading recently about the militia, the Christian militias in Africa, who the 22 beheadings by the Muslims took place because of what the Christians are doing in Africa, which is they're going and slaughtering Muslims in villages all over. And I just see it as Judaism, basically all the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity are they're causing so much bloodshed, they're causing so much harm, they're causing so much more suffering in the world, and I lost my faith. That's what happened. And it's happening again because
Well, what about when Gandhi said, I like your Christ, I do not like your Christians, they're so
sure.
Christ.
But Gandhi didn't. Gandhi just liked the teachings of Jesus. He liked them. He didn't like the followers.
Well, yeah, no, they're not actually his followers, is what I'm trying to say. You're not a Christian.
That's a job, though.
No, it's not. It's not.
Oh,
You
they're not
can't
really
just
Christian.
say, I can't say
But I
that
can say
I'm
that about anyone.
No, I can't say that I'm a Muslim if I don't believe in Allah, if I don't believe...
Yeah, but they do. This is what I'm saying. They affirm right. And then they go
they use a word, they take a name, and then they apply it to something that has nothing to do with him. I don't see how you can possibly say that they're genuinely representing him when they do not represent anything that he genuinely represented.
Okay, but here's the thing. They're being very consistent with the Hebrews, supposedly what they did in the Old Testament, which
I don't think they are at all.
It absolutely compares. They went into cities and they killed everybody. And they took the women and they forced marriages on them, which to me, because I see any forced marriage as rape, is rape. So basically, Moses was a genocidal maniac who told them to take unforced marriage to the women who they had just killed all the people in the tribe of. And I wouldn't marry somebody who was just involved in the killing of my entire family. I don't care how horrible my family was.
Okay, this issue really deserves its own hangout because this is complex. Now, I want to say, do you think Jesus was for any of that?
Do I think that Jesus was what?
For any of that.
I still didn't hear the word you're saying.
Do you think that Jesus was for any of the kinds of actions you described?
Well,
oh boy.
He seems to affirm the Old Testament, but I would say the answer would be no.
And
I don't think he was for it.
Do you think he also has the authority to define what Christianity means and who is exactly one of his and who is not?
Sure. But
And
the Hebrews
and-
were supposedly commanded by God to do these things?
Okay, I think you're getting a little confused here, because either Jesus was for those kinds of actions or he wasn't. You have to make a decision there. And if you say no, then we can go on to the next question. If you're confused about the question, then the next question...
Was Jesus the same God in the Old Testament?
Christ said that that Moses testified of him.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so either stuff was written about Moses that's total lies, and it really wasn't God who commanded Moses to do genocide and rape and all this other stuff, or
you're misinterpreting the scriptures and how the church has handed them down to be interpreted.
Actually, as far as I understand, there isn't that much difference between what we found as originals and the copies that we have.
No, I'm not talking about originals. I'm talking about your interpretation of them.
I think you have way too much faith in your own hermeneutics. I think that's what...
I'm not even trying...
You have a lot of faith in your own interpretation. A lot of faith.
I'll stop now.
I listen to all sorts of commentaries and stuff on this stuff, and I've heard all the apologetic arguments, and I'm not convinced. It really seems like God commanded them to do these things. It really seems like God had a lot of laws set up that involved killing people he didn't like, or people that were doing certain sins.
I'm refusing to get into that subject because I know that will take over the rest of the show. So I want to know whether you think Jesus was for those kinds of actions that you described or not.
If Jesus
Are
is
you
the God of
about
love,
that, or do you believe that?
If Jesus is the origin of love, my answer is no.
Okay. Now, next question. Do you believe that he had the authority to define who was one of his followers and who was truly of his and who wasn't?
Of course.
Okay. Now, when Jesus said, "There will be many who call me," he say, "Lord, Lord," but did not do the works of my Father, I will say, "I never knew you." Do you think that those were words attributed to Jesus?
Of course.
So, it wouldn't be no true Scotsman argument to say that if someone doesn't do the works of the Father, like in any regard, and they do the opposite, and that's the pattern of their lives, it wouldn't be no true Scotsman to say that they're not truly of his.
Sure, but that's if my presupposition that Jesus would not be okay with those actions is true. But if Jesus was okay with those actions and did command his armies to go in and do these things, then it all falls apart. And I'm afraid it seems like most of Christianity believes that.
Okay.
Because they believe the Bible is true. And
who cares what most of Christianity believes?
Well, do you believe that? Do you think that God commanded Moses to slaughter all these people and capture all the women and force marriages on them?
It doesn't matter what most Christians believe. It matters who has the guns and what they believe.
But you understand what I'm saying, right, Vincent? Like you know what I'm talking about with the Old Testament, right?
What you're saying is that you're rejecting Christ because of the actions of men who claim to be Christians.
No, I'm not saying that.
And that's what Justin was getting at. That's why he asked you who. That's why Justin essentially asked you who is Jesus.
Let me make one point. I already know that Justin believes that God commanded these acts because we've had conversations on it.
Hypersimplification.
Yeah.
My argument is that you're interpreting the events wrong, and that gets into such a detailed debate that's why I was refusing to get into it, because.
But I think it kind of has something to do with Theodicy.
Okay.
Why is there suffering in the world? Well, one of the reasons is because Christianity exists.
No, because humanity exists, right? Like, if we get rid of Christianity because people do awful things in the name of Christ, then we need to get rid of a medium of exchange. People have killed for money. Somebody just got mugged and shot. Let's get rid of a medium of exchange. Let's go back to bartering. Wait, no, we can't barter because people are going to kill because of bartering.
I'm just arguing that the
Okay,
world
you
would
can't
be
be
a
an
better
atheist.
place without
You can't be an
religion.
atheist then, Daniela.
We microchip everybody
Stalin
and
got
just
rid of
like brain
religion.
control.
Or wait, I may be getting was it Lenin or Stalin, but anyway, they got rid of religions in Russia, and look what the result was.
Okay, that no,
in
that
China,
was an
and look what the
that
result
was
was.
anti-theocracy. That isn't what I'm talking about.
Well, you're talking about getting rid of religion. What are you talking about?
Wait.
Okay, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. So
You can't
I'll
get
let
rid of
Vincent
religion
talk.
because you can't get rid of religion because it'll always originate. There'll always be a new religion appearing. It's part of our human nature.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm speaking of a hypothetical in which these religions that go around killing people just don't exist. That's all I'm saying. And I think the world would be a better place.
The world would be a better place without atheism infecting Christianity. I agree.
Sorry?
I said I think the world would be a better place without atheism infecting Christianity.
Okay, but
okay, so what Justin was getting at, and he was making some really good points, and then you just backtracked and said, but that's only if this presupposition is true, and that's what he was getting at.
But
and he was asking you, Daniela, who is Jesus?
But I know his position.
No. Okay, stop saying that you know his position or what he's going to say. Here's the question.
I'm saying I know what he's going to say.
Who is Jesus? Who is Jesus? Who is he? Who do you say he is?
I would say he is the Son of God.
Okay. And that's what he
exists.
Right. Okay, right. But what Justin is getting at is if you believe that he's the Son of God, that he came and brought humanity onto himself to restore it to himself, that he taught love, he taught enemy love, self-sacrificial love. If these are his attributes, his things, these things he teaches, right? And then he gets to define who his followers are. Like he says that, listen, some are going to say they're in my name, but they're not, right? They're false teachers. They're wolves in sheep clothing. They're these things, right? And if you allow for that, if you say it's not a true Scotsman to say that people are liars and they use deceptive means to deceive people, right? And we say, okay, this Christ.
They affirm Christ as the Son of God.
Okay, so
Daniela, do you think? Okay, assuming that there is a cosmic evil entity, do you think that this would not be in its interest to infect the good, the force for good in the world, and to co-opt it, and to go under its guise and pretend to be it in a sneaky fashion to undermine its power in the world? Do you think that it would not want to do that?
The evil entity?
Yeah.
Of course it would want to counterfeit everything.
Right.
I don't disagree.
Okay.
But just getting back to Theodicy, again, suffering exists. And if Jesus was what he said he is, and he's all love and wants to heal everybody and all this stuff, I just don't see why suffering should exist.
Okay, let me clarify something too that you quoted me from yesterday, and I have to admit it was a ping pong discussion, and I was trying to get my ideas out there in a concise way, and it's almost impossible to get that idea across in a concise way like that. But so I did state it in a way that could be easily confused. What I meant was that God knew that we fell in his act of creation. I don't mean that there was some time in our timeline where God did not know that we fell. There's never a time that God did not know that we chose the wrong path, or we rebelled against him, and so forth. I meant that God knows it through observing our actions, and in the act of creation, which is eternal, it's because God is timeless. He saw it and knew it, and he had the perfect answer for it in the midst. And it's a big pattern, like the big tapestry. And like I remember someone was mentioning the Prince of Egypt. That where Moses was dancing with the people in the desert, and they talked about the beautiful tapestry that you just look. If you just look at one little part, and you might see a dark thread or something, and it's ominous. But when you zoom out, you see the whole thing. And Christ's perfect sacrifice, the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world, he is on the throne. He is the center of everything. And he is reconciling all things unto himself.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Silence in heaven for 30 minutes. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm listening.
Yeah, God takes all suffering in the world into himself, and it transfigures it into new creation. Everything that has ever gone wrong is used and is brought up into this heavenly glory. Everything. There's nothing that has ever gone wrong that will not be necessary for the final glory. The necessary, and I don't mean that, like, when Joseph's brothers sold him into slavery, that was necessary. That ended up being necessary for the, and you can argue the famine would only occur in a fallen world, right?
Why didn't God just not have the famine happen?
But what I'm saying is, see, this is why it's so hard.
I just don't see why God didn't just prevent a famine from happening.
Can I jump in, Justin?
And let me say something before you jump in real quick. I want to make this point real quick. When you're looking at a diamond, you can't look at all its facets at the same time. You have to keep turning it around and around, and we can't give you the whole picture right in one instant. Okay, go ahead.
It just seems to me like the piece of the picture that's being missed here is that it's not as though God couldn't have. It's that this is how it's done. This is what he wants to do. This is his goal. This is his plan, and the purpose of that plan. It's more ingenious than any. It's more beautiful than any. It's more perfect than any, and has the greater reward than any. And because of that, it's more complicated than any, and it's very, very difficult to understand. Just like Justin was saying, by looking at it from different facets, you got to see it from the eternal perspective.
You're just saying that the afterlife makes up.
No, I'm not. I don't know how you're hearing that. That's a complete importation into anything I just said.
Okay. All right. Let Vincent go.
Okay. I have another little spin on it. The nature, anything that is born will suffer. It's just the nature of it. You will die. Anything that is born dies. Anything that's living, anything with a mind, it'll all die someday. It's just it isn't that God is evil necessarily. It's just it's the nature of what it is. It is what it is. It'll pass away. Yeah. It's impermanent.
Yeah. No. I see that works if there's no loving, benevolent God that cares about us. It's just what it is. I guess that's the atheist answer to it. It's just what it is.
That's really a hyper simple.
I know you're Buddhist. That's not what it is.
It's a Buddhist answer to it.
Right, but I just mean, unless if you don't believe necessarily in this afterlife and bliss that makes up for it, that's all I meant. It's just what it is because of the world.
But what I'm saying to you is, birth and death are intrinsic to being a person.
Right.
So
basically, it's part of the package.
So, as a Christian, here's the thing. At least as far as the Theodicy is concerned. So Danielle, you kind of chimed in and said, "Well, that's the atheist answer, that there is no loving God, so it just is." And the thing is, you still have these. Yeah, no, it does. See, you can't use the problem of evil to then say that, get to the fact that good doesn't exist. And that's why we're talking about privation, right? And there's a song by Switchfoot that says the shadow proves the sunshine, right? We see this evil and we go, this is evil, what is wrong? And it's because intrinsically we know there is something good. And when you get to this point, what you're doing is dismissing God, getting rid of the good because you're overwhelmed by the evil. But when you get to the point, as what Vince is saying, that death and life are just are. It's all in between, it's all part of it all. It just, it's yin and it's yang. They're both two opposing forces, and they just are. Nothing's, you're not calling anything bad. But then all the hurt and all the pain and everything that's led you to this place becomes meaningless, right? Your rape is no longer evil. It just is, right? It wasn't wrong.
It's definitely still evil.
No, not if you accept this, right? Because it's just part of evolution. Man was just created to cut, you know, it's evolution biology. He just wants to.
Else, that's evil.
No, it's not, because it's just a part of things. It's just life,
Yes,
it's death,
it is.
it's rape.
It's
Like,
annoying.
but if you're getting rid of good,
No, hold on.
you understand evil.
It's
It's
not
annoying
evil,
to me when
it's harm. Harm is what it is. It's not evil. Evil doesn't exist as a force of nature. Harm happens.
Hmm. But,
Well-
but we can't call the harm bad, because it just is. It just happens. It's a part of the world. There is no good. There's no loving God. It just all is, right, Daniela? It just
not
is.
not
No, it just
every
is.
listen, not every atheist or non-Christian or non-religious theist or whatever believes what you're saying.
But
There
that's
are
what you just
atheists.
said. It
No,
just
listen.
is.
There are atheists that say things are evil. Okay? And I feel like you're moving towards the argument that if you're an atheist you can't have morality. You can. It's what
Not
it
a-
is. There is morality. There are things that are good. There are things that are bad. It's not just subjective. Not every atheist feels this way.
Yeah, so yeah, that definitely is a debate upon the objective, like having an objective good. And when you get rid of the good, like you get rid of the objectivity, right?
I'm
And that's
not
what I'm
getting rid
at.
of the good.
You don't need
But-
objective good to have morality.
Okay, so then
But I'm
we're
not
left
even
with
getting rid of
subjective
the
morality.
objective good.
But if we're into subjective morality, then I can say rape is okay because it benefits me.
No, you can't. You just can't say that.
Well, I truly believe I can.
It's morally wrong. Society has decided it is morally wrong. Thank God for that.
I think society's wrong, and one day society will evolve past that.
I'm sorry.
You know, I said I think society is wrong, and one day we'll evolve.
I
Devolve.
Oh,
think
you
you're playing devil's advocate, aren't
You're
you?
gonna say rape is
Yeah,
okay.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay, just want to make that clear.
Yeah, I don't really believe this. I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Oh, I understand. I get that part. I'm just trying to understand if that's what you're saying.
Right. So I guess and you say it's not what you believe, but when Vincent was describing these things and describing that point of view, your words, what you said was that makes sense if there is
No,
no loving God. No.
We were
What you
talking about
said-
birth and death. We weren't
Right.
talking about rape.
We're talking about good and evil, right? We're talking about the
No,
problem of
we
evil
were
and
talking
suffering.
about birth and death. That's
talking
all
about
Vincent was
theodicy.
talking about. He might have been saying something like he might
that is
expand it
his
and say he's
theodicy.
talking about good and evil.
Rape,
But we were
rape
just
comes
talking
from
about birth and
ego,
death.
and rape comes from trying to dominate another person. Basically, it's
Right,
ego.
it's a power
ego.
thing.
The evil. If you want to look for the origin of evil, look for it's ego. It's ego. It's evil.
Selfish desires.
Selfish desires. Yeah.
But why are selfish desires bad?
Oh, you're being devil's advocate, or are you actually asking that?
I'm being devil. I guess a little bit about like under this paradigm. If there is no great good, there's no living God.
Because we've
and it
decided
just
that
is.
it's bad.
Who?
We should
Who's
not
we?
harm other beings because they suffer and as we do. We should have empathy for beings that suffer as we do.
Because of empathy
Why?
that we decide that rape is wrong.
Why? Why should I be empathetic? It doesn't benefit me.
It's part of your brain. Empathy is a part of your brain unless you're a sociopath or psychopath and have it turned off.
Okay, yeah. Well, let's say I'm a psychopath then. So what do we do? Like,
Well, I would say
Just
that a
like-
psychopath. Hold on, I would say that a sociopath. I would say that a sociopath or psychopath is not responsible for the things that they're doing. They don't have a choice in the matter. They have no empathy.
right? Okay, so then there's no objective good.
Why
Like
is
we
my?
said.
Why am I just like flashing? Everything's flashing.
But and we kind of went off on a bit of back and forth tangent there that I didn't mean to go off of. But when Vincent was describing birth and death, we were talking. What prompted that was you're asking about suffering and these things, and he described these things, and your response was, then that makes sense if there is no loving God, right? Then you're like, okay, all the evil and suffering in this world makes sense if there's no loving God.
That is the whole point of Theodicy. That's what I'm trying to say. It makes sense that it's here. It makes sense because of the evolutionary process. But
Okay.
if you throw a loving God in there, it doesn't make sense anymore. That's,
And that's
what
my
I'm
point.
trying to say.
And I hear you. And I hear you. And I hear what you're trying to say. What I'm saying is it doesn't logically follow, right?
What Dustin just
because
said.
because
All is just, even with all the explanations I gave, it still doesn't make sense.
a world of suffering makes no sense if there's a loving, benevolent, all-powerful God.
I've produced many arguments here, and you're giving a simplistic premise that you started out with as if I didn't even give any of those arguments.
I'm resisting the urge to go hui again.
I just made it simplistic so you
Were they convincing arguments? That's the problem.
I think they are, but I mean, she may disagree, but I would like them to be interacted with and addressed and stuff.
What's that? What'd you say?
Okay, give me an argument.
Sorry. Okay.
My argument is simply this: is that nobody has the vantage point from which to judge God, and we can accept.
My vantage point is God doesn't.
Whoa! You want me to give you something or what? Okay, it's that we don't have a vantage point to question God or to ask Him what's up with what, simply because we're not God, and so that things can seem a certain way to our limited faculties, and that doesn't change the fact that He's still God and we're not. And I don't really have a problem with not knowing these things because I don't have a right to all of these things. He might give me that privilege. I have a right to nothing. I have a right to absolutely nothing. I don't even have a right to exist, but He graciously grants me that. So
Okay.
I don't need to question Him.
Can I say something before I need to? There's some duties I've been neglecting, and my wife's bugging me about it. But I wanted to say something before I leave you with this. Is that the multifaceted aspect of all of this, and there's no, I mean, anyone who acknowledges this issue must acknowledge that this is multifaceted and so complex. You know, whatever side you fall down on.
Sure.
Okay. Because it's so beyond our immediate comprehension, we have to make an act of will to, first of all, accept the facts of existence, accept the implications. I mean, the arguments for the existence of God go beyond mere Theodicy and such, that they can be established through multiple avenues. And so if you accept that God exists, then you have to, further try to reconcile that existence with suffering and so forth. And this requires a moral act as well. To, like, this gets into what Eric was saying about you submit your mind to be renewed, and it's like a kind of a celestial staircase where you have to come up and see. Like that scripture says, come up higher and I will show you some more things. You come up from a higher perspective and you're able to see more in one glance than you were able to before, to capture in one. And until then, you're going to be thinking more one-dimensionally about everything.
Okay, but I'm saying with no presuppositions this time is what I'm trying to say. You can argue that I'm presupposing God doesn't exist, but I'm saying there isn't evidence in science that God exists. We haven't found God.
The end-all, be-all. That's logical positivism, that's scientism. Sorry, I got my levels confused with that. It's baseless.
It's a misuse of the word science. Hey, it's a misuse of the word scientific.
Give me a reason to believe there's a God.
It's a misuse of the word scientific. The existence of God falls far outside the purview of science, which is based upon hypotheses that are verifiable by repeatable experimentation.
Science is based
so you want God to start jumping through your hoops in order for you to believe in Him?
No, let me put it this way. In the Old Testament, supposedly God acted directly with people. Why doesn't He do that anymore? Maybe more people would believe if He did that.
It was a rare occurrence even then, and it went 400 years of silence without any prophet. By the way, it was one prophet here and there amidst a whole generation of people, and it's one on the face of this earth. I mean, just because you have a stream of literature that follows the highlights of God's interaction with His creation doesn't mean that it was ever, at any time, ever normative for Him to interact directly like that.
But, again, all I hear from you guys on the argument is our ways are not God's ways. We don't see the whole picture.
That is not even close to what I get.
Well,
there's so much more, and I don't know.
No. Okay, sorry for being simplistic. I'm not saying it's not a complex issue. I'm not saying there's not a lot of arguments for it. But particularly from Eric, what I've heard, not Eric Collins, the other one, is God's ways are above our ways, and we can't understand it without whatever, and we have to presuppose there's a God because blah. And I'm saying, I'm not presupposing there's a God anymore.
Let me clarify. What I'm saying is God is written into our existence. We're not necessarily, I don't know if I could put it in the category of presupposing it, because presuppositionalism is a form of understanding where other people stand in their creation. As far as my understanding of God and who He is, it's by virtue of who I am, by virtue of my existence, I know my Creator is. And it's presuppositionalism is what says that everyone else knows that as well on some level. But presuppositionalism and that knowledge are two different things. That knowledge is just, it's there and there's no denying it. And
are you saying a knowledge of God?
I'm saying that we have to put more effort into disbelieving God than we have to believe.
I don't think so. That's the problem. This is what I'm trying to say.
There's I want to leave on this note. It's been shown that even kids that even who aren't taught about monotheistic God actually believe in a God like that, a classical theist God. But anyway, I can't be on here anymore. But it's been a nice talk, and we've covered so many dimensions of this, and I'm really satisfied with how it's shaped up. So.
Okay, well, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
We're glad you
sorry if I made things simplistic.
And if I may, I know Justin and Eric are going on different things there. I just wanted to, I don't know, I feel like where I was going with one thing, maybe I didn't sum it up well, or it's kind of got cut off, and I just wanted to say, what I was attempting to say earlier, Daniela, was that when we look out into the world and we see all this evil and this suffering, and then conclude that, well, it's only a problem because a good God exists, and if He doesn't exist, well, then that makes sense because everything just is. Well, like, that's not, like, so this isn't an actual theodicy to help solve that problem, but what I'm saying is we can't then jump over to the idea like, okay, well, that's just satisfactory, everything just is. Because when you reach that conclusion, then evil and suffering just is, then you...
That's not true.
Then you don't have this reason to be upset about it, right? So
no,
it kind of it defeats itself. You're upset at
I have a reason to be upset with it. It's because of people that evil exists.
Suffering is a nature of anything that is born, but evil is an act of ego. It's a choice.
And you know what? I think a lot of people here, including myself, have tried to defend that position. And defend that it does come from people, and it does come from choice. And we've said free will, and every time we've said free will, Daniela then objects to it and says there isn't free will, God commanded it. But
I never said there isn't free will.
There's a limited kind of free will.
I actually think I believe
in free will. You've objected to the free will theodicy.
No, I've said that I'd rather give up my free will than end up in hell. What I'm saying...
So the answer to say, okay, there's a God who created free will, and free will caused evil, and because of that, now I don't want my free will to be in this evil place. So the answer to that then is to be like, well, there is no God, but there is free will, and it's evil exists because of it.
Okay, I'm not saying there isn't free will. This is what I'm trying to say. Not saying that. If there's a God, I would say...
I didn't say that. I'm sorry. Maybe I misspoke or said it too fast. I wasn't saying that you said there was no free will.
It's fine. I would say if there is a God, I probably would believe in some form of compatibilism. But, I mean, ultimately, I think the reason for suffering in the world is people.
Okay.
Compatibilism?
So if people are responsible for evil, then the objection that like God caused it can no longer stand because you accept that it was from people.
If God doesn't exist, then God doesn't cause tsunamis and earthquakes and tornadoes and natural disasters that kill thousands. But if God does exist, He causes that, or He allows it. That's problematic to me. We're talking about like 250,000 people were killed in a tsunami what was it, like 7 years ago or something?
The very people that
2008.
his purpose.
2006, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, David Benton Hart read, but I actually just finished his book. It was called The Doors of the Sea, where it was God in the tsunami. It's
Well,
pretty
lots
short
of
read.
people said it was his judgment against America was caused to them because of like homosexual marriage or whatever. That's what they're saying about the earthquakes in Nepal.
So what?
I'm just saying, which is ridiculous, right? But God still is allowing these things to happen. Why?
What makes
Why? If he's such a loving God. It's
If
so
God is
pointless.
problematic to you, then it's better off to say God doesn't exist. If it's problematic to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
If it becomes like problematic to me to believe in a God, because now I have to say, he allows tsunami to kill 250,000 people or something, it's easier and perhaps better to say there is no God.
I would say eventually he'll straighten you out one way or the other, but it's a lot easier to go willingly.
Well, I don't want to go through the judgment, but again, like I said, this is why I wish I was the miscarried child, so I didn't have to go through this whole situation and possibly become an atheist.
No,
I can go through judgment and find out what hell really is.
But wait, then you wouldn't be that number of kings and priests of that place of honor. You would be the ones being ministered to by the kings and priests.
I know, I wouldn't be the elect. I get it.
What I'm saying is life here on earth is an opportunity to be a part of a very, very privileged few. And I love that idea. I run with it, and
That's
it's like,
called
wow, it's all,
exclusivity.
that's why I'm a monarchist, because it's all of
Exclusivism.
God and not of me.
Why are all the religions exclusivitism?
It's
Not
not
all religions,
exclusivism.
It's not
So, okay.
exclusivism, it's a hierarchy.
Yes, it is. You have a higher. You're God's chosen
Hierarchy,
people.
that's not exclusive, it's inclusive. It's just a hierarchy.
Well, according to most Christians, it's not including everyone. But even if it is, you're special. You're special. That's exclusivism.
Yeah, well, everyone's special in their own way.
But you're saying your group is special. It's just like the Hebrews saying they're God's chosen people. That
Hey,
is
I think atheists are really special. Don't they make Olympics for them or something?
Actually, atheists are really hated. Atheists are persecuted probably more than anybody. You can't even be a president. You can't even have a position.
I'll give you a fact. Atheists are the most distrusted group in America. Okay.
Yeah, you can't even be a politician if you're an atheist.
What do you expect?
You have to like pretend to be a Christian to become a politician if you're an atheist.
Thank you, Daniela. So what did you just say? Pretend to be a Christian to what? Be a politician? So to run a state, to run a monopoly on violence, one had to pretend to
Okay, well, I
believe
believe in the government, so if we're getting into that.
Well, we don't have to get into that, but I mean, it is a monopoly on violence. Obama, the King of America, said it. But
did you say the King of America?
Well, yeah. He's done what? How many executive orders?
That's true.
How many times has he bypassed Congress?
I don't actually like. Right? I don't really like.
But anyways, you just said that somebody had to pretend to believe something they didn't.
Well,
right? That just goes into what you were saying earlier when you had objections because all these bad things were done in the name of Christianity. Right? I just wanted to bring that. I just wanted to tie that in. You just accepted that people lie about belief systems in order to do horrible things.
Well, actually, I'm making an argument that most atheists don't lie about it because most atheists are not politicians.
I would disagree.
Well, okay.
I would say that the vast majority of politicians that claim to be Christians are actually atheists. Either that
There's
or
no evidence.
something else. Well, I mean, I firmly believe that Obama is a Muslim, but I mean, that just
really, he's a Muslim. Okay.
Oh man, you're.
Oh my gosh. I think he might be an atheist, to be honest, but.
Well, that's an acceptable option as well.
There's a closet homosexual as well, right?
Probably.
All right.
Cool non sequitur.
I think he's probably asexual. Actually, he doesn't seem like the guy to get his swirls.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well.
Yeah, I know. That's ridiculous.
Okay, none of that really has to do with Theodicy.
But it's pretty fun.
All I'm saying, and Vincent pretty much hit it on the head, is if it's more problematic to believe in God, why should I believe in God? And the reason I should believe in God is so I don't go to hell. That's,
No. You didn't you say earlier you were a universal reconciliationist?
Sure.
Okay, well, then don't like dismiss your own beliefs and latch onto something that you think is false.
Well, since I'm questioning everything, I am perhaps even dismissing my own beliefs.
Okay, but you're latching onto something that you believe isn't true to then say
honestly, I don't know what I believe. I don't know what I believe. There are parts of me that see the suffering in the world and think, you know, maybe there is an eternal conscious torment, hell. Maybe Calvinism is right because, you know, my sister has a perfect life, basically. She's really never had anything wrong happen, and I've been through lots of abuse, and she's a Calvinist. Yeah. And it to me, sometimes I think, well, maybe there is a God and he kind of hates some of us, and that's why my life has been so difficult. And that's why other people, I mean, it kind of explains the idea of why some people have harder lives than others, why some people suffer more. Well, the elect are chosen.
David was anointed king years before he took the throne, and he ran from Saul. He was homeless and destitute.
Okay.
I mean, like, or the people of Israel were in the desert for 40 years. But so
that's not I'm not saying just the elect. I'm not saying just the elect have like perfect lives. There's definitely going to be elect who are going to suffer a lot. I'm just saying maybe God hates some people more than others. That's what Calvinists seem to claim, and sometimes I see that as making a lot of sense for the suffering in the world. And when you take that to the extreme, you get to eternal conscious torment of hell. And it's like, you know, it would bring some joy to the people. You know, it would suck to see their family members writhing in pain, but eventually they might get to a point where they would see it as, well, God saved me from that, so that's great, yay, joy. I don't think that I would get to that point. But
here, give me 1 second. May I read something from
no worries.
A really dear friend of mine?
Okay.
Just give me 1 moment. I gotta find it.
But I'll just say this: when I was indoctrinating Christianity, they created a child version of hell, where we wouldn't have our mommies and daddies. No one would kiss our boo-boos. There were no nightlights in hell. And they told us, have you ever like burned yourself on a stove? Well, imagine that, as if we could possibly even imagine that, times 1,000 or whatever. And the thing is, the idea of hell is so atrocious, but it's what I was brought into. And I'm pretty sure it's still the vast majority of Christians believe it. Now, does that make it right? No. But they're going around telling people that that's what's going to happen to them if they don't trust in Jesus now, and that just doesn't seem right.
That's fallen humans that want a greater sense of significance for themselves, to take it into their own hands, to do God's work for them. That's a work of the flesh. That's not a work of Christ.
Yeah. So, Danielle, I definitely hear you talking about the Calvinists and ACT a couple different times here, and I know the history and the past of those people and those debates, and I definitely just want to point out. So you had these beliefs about Jesus. You believed in at least a hopefulness, right? And you believed in his goodness and that he loved all people. But then you're moving over towards what these people believe, saying that's true, and then saying, but because that's true, everything isn't true because that's just morally inept. And so I would just want to caution you against.
What am I moving over to? I want to understand what I'm moving over to.
Believing ECT. At least that's what you said. You said you were questioning.
Oh, okay.
You were dismissing your other beliefs and you were re-questioning that.
I agree with you, Vincent. If there is a God, it's definitely love. But I was going to say, all I'm saying is kind of a devil's advocate thing, but kind of just saying, if I look at the world and I see all the suffering and I see how unfair it is, how some people are born with a silver spoon and other people are struggling on the streets from birth, I start to almost see Calvinism as making sense.
Okay.
And if I see Calvinism as making sense, and I take that to the logical conclusion, which is illogical, but if I take it to the logical conclusion of hell, I start to see, hey, maybe that could be true.
Can I? You had mentioned what prompted me to want to read this. I don't know if it's okay. I'd like to read it for you.
No
It's very,
problem.
very short. It's very short. It's a dear friend of mine sent it to me. It was a conversation he had, and what prompted me to say this was when you said like there would be people in heaven. You said they would enjoy seeing people in hell because like then they would know that they were rescued from that. And so
that they wouldn't enjoy seeing people in hell. They just enjoy the fact that they were rescued from it.
okay. Well, so along the lines, seeing that hell exists and that they weren't in it brings them joy. And so here's what this says. It says, this is my buddy speaking. He says, here's an excerpt from a conversation I had with Father Silvio a while back along these lines. He said, and this is now the priest speaking, now in regards to your second question, yes, people will not change and will not relent after death. But that doesn't mean they can't be taken out of hell. Not because of themselves, but because of those who love them. That's the language that God understands the best. Sacrificial love. For the love that others will show to those in hell, hell will be emptied out. After all, hell is an infringement on heaven. Ask yourself, will your heaven be real heaven if, let's say, your family is not there with you? Heaven will not be heaven. Heaven will not be heaven truly until hell ceases to exist. Not to mention that every soul in hell is pain to God and to His saints who love all. So is taking someone out of hell like an infringement on the free choice? Well, that's thinking in wrong terms. Think in terms of love. Will not taking someone out of hell be an infringement on God's love? As I put it to my students, if I end up in heaven and my daughter in hell, then sign me up for hell. My heaven would already be hell. Hell is not being with those whom you love, by the way. That's the bond of heaven, love. St. John of Chrysostom says that the happiness of heaven is seeing the faces of others around you, and each of them the face of God. Hell is not seeing any faces, being alone. That's why we pray for the dead. They can't do anything for themselves because they can't repent. But we can do everything for them. We can inscribe them firmly in our love. We can take them to heaven. When, like so many saints, we pray that we don't go to heaven unless the others will. We become like God, and we make the others part of us, of our own being, of our own happiness. That makes them part of God too. As the saying goes, to heaven we go alone, to heaven we go together.
Yeah. Well,
and so all I wanted to read that for, the point I was just making was just the idea of people being in heaven and seeing hell and yet rejoicing. I don't think completely computes. If love is the grounding of being, if it is becoming like God in His love, then that ideal of seeing people tormented and then just be like, "Whoo-wee, thank the Lord I didn't go there." That's not heaven. That's not love. That's not goodness. And that's why I wanted to read that. We just kind of said that, and I just wanted to, yeah.
I will say that I had a greater hope that everyone would eventually be in a state of perfect love.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess, ultimately that is my hope, whether there's a interpersonal God or not, is that we'll someday be in some form of perfect love where there isn't anxiety or fears or pains or sufferings or any of that anymore. So in some sense, I guess I believe that our consciousness gets there at some point, but I'm just not sure. I would say that's really just a hope. There's really no evidence for it, other than love being what I see as the most powerful force in the universe. Love perfectly unites. You can say that like people could be united in hatred, but ultimately they would also hate each other, if that were the case. So love is the only thing that perfectly unites. So I think that like the Unitarian Universalist position, that all religions have some things right and some things wrong, and love is that unity. And so it is interesting that pretty much every religion, no matter how horrible they have been in the world, holds on to this concept of love as being so powerful. You know, at the core of every religion, even Islam claims that at the core of their religion is love. So I think that the secular universalist is kind of onto something with that. And I have this hard time believing that God would harm people simply for choosing the wrong faith in the small 70 years we have on this earth. 77 years, whatever.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would agree with that last sentence. I don't think God harms anybody.
Well, what about judgment?
Well, I believe in judgment. I use the word judgment the same way that a typographer would, right? So if a typographer is typing something up and something is askew, he goes back in to fix it. He justifies the text, and what he does is set it right. He makes it correct. And so this is a lot of what we were talking about earlier, in that we're fallen in sin and corrupted by death. And so God taking on humanity, becoming man so that man may become God, finishing this project of making humans, right? He is justifying us. He is making us right. Right? So when God judges the world, it's saying that he makes all things new, that he judges the world, that he restores all things to himself. He makes judgment upon. So, and when we do that, what we are doing is pronouncing, if you want to use the Western term of the word, we're pronouncing a judgment upon what is wrong, right? The light is shining upon the darkness, and the darkness can comprehend. And so the judgment comes in and says, this is all wrong. Let me fix it. I'm going to make it right. So he pronounces judgment upon the world.
And it says that he judges in righteousness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he's righteous. He's true, and he's love. Right? I mean, so even if you want to hold to, even if you don't want to hold that view of judgment, you want to hold to more of a Western penal ideal of judgment. I mean,
I don't believe in retributionism.
So Saint Isaac the Syrian said something along the lines like, if, God, I'm gonna butcher this, but along the lines of like, God is so merciful that we dare not call him a judge, like, say he is judgmental. Like, God's mercy is what is great, and that is what he pronounces upon him. And I would say his mercy is his judgment. That's what I hold to, and how a typographer would use judgment. He shows mercy, and then by doing so, he fixes, he judges.
You don't think that God is gonna have like demons poking people with pitchforks? Right?
No, I don't.
Who believes that? Who honestly believes that? No branch of eschatology has ever asserted that.
Okay, well, there are Christians out there who believe that the devil and his angels are who carry out God's judgments against the unsaved.
Yeah, there's Christians out there that believe that they're going to be taken up into heaven by aliens. What does that have to do with the presidency of China?
Well,
forgive them.
Okay.
Forgive them for being wrong.
A fundamentalist.
Forgive them for misrepresenting Christ.
A fundamentalist view of hell is this lake of fire where people burn, not symbolic but literal, and they go through torment forever and ever and ever. And I was taught of a hell where all your worst nightmares and all your worst fears are compounded times infinity and forever. So, like, I'm scared of spiders, so my hell has spiders, and they're horrible, and they attack me forever, spin me in webs, whatever. And I'm claustrophobic.
That's more like the Greek version of Tartarus.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I said that's a very pagan view of hell. That's more like the Greek version of Tartarus.
Yeah.
I don't know. Jesus seems to indicate it's going to be really terrible, so I'm not...
Have you ever seen the movie What Dreams May Come?
That's a good movie.
Sorry?
Have you ever seen that movie with Robin Williams, What Dreams May Come?
I think so.
That's a very, very good movie.
Okay, well, I guess I'll be... The thing is, the thing that probably scares me the most is that someday I'm going to fall asleep, and when I wake up, I am going to be... Because, like, my greatest fear besides, like, spiders is claustrophobia. I'm going to be in a box, trapped, and never be out, and it's going to be darkness. But I'll be able to feel the walls, and I'll have that psychological stomach feeling that I get from being enclosed. and I'll be stuck there forever. And I can't believe in a loving God who would do that to me.
And I don't think any of the Christians here believe that either, right?
No, not
I
at all.
certainly don't. I certainly don't. And what I would say is that fear, that picture you have, Jesus is the answer, right? And so you look out of all this pain and all this suffering in the world, and you have it in yourself, and it's been done to you, and you have this fear of a greater suffering afterwards, and all these things. And I would say,
Yeah, because I was indoctrinated with irrational fears of hell.
Okay, well, and when you tell me that, what I hear is that you were born in 21st century America, like.
Yeah, but it's even the worst suffering ever. I don't know if it's...
I'm sorry, there's an echo there with a K.
It's okay. I was gonna say I don't know if it necessarily compares with all the suffering that I've been through physically, but
so this is
horrible.
a little bit. So I want to share a story. I don't know. It won't really give any answers, but I don't know. So I had this really dear friend. Her name was Mary Beth. She exhibited the love of Christ like nobody else I've ever known. She was just a beautiful friend, amazing person, and she had POTS disease, a severe case of POTS. She had been to the Mayo Clinic. She had been to there's another one too. I can't remember. A Cleveland Clinic. All these like high-end clinics, and they couldn't do anything for her. She had one of the worst cases of POTS like ever seen. She would pass out all the time. She was on high doses of pain medicine because of it. She had a port, and she had actually died a couple of times. And she actually had a testimony from this. She actually saw God and told her that she wanted to go back because her mom needed her, and then she did. Her heart actually stopped. She was declared dead, and then got brought back. And you know, I can't make. And she passed away a couple of years, or 2 years ago almost exactly. And man, it was hard, and it's been hard without her. You know, for even our church, like it's been so. She was such a light there, but I will say this: her faith saved mine so many times. Her testimony, her steadfastness, her experience had brought a light into the world that otherwise wasn't there. And so I say that to say, like, not that like so suffering is some intrinsic thing that ontologically exists, and then God is evil and it comes from him, and he makes evil, but to say that like what Justin was getting at earlier with the diamond, you know, like there are different facets that we just can't see and we don't understand, and that is true, you know, like, and I'm not trying to say that one day in the future, like in heaven everything will make sense. I mean, but in a sense that is true. Like we are fallible, right? Like we do only see things from our very limited perspective, right? I definitely am a product of my culture in so many ways. In the way I read things, the way I interpret scripture, everything is influenced by that. And my knowledge is very limited, and I don't see how everything fits together in the grand scheme of things. But because I don't see it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And my friend, I guess the point of that story with my friend is I got a glimpse, I guess, behind the curtain a little bit there. And, you know, and just, I'm not saying it makes sense of her suffering, you know, it's not, or even her death. I miss her all the time. There's so many times I wish I could just seek her advice, you know. But she did so much for the kingdom. I mean, there was one day where she went to one church and gave her testimony one time, and 25 people gave their life to Christ that night. Came to like 25 teens. They came forward and gave their life to him. And so, the amount that her life, her brief life of 20-something years of dealing with all this, how much that affected the kingdom is beyond our comprehension. How many Christians she created and how many Christians they will create, how many people she brought to the love of God she's shown on others is incalculable. We will never know this.
Okay. I really hope not to offend by this, and I'm not trying to discount anything she did. But what if one of the people that supposedly got saved comes to a point like me and decides to move towards not believing in Jesus anymore. And I mean, what if we're wrong? That this was the thing that was always brought up to me when I was more espousing universal reconciliation. What if I'm wrong? You know, I was asked once before if God is actually going to torture people for eternity, or he's going to abandon them and never ever allow them to have repentance after death. Would I believe in him? Would I worship him? And my response is no. I would pray for the actual love of God, the actual loving God to show up, because I wouldn't think that was God. And if it turned out that it actually was God, I guess I would probably beg and plead for him not to send me to hell. But
yeah, I probably the same person, one of the same groups, asked me the same question, and I can't fully remember my response, but my response was along the lines of like, that's asking me if God is actually the devil, would I then worship him? Or if God was actually Zeus, would I? You know, it's a logical fallacy that presupposes its own assumptions. So it's a. I'm sorry you would beg that question, but you asked the question of what if, and you know, I can't give you an answer to the what if, because I don't know. I don't know all things, and I don't see all possibilities. But I do know that the what if question, you know, it doesn't absolve us of faith, and you know, it doesn't, you know, because then if you become an atheist or an agnostic, the question of what if you're wrong still lingers overhead, you know, and like the people that teach, you know, hell as ECT, you know, they use that what if question all the time. Well, what if you're wrong and you didn't do steps 1 through 3 and you missed it, and now you're going to be tortured forever? What if you're wrong and I'm right? And so oftentimes the what if is
yeah, the
but
Pascal's way.
But so the what if is often most on a fear tactic, but I don't think it absolves us of faith, you know, because even if you move away, like if you say to me, well, what if I'm wrong? Therefore, I shouldn't believe what I believe because I might be wrong. Well, not believing it, the question still will remain.
I'd rather believe truth. It used to be that I would rather believe Jesus, but I would rather believe truth.
But what if you're wrong and what you think is truth isn't truth? Right? So that's what I'm saying. The what if question can't move us backwards. It can't absolve us of where we're at because it still lingers.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay. So you're bringing up kind of the Pascal's wager thing, which is like, well, what if Islam is right? And what if their hell is where people are going?
I'm not asking a what if question. You've begged it.
That's true. I did. But I wasn't bringing up necessarily Pascal's wager on the matter. I was specifically speaking of Christianity. But, like, ultimately, God would know my motive. My motive isn't that I'm against God. My motive is... And this is my argument for why I'm saying I wish I was the miscarried child and didn't have to make these choices. I don't want to be responsible for making the wrong choice.
But, and I guess that's what I was talking about a little bit earlier, is when you say responsible for making the wrong choice, is you see salvation as this ledger change, and all of a sudden if you mess up and you make the wrong choice, God's going to be angry and wrathful, and now he's going to punish you, and you're going to lose
Well, that's
your
what the Bible
salvation.
seems to indicate.
No, it does, but no, it doesn't. And you know, so I'm a little bit out of line here with Western Christianity, and so I'll say with that.
That's true.
But what I'm about to say is, like, Scripture, like, so most Protestants reject tradition, right? But I'm coming more and more aligned to it a little bit, and realizing Scripture is tradition. It's a part of tradition, and with the Scripture being handed down from the church and from the saints, there is a certain reading that we've been given by it. You know, that's why we look to the early church, we look to the saints and the fathers.
Protestants make a show of rejecting tradition. They actually are very much in control.
Yeah,
they're controlled by their tradition.
Yeah, I would absolutely. Calvinism is totally a tradition. I mean, it came from Calvin.
I would
It came from
agree.
Calvin, right? And so,
Yeah, Calvin's Jesus is the Jesus of the Bible. That's what I was told.
but it's not though. It's a Jesus of their own tradition. And so for me, my journey the last couple of years has been trying to find that, I guess, the true tradition, if you will, the tradition handed down by the apostles. Like, what is it? Like, who did Jesus appear and, to what did they say about him and those things? And so when I look at the scriptures, I'm like, okay, so where did these scriptures come from? Who handed these to me? And what did they say about it? And that's what I was bringing up with Marcion and Sinope earlier with the Old Testament and reading spiritually into them. Like the genocide. Genocide, yeah. Is there genocide in the Old Testament? Yes, there is. Is genocide morally reprobable? Yes, it is. So what does this mean? When I read this, what does it mean?
What if they weren't actually totally human? What if they were angel-human hybrids?
Oh my gosh. Are we talking about Nephilim?
Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about that particular passage of the Old Testament, I think it's rather...
I'm not talking about the flood. The flood could have possibly, I guess, been the demon hybrid thing.
Yeah, no, they were called the Sons of Anak. I mean, the Anakim. They were definitely, in my view, I think it's rather clear. A lot of people who are physicalists try to avoid this, but I think it's rather clear that these aren't, strictly speaking, humans that we're talking about. They're angel-human hybrids, and who's to say what that even means?
Yeah. And
there's no evidence of that in evolution, but okay.
I mean, and I personally I haven't looked into that, and that'd be something I'd love to hear your views on, Eric. I didn't want to get into a whole exegesis of the passage. All I was saying was when we come across these things, like for me, what do I do when I read these? Well, I read that, there might be some historical truth here, like there was probably, the tribe of Israel, they probably were at war, there was a war that happened, and the prophets, they were like, well, we won it, so it was God, He commanded it, and there's a lot of hyperbole in the Old Testament. One passage it says, and God commanded them to wipe out the Amalekites. The next passage says, and then they did. They completely, utterly wiped out the Amalekites. And then you get a couple chapters in, and it says, and so, the descendant of the Amalekites. Well, did they commit genocide or not? And perhaps maybe what we're talking here is just a little bit of hyperbole. But
I
even
think
more,
there's definitely hyperbole. I mean, you have one passage that says God commanded them to go in and rip open the pregnant women's bellies. That.
Right. But for me, what I read when I try to read those is I try to figure out what is Christ trying to teach here? How is this point back to Christ? What is the spiritual meaning underneath these things? And so, for instance, genocide. And so I don't know. This is just when I read that passage, and I'm okay. How do I apply this scripture into my spiritual life? Well, I let no evil live, right? Like I try my best to fight all evil in my own life, and I utterly wipe it out, right? So that no descendant of it can live, right? And that's the kind of a spiritual reading of the text, right? And so we have this great narrative, this myth that gives us archetypes of warriors to understand for our own lives and for our own spiritual journey, right? And and that a lot was dealt with Marcion Sinope because of the way he understood the Old Testament, and when he read it in such a literal fashion, that he wanted to get rid of it. And the church said, "Listen, we don't get rid of it because of that. We just read it differently because we know who God is through Christ." And and that's what I would point to you. So how is that relevant? Everything I just said. We read the scriptures because we know who Christ is. And so your fear about ECT and all these things, the answer is Jesus, right? Knowing who He is and understanding His character and trusting in Him and realizing that, even if you make a wrong decision, you have this big burden on you, this fear of making the wrong decision and going left when you should have gone right. And now also when you did that, now you're going to be punished and eternally tormented. But if we remember who Jesus is, that God became flesh, He made the corruptible incorruptible, through our participation in Him with His nature. If you remember that, that's who God is. God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, That's Jesus. That's God. And when you remember that, then that fear of making that wrong decision kind of dissipates because so I don't know, and I don't know what if, and I don't have it all figured out. But now I can trust the character of God revealed in Christ Jesus.
Amen,
okay.
brother.
Okay.
I think that's my theodicy. My theodicy is I don't have it all figured out, but I go back to Jesus.
Isn't that kind of what I've been saying all along?
I think so.
Yeah, I guess. I was going to say, you have, in my life though, I feel like Christianity is one of my greatest sufferings. And the more I move away from Christianity towards a just love-based theist view, or more of an atheist view, I feel like I'm capable then of being a better person, and I see a potential for far more happiness than I have now. I've never been happy in Christianity. It doesn't bring me happiness. It tortures me. What do you agree with, Sarah? Oh, the scriptures of any religion thing, is that what you agree? I just want to...
I agree too.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with they're not supposed to be a straitjacket, but to me, Christianity has been. Always. When I was growing up, because people in my church and youth group leaders or other Christian friends I had or whatever would tell me, oh, you can know... No, that's okay, no worries. You can know for sure that you'll go to heaven. You can know for sure that you're saved. And then they would show me these passages that tell you how you can know for sure these things. And I never knew for sure. That never happened. So all I did throughout all my Christianity faith was basically worry if I was saved or not.
What does it mean to be saved?
I never had assurance.
What does it mean to be saved?
Well, when I was a universal reconciliationist Christian, when I was, I don't know, maybe I still am, I'm not sure. I guess I would say I think our salvation is finalized after death. I don't think it's finalized here.
Okay, so it's not finalized here. But
yeah, because you work out your salvation with fear and trembling.
But my question was not where is it realized, what is it?
What is salvation?
Yes.
I believe it's being saved from sin and death, which is awesome. I mean, if it's true, the idea of ever being in a point where you won't ever harm anyone because you can't is awesome. I wish that's just how things were.
Okay, so if salvation is being saved from sin and death, right? And then Jesus, God, and became man and trampled down death by death and bestowed life to those in the tombs. Then through him, through his incarnation, then you can have insurance of that salvation from death. Right? He reconciled the world to himself. Right? And this is why I don't believe in limited atonement, because the problem is when you say that God's atonement is only for some people, it means he only put onto himself some of humanity. But
right,
he put on all of humanity. Right. He became human, right? And by doing so, he reconciled all of humanity, right? That gate is open, right? Like that ladder of divine ascent can be ascended by any human, because it is humans that he has, humanity he took on. And so if you're in this place like, I don't know if I'm going to be saved, that's why I was asking, well, what does it mean to be saved? And if salvation is from sin and death, then seeing that incarnation, seeing that he has conquered sin, that he's conquered death, and he's bestowed life to those in the tombs, then you can be assured of that salvation, right? What you're mixing up is the people that would say salvation means a ledger change. Salvation means that you were once found guilty by the judge, but he took this payment instead and claims you innocent for all your nasty little misbehavings, right? He saw
Unless,
you look
of
at that
course, I
girl
don't
lustfully.
believe in him.
Okay, but God doesn't need you to believe in him for him to believe in you. Right? Our belief, our faith, what that does is that is our participation in that sanctification process. That is our theosis, right? That is us ascending that divine ladder into his likeness. That's how we grow in it. And so I don't know, like, I mean, I might be getting a little bit too far gone with that, but I mean, I would say, like, God is far more merciful than your unbelief is in unbelieving, right? Like, God's mercy is far greater than your doubt.
Why does God require me to believe in him in order to save me?
Well, I wouldn't say it's that he requires it of you. But my understanding, and again, this is partly because I'm a synergist, is that it's not that he requires it of us, but that is my participation. That is my cooperating with him. So he has reached down and bestowed life to me. I was once a dead man in the tomb. He has reached down, he's bestowed life in me. And my believing in him, my believing in him.
My boyfriend just got here and he got hurt, so I'm gonna go get him some ibuprofen. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alrighty then. Inchin, is there anything you want to say? Because I have a few things that I'd wanted to just lay out. But if you have something to say, I can.
No, go ahead. I'll dispute it if I have anything to dispute.
Okay. So here's my thing, and this is where I start. Theodicy is an after-the-fact thing for me because it all comes back to the nature of my relationship with my Creator. Am I his judge, or am I subject to him? And if I'm subject to him, then by necessity, my faculties, my experience, all of that are to be interpreted in light of him as the standard, because he's my builder, he's my architect. So when I think of standards of morality, I can't have a logical contradiction in my head, seeing suffering and evil in this world as being something that's somehow antithetical to the sovereign God that's creator of all things. I can't sit there and say, well, he can't be right, because by what standard am I judging him by? Myself at that point, my concepts. So it really does come down to the element of transcendence. I guess maybe I'm a little detached about the emotional aspect of it, just because I see that as almost infantile as far as the grand scheme of things. To filter it through such an emotional framework is really give emotion a greater place in things than is really warranted. And so I look at these things and I try to be as objective as possible, knowing that objectivity is ultimately an illusion, that all things are subjective to a degree, but we can have greater or lesser degrees of objectivity. And in the objectivity of my mind, I see at the basis of my nature a relationship with my Creator. He's revealed himself to me in my heart. He's made himself even more clear to me in the sacred scriptures. I experience him in my brothers and sisters in Christ. We have fellowship in the Spirit. The Spirit testifies within me. And all of this, because of my trust in this, I'm given the reason that makes it a reasonable faith, because it's not in absence of any confirmation. It's not in any absence of any answers. It's an after-the-fact thing, though, because the answers are given after I trust him to give me the answers. And that's what James says is that's faith. Is how it's impossible to please God without faith. Is it James or Hebrews? I might have it confused. But it's impossible to please God without faith, because you must, in order to please God, you must believe that he's one who rewards those who earnestly seek him. In order to earnestly seek him, who are we seeking? We're seeking the pure, the holy, the righteous, the one that is beyond all comprehension, but yet at the same time has made himself accessible to us. So my theodicy is rather simple. This is the long way around, but it really does come down to the fact that he's God, I'm not. He has given me this relationship with him. He leads, I follow. The sheep hear the voice of the shepherd. And I don't think it's overly simplistic. I think it's just a matter of getting down to the fundamentals of it, which are, this is who I am, this is how I'm created, and this is what he's making me into.
So you really have no answer for suffering then, other than it's this and that's how God created you.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. He's given me plenty of answers, nothing exhaustive. What I'm saying is that they're answers for me, not necessarily answers for you. In order for you to have your answers, that needs to be worked out with your relationship with Christ. And how that works out depends entirely on the dynamic of your relationship. He's given me answers that have satisfied me. I can see a greater context that I can't possibly relate to you, because the geometric construct in my mind is such that it's trying to translate thought into words, and it doesn't work. I've tried, and Justin and I, this is why we have such good communications, because he thinks a lot like I do. His conceptualization of ultimate reality and how everyone fits into this, and all of the parts that we play in all of this, we just have a very broad view of it. I get even more specific and nitty-gritty just because I think that I've kind of come from the other side of the tracks, and that I've seen a rougher side of life, and these are things that to which I've become accustomed, and I don't so much have a problem with, just the hard knock life. I don't have a problem with, struggling and with suffering and with all of these existential crises, and I think a lot of it has to do with the benefit that I see it in me, the benefit that I see my life giving my outlook and my insight and my relationship with God. Oh, someone's got a loop going.
It's coming out of
All right, is that better? I didn't
Sorry. I left because I was having issues. It was all blinking and flashing, and I couldn't really get to the mute button anymore.
That's okay. So, you get the basic gist of what I was saying? Did you hear that all, or?
I missed probably about half of it.
I don't really know how to recap because I don't know what exactly you missed.
Can I make a comment first?
Yeah, sure, of course.
I honestly do think it's a little bit of a cop-out saying that, God works in mysterious ways, and
I agree.
We can't comprehend his level of goodness. But we're not going to recap the last 3 hours of the show, okay? I think that I don't particularly like suffering, but suffering is what allows us to be compassionate. So it has some purpose in some ways. It gives us an opportunity to empathize with others.
But would we
not understand
suffering
others would not suffer.
Would we need suffering to have compassion?
I believe we would. It's this way our minds are. We have some empathy circuitry in here, but if we didn't understand what suffering is, how do we have a reference for saying that other people suffer?
Well, we wouldn't need it.
What?
We would never need it if we didn't suffer. We would just be compassionate to begin with.
We die, so it's the nature of what we are. You can't get away from it.
So
at the same time, it gives you an opportunity to empathize with others. It gives you
about
the root of compassion.
What about the idea of if we deny self, we won't suffer anymore? It's our connection to seeing it as.
If we deny a singular self, basically, self is everything.
Well, basically, ego death.
Yeah, ego. You need to get rid of ego. Yeah.
Yeah, if we did that, would we not suffer?
We'd still suffer diseases and etc. etc. But we wouldn't be raping each other or murdering each other, would we?
Probably not. But what would we be? Would we still have personhood?
Yes, we'd still be even greater level personhood. We'd be enlightened.
So, do you think that Jesus was talking about ego death at all?
I don't know what he was talking about. I tell you the truth.
So you separate ego from personhood?
You can have this. You need a certain amount of ego, but you don't want to drown in it either. You know, you want to have a sense of self to the degree that you remember to eat, and you don't cross in front of cars or whatever at the road, and you don't self-preservation, but you don't need it to the degree that you're murdering each other and you're like raping each other, or you don't have empathy for people who are less fortunate than you are.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'm switching microphones just because the air raid siren's going off again in my fan and my computer.
I thought it was a bullshit siren, no?
Well, no, I was just about to call bullshit because you say that it's all about the death of ego, but then you start talking about the function that ego plays, and I think that maybe what it seems to be what you're saying is ego needs to be in its proper place. That if ego is over,
it needs to be as small as we can make it without dying, basically.
I think he's saying that basically everything, all of our facets are selfishness. I mean, we need water, we need this, we need that in order to survive, to live, and that's really all selfish desire. And if we can remove as much selfishness from us as possible, which is, you know, getting rid of the ego, the world would be a better place.
I don't think so.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think the world would necessarily be a better place just by the ego. I think that it takes a lot more than that. I don't think it's just ego. I think a lot of it is fear. I think a lot of it.
You wouldn't have.
With the ego, you don't have fear. What are you fearing?
You don't necessarily have to fear for yourself. It's a fear for the future, for the state of humanity, for whatever your interpretation of the world. A lot of things.
Singing and aversion, which are Buddhist sins of such, you know.
Well, it's like the American mindset. The very American mindset is do unto others before they do unto you. That's a fear-based mentality, and I don't think that that's necessarily selfish. I think it's an ignorance thing.
I think it's wrong.
Okay, and that's neither here nor there.
I think it's somewhat selfish. I definitely think there's some selfish ambition behind do unto others before they do to us.
I think it's an assumption that the others are wicked and that we are not. And
but that's selfishness.
And that we are protecting. No, it's
protecting self.
If that's your definition of selfishness, then I don't have a right to.
No. But I'm saying if you go into another country and you kill someone because you think they might bomb you, even if there's no evidence that that's going to happen, that's kind of selfish.
That's a straw man. You're making a huge caricature here. What I'm saying is the mentality is just like when we entered the Vietnam War was the domino effect. That the Soviets, if they got a foothold there, that they would spread and that we would not be able to stop them and our way of life would be over. It wasn't just for us, it was for our children, for our posterity, and for humanity in general. So that was fear. I don't know if it was ignorance. Sometimes that might be good, sometimes not. But what I'm saying is that there's an awful lot of these things that come about by reasons other than any sheerly selfish reasons. A lot of times it's altruism. A lot of times it's nobility cloaked in ignorance. And I think that we can't oversimplify the origin of all the messed up stuff in the world just by attributing to one aspect of the human experience.
I think it's all about balance, and once you start taking things away, you're going to affect things that you didn't think about. You can't possibly know everything. So you can't know the outcome when you're going to be taking things away, like a piece of yourself. I think that suffering is essential for learning and for growing, and I think that a lot of us would still be stuck in the same patterns, and bad choices. If we didn't have some sort of suffering, let's face it, humans are lazy. If you don't give us a reason to change or to be better people, why would we?
Well, if we just were better people to begin with, why would any of that matter?
That doesn't sound like a whole lot of a good time to me. What would be the point of life then? I mean, isn't the suffering and the learning and the growing? If you're gonna be thankful for the good things, shouldn't you kind of be thankful for the bad things in a way? I mean, all the bad things that have happened in my life have brought me to a better place and have taught me very, very important things.
What if someone's broken beyond repair?
Love repairs all.
There's just
Okay.
no such creature.
Sorry?
I don't think there is any such creature. I think that people come to points in their lives where they feel that way. They think that they'll never get better, and I mean, they either do or they die. And when they die, I had mentioned that movie, What Dreams May Come. You can see a bit of a process going on there. It really is the prison in which you place yourself and how long you will be content to embrace your shackles. The cleansing love of God can either be a consuming fire or it can be streams of living water. It really is all in how you're willing to embrace or reject, or what it is you're going to do with what he puts right in front of your face. And it reveals not just the content of your character, but your eyesight. I mean, you could think of the Bible as a pair of glasses, and you could think of spiritual understanding as another set of lenses. You could think of philosophy as another set of lenses. There's so many different ways that we can look at the world, we can look at the truth of God, and all of them are conceptual tools, when the fact is God himself, and I will keep coming back to this, and no, it is not a cop-out, any God who is not transcendent cannot possibly be God. If we ourselves can contain the totality of our entire Creator in this simple little cranium, that's a tiny, tiny God, and I really have no reason to look up to him.
I don't think that we would be saying... I don't think that we would be saying that God is containable within our brain. If he existed, of course he would transcend our own thoughts. But I don't think he'd transcend logic. God cannot be illogical, or we can't trust him.
I'm not saying that he could be illogical. What I'm saying is that we're presupposing that we have all the variables, and in fact we do not.
We're presupposing that we have all the answers?
We're presupposing that we have all the variables, all the factors involved in the equation.
In other words, you're saying that if I was able to see all of everything in the way that God did, I would make the universe exactly the way he did.
Did you hear that? I said yes. Absolutely yes.
Okay. Well, if I was to create a universe...
That's a big assumption.
Yeah, it's an assumption. But if I was to create a universe and I was to give people free will, I think I would create it so if someone fired a gun, they couldn't kill someone. Like the gun wouldn't kill someone. The bullets.
Without
the bullets
doing that, though, that's
because I would set up some form of gravity or something that would block the bullets from hitting someone.
You're not making the connection. You're really not understanding the issue here. What I'm saying
I'm saying I could create a better universe than this.
You're still presupposing that you have all of the factors at hand that would make that universe. What I'm saying is, you were the one who brought up logical contradictions. You were the one who brought up that God can't contradict himself. What I'm saying is in such a world, it would not have everything that makes this world what it needs to be if it was done in the way that you say now. And this is common sense because obviously you don't see it and you don't know it. And how can you say that? That is just absolutely reaching beyond all belief.
I mean, you can say it's arrogant to say that I could create a better universe, but I mean, Sure, it's arrogant, but it also seems to be kind of true. I mean, I have a lot of ideas. I have a lot of ideas of how the universe could be a better place, and you say if I had all the information, I'd be this way. But that's like saying to me that if I was a multi-billionaire, I wouldn't do the things that I've said I would do if I was, and I've said what I would do.
Daniela, what he's saying is that we are limited in our knowledge and understanding.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have all the knowledge of a multi-billionaire.
No.
So if I had all the knowledge of a multi-billionaire, would I
Listen,
treat people horribly and not use my money to help people?
You're saying, here's what you're saying. There's an omnipotent God, and omniscient, I would do differently than him because I know more. I know what Eric is saying.
No.
Eric is saying is that we don't have all the variables. We don't know.
I'm saying if
right, and if you admit that we do not, if you admit that we are missing things, then you cannot conclude that with more information that would not affect you, right? If you can admit that you don't.
Okay.
Right? So if you admit that you don't have everything, if you don't know everything, then you have to admit when you have new inputs, new information, that's gonna change you. You're gonna have a different view, a different perspective. You're gonna understand things differently.
Well, yeah.
Are you assuming she being capable of making a superior universe to God? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm.
Well, yeah.
I suppose so. I mean, that's not what the point of what I was saying. What I was saying was her own presupposition is that, like she can do something better, even though she doesn't know everything.
That.
She's saying she doesn't need, she's saying even though she doesn't know everything, knowing everything won't affect her. And I'm saying knowing everything would affect
I didn't say that. Knowing everything would affect me. I just don't think I'd create the universe like this. I don't think I would have people be homeless. I don't think I would send tsunamis in that would kill 250,000 people.
How could you possibly say that, though? How could you possibly claim that knowledge when you just admitted that you don't have that knowledge?
Why can't I not say that?
Because you're missing a piece.
Seriously, huge piece, and this is.
Just because I'm missing
I think that this is.
Explain that I would make a more moral.
Danielle, listen, it's really frustrating because it just seems like you're refusing to see the glaringly obvious thing right in your face. You start with the axiom, I don't know it all, and then you say, if I did know it all, I would do such and such. But how can you say what you would do if you knew it all if you don't already know it all?
But I'm saying that because I'm coming here with no presuppositions, there may not be a God out there that does know it all.
Well, fine. That doesn't affect it. I'm sorry, Eric. I was gonna say that's fine. Like you get rid of the presupposition of God. Still, the ability of knowing all things is still affects that act. Like everything Eric just said. Still
I'm
applies.
saying, without even knowing all things, I would still create a better universe.
But
if I knew all things, I'd probably be capable of creating an even better universe than that.
It just seems to me like you keep sidestepping every time we answer something. That it's like
I don't know how
you're sidestepping because what it really comes down to is you're saying you would do such and such if you had complete knowledge.
Okay,
would you create a
universe? Would you create a universe?
Wait, I'm trying to establish this. How can you say I would do such and such if I knew everything if you don't already know everything? How do you know what you would do if you don't already know? You're saying you know what you don't know. You're saying I don't know it, but I know it. Can't you see
No,
the glaring
I'm
contradiction?
not saying that.
That's exactly what you're saying.
I'm saying if I created this universe, I would not have tsunamis that killed 250,000 people. I would not have tsunamis.
How do you know that?
If you'd have tsunamis, they wouldn't kill people.
If you had your current knowledge.
Can I make a comment?
I'm saying I wouldn't.
If you had your current knowledge.
No. If I had
Then
any
how
knowledge.
can you say what you would do if you had better knowledge? Okay,
Because there is no reason for tsunamis to kill 250,000 people.
That you know of.
No, there isn't. There's no reason for it.
You deny that there is a reason, but you do not know
It
that.
is pointless suffering.
You
Can I
think
make a
that
comment?
it is. You do not know this.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Okay. Tsunamis are neutral acts. They're acts of nature, whatever. There's no good or evil intent behind it. It's just there was a tsunami because of an earthquake, and tsunami wiped off people because they happened to be on the shore. As simple. That's not being good or evil or nothing. It's the laws of physics. So I wouldn't change the laws of physics if I was God. What I would do was make people a bit more compassionate. That's what I'd make. That's the little twiddling I would do with the universe, which is pretty minor twiddle. All the rules of the universe would remain the same, but I'd make one species more compassionate.
But that's according to your current understanding.
No. That's what should be done.
That's
You
what
can't get around this. You guys keep trying to
That's
get
what should be
around.
done.
You cannot get around the fact that you are right now, by saying this, by the choice that you're making for what you're saying, you are using what you now know, your current understanding,
Because it's all-
and you
What I'm
eliminating the possibility for a further understanding that
But
we
Eric,
go
that's all
beyond
we
this.
know.
According to what
That's all we know because we're not God, obviously.
Yeah, but God doesn't exist. Is the position I'm coming from? It's not a presupposition. It's the opposite. All my life, I believed He did exist.
Then they're acts of nature. Don't be pissed off at God. God doesn't exist. Don't be pissed off at Him.
So I have a question for
Let
Vince.
Vincent make his point because I couldn't hear that.
I'm saying these are neutral acts of nature. If God doesn't exist, don't be pissed off at Him. That's all. He doesn't deserve being pissed off. He's imaginary. Okay.
So
Just ignore him.
I have a question for Vincent.
Okay.
Vincent was describing that acts of tsunami are neutral. They're just acts of physics, which I would, as a subnote, point out to Daniela, who you've looked to Vincent to give answers and side with you on these issues, and that if you do agree with him, then you have to agree that they're neutral, and that then you can't then be upset and use them to disprove God.
I'm not necessarily saying.
But my question to Vincent is, you said if you were God, if you could make the world, you wouldn't actually change the laws of physics. The one thing you would change is that you would make people more compassionate. But
Yes.
earlier you said, you described that process by which we become more compassionate is by and go through these trials of evil and suffering, right? Because then the neurons that we have of empathy then have something anchored to.
Yes, but there is some wiring in our brain, like our anger and our fear are way too strong in our brain. The old reptilian part of our brain is too strong. We need to make the more lately evolved part of our brain stronger. So we need more evolution is what we need.
Right.
Make it happen now.
Yeah, He'd make it so people were compassionate and the empathy would work, and you wouldn't need all the suffering. I guess. I think that's what you'd say.
You'd be still suffering.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Of course, you would still be suffering, but you'd be more likely to be compassionate. You wouldn't be like saying, "Oh, if it sucks to be him anyway." You wouldn't be saying that. You'd be saying, let's do something so that the event doesn't happen in the future, or make it less likely to happen in the future. Is what your instinct would be.
So, okay. Well, I just wanted to point out there that you said that the
Okay.
thing you would change is you would make people more compassionate. But even now, so you might change the wiring, make it more available.
Yes.
But essentially, like you still assert that suffering is needed for people to become compassionate. For that
it primes the wiring. Let's say it primes the circuits.
But
it
why
makes
not
them stronger?
Why not just create it? People are compassionate and don't need to go through suffering.
Because that's the nature of the universe. You can't change the nature of the universe. Entropy.
Well, if I was God, I could, though.
I don't think you could. I think it's higher than God.
Yeah, the thing about God is His nature is non-negotiable. He has an absolute aspect to His nature. Certain aspects we're coming to know as we come to know Him, as we know ourselves. But to think that God is somehow negotiable, that He could be such and such or couldn't be, that He is what He is because isness is isness. And I would hearken unto Descartes for the beginning of that and go even further to other epistemologies. But one thing we need to get through our heads is that
Eric
God
agreeing with me then?
Concepts. What's that?
Are you agreeing with me then?
To a great degree, I usually do.
Okay.
There's some fundamental things that we disagree about, but I find a lot of agreement with you, and I was surprised that I even found that point of agreement with Daniela earlier. about how. Oh geez, now I'm forgetting it. We're like almost 4 hours into this, and it was like in the first hour. So it was that thing that between her and Justin, I can't remember. But yeah, I mean, I found points of agreement with all of you guys tonight. But there's some fundamental assertions that my presuppositions have more to do with the logical necessity of God and His nature, aseity, immutability, omnipotence, omniscience, and all of these things which amount to transcendence. And I think there's what we can know and what we cannot know. And I really go with Gödel and his incompleteness theorem. You cannot understand from within it.
Now, I have a question, sort of for Vincent. I believe in your world, there wouldn't be rape, right?
In my world, rape wouldn't occur to anybody. It'd be too painful for somebody to rape someone else. It'd be, your compassion, your empathy would be too
That's
strong.
what I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about now. I would disagree, and I think that there is a way to create the universe in which there isn't suffering personally. But if you want to argue that that's impossible, still, Vincent is placing a better world where rape doesn't happen, where I wouldn't have gone through it. I just don't see how God, in His all goodness and all powerfulness, didn't prevent rape.
Why do you have to see it?
I'll say something. There is a world that rape exists in, but there may be a future and where rape doesn't exist. We can do better than God in some ways. He gave us the laws of physics, maybe, okay, but we may work as some sort of superior world from those basic ingredients.
Yeah, and the other thing I was going to say is, the Bible seems to indicate that the world's going to get worse, but I don't see the world getting worse. If you look at the evolution of the world, we're getting significantly better. I mean, you can argue all you want about abortion, but I don't really want to get into that. In terms of other things like slavery, women's rights, black rights, torture, people are against torture, genocide and atomic bombs and all this stuff is kind of...
People are dying annually now than almost at any other time in the history of this earth other than World War I and II. So annually there's more violent deaths now.
I don't believe that's true. I'd have to look at the statistics.
Well, that's the pretty hard numbers. You can look
as far
up.
as I know, when I've looked at the statistics, that's not true.
As far as World War I, World War II, they're shining examples of some serious death.
There was a study recently that, compared to the amount of population we have now, that were less violent now than we were in the past. So
are we saying it's a matter of proportion, or are we saying it's a matter of quantification? Because ultimately, isn't suffering quantifiable? Aren't more people suffering today than at any other time in history?
No.
Well, is there a greater percentage?
What does that matter? There's still more people suffering.
There is not more people suffering now.
There's also a greater percentage of people
we have medical
possibility of having joy, yes?
We have medical science. We don't have people dying in their 20s.
Right, a thousand years ago.
People dying in their 20s.
20s, 30s.
Wait, hold on a second. 1,000 years ago, you would not even come close to approaching 500 million deaths a year, and which I would believe. I think that's roughly what it is. I mean, what is it, 1 to 2? I don't know. Vince might know this better, but there's way more people dying every day now.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm quantifying.
That's not morality. That's not societal. That's not societal morality.
There is more suffering in the world today than ever before.
No, I'm arguing societal morality is getting better. Morality is evolving and has been constantly evolving. We are getting to better morality, most certainly, than what's in the Bible.
In spite of that better morality, there is still more suffering in the world today than there ever.
Can I make a comment? Okay.
I don't know what proportion matters.
Okay. Do you know what antinatalism is?
No, I do not.
Antinatalism is the philosophy that life itself is evil, and that being a parent is evil because you're bringing a child into the world to suffer. Are you an antinatalist?
Oh, absolutely not. I'm playing
devil's
advocate.
Then why are you talking about more people suffering in the world?
Because I'm playing devil's advocate. I think that the suffering is absolutely a part of the perfection of everything, and that it's supposed to be here.
It's not part. Perfection is an illusion. There's no such thing as perfection.
I think everything is perfect.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I think it's absolutely like it's supposed to be, and there's nothing that isn't supposed to be the way that it is.
So rape is supposed to be.
That's a microcosmic view, and I don't take that.
You know, earlier I'm sorry.
I mean, really, how? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Mine was going to be off topic. I was just going to point. I mean, earlier I had my mic off, and I tried to say this. I didn't realize I had my mic off. But Vince was describing his world, and then Daniela pointed out, like, well, but Vince's world that he describes, there wouldn't be any rape, and so therefore it's better already than this one, even though Vince would still allow for suffering, for compassion and empathy to grow and be anchored into our personhood.
Sure.
But here's the thing, Daniela. My mom would still be dying. My friend,
Not
she still
necessarily.
would have died. She still would have died.
Not
In that
necessarily.
You might have invested more in medicine instead of war.
Yeah.
Maybe you should be still alive. Still
Yeah,
living.
you should have medicine to get to the point where people would live.
Our priorities are different in this world. They're not education, medicine. These are socialist ideas to some people.
So what you have then is you're appealing to a
I'm not appealing to anything. I'm just saying what
you're appealing to a gaps ideal. Like, well, because of this, then we might have something we won't have. Well, of course we would, but death will probably still reign.
Of course, and it should reign.
Yeah, let's be clear that any argument appeal to some kind of
Who
reason.
wants to live forever?
Death
want to
would
live
be
forever?
the escape from the suffering, right?
I don't want to live forever. It'd be boring as hell. That would be hell.
If you're willing to listen,
To live forever would be hell? Is that what you're saying, Vincent?
if you're willing to listen, I really would like to develop that what I said about the microcosmic view.
Okay.
If you're talking about your experiences in exclusion to all your other experiences, I would say that absolutely that's a deplorable thing. But taken in the greater context of the entire life, looking back over it, it falls into place and it fits into.
I don't think rape falls into place. I just don't think rape.
Because you're not there yet. That's what I'm trying to get
No,
across.
I don't think I'm ever going to be there. I just can't. I'm sorry, I can't see it. For someone who's actually gone through it, I can't see it.
Of course you can't see it. We're not disagreeing there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It is impossible for you to see that right now because you're not there yet.
I can't see rape and I can't see abuse. I just can't see the good.
There
is no dare to the ass. There's no dare. There's no place where rape is okay. Sorry. Doesn't matter if you're God or not.
I'm not saying that it's okay. It's the not okayness that makes it fit into the greater context of the experience. See, that's the problem when you bring up the wait, stop. This really needs to be fleshed out because that's the problem when you bring personal experiences into a discourse such as this. Right. Hold on a second. This is the problem when you bring personal experiences into a discourse such as this. Is there's all kinds of baggage with that, and people have to really hedge their words, and they can't really engage it without the fear of triggering some kind of.
No, you can engage it. Can engage
it. The thing is the last thing in the world
I'll be biased, but
the last thing in the world I want to do is to say it seem as though I'm calloused at all or
I don't think you are.
I'm just separating myself from
I understand.
Okay.
I think you're a good person to speak your theology. How about that?
Well,
yes. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. You're saying that in the grand scheme of things, everybody's going to be perfected and it's going to be wonderful.
I think that we had a lot to do from eternity with our own circumstances. I think that there's a very good chance that we had a lot to do with placing ourselves exactly in the places where these things would happen because these are the things that we needed to experience to go down the journey that we needed. But again, that is an audacious claim, and I recognize that.
I just wanted to ask Vincent one real quick question. What about living forever in a world where there's no suffering? You can still learn. You can still experience things.
If you can still learn, yes, sure. If you can still improve.
Okay. Because see, I would create a world where there's no suffering and you could learn, and I don't think that's all that far-fetched because that's what heaven is supposedly going to be. Although it doesn't talk about learning and stuff, I would expect heaven.
Heaven is supposed to be singing the praise of God and staring at this blinding light forever and ever and ever and singing hallelujah.
Okay, but I don't hold that position. I see heaven as a place where we would be able to experience the other galaxies and learn and learn and learn.
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
Learn forever. I'd love to learn
exactly.
further.
Me too, right? So then that world could work. So in that sense, I agree with heaven. I would have just created the world originally, heaven.
Okay, I know that we're
And even Adam and Eve seems to say that that's what they did. The garden was supposed to be heaven.
All right. I think that we have a real habit because we're all pretty long-winded. The last show that was kind of like this went like almost 5 hours.
Well,
I
Matthew's
think
on pretty soon.
I don't think that Matthew's going to show up tonight. I've sent him a couple of messages, and I think he's predisposed or something. Or
Really? I thought he was coming over after getting some coffee.
Yeah, he was. Oh, have you been talking to him? Danielle?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I hadn't heard from him. Okay, if he is coming in, then we can extend it. Okay, I just fear going over the same ground over and over and over again, and that
I don't really think we are.
Well, we might. It feels like it in a lot of ways, and
I don't know. I
think
feel
that
like we've
for
passed
us,
from where we first started.
well, for us, I mean, yeah.
I think we progressed today.
Okay, yes, we progressed.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I just don't want to. I don't want to draw it out so much for that. There's no one else that's going to be interested in watching it rather than having to participate in it, because it's good for us to discuss these things. But there comes a point where, you know, when someone's listening, they're like, okay, yeah, I heard that, and it's like,
well,
maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
I just wanted to make a point about. Again, the Bible says that the world is going to get all this worse, and all this sin and lawlessness is going to be rampant just like it was before the flood. And I just don't see that. I see us as coming to a morality that is better, much better than in the past, and certainly much better than Neanderthal and cavemen going all the way back.
So then, Daniela, if you see the world continually getting better and moving towards that, then
towards some form of perfection.
Why then is the problem of evil a problem? Right? You just answered it. You said evil is being reconciled. It is growing and becoming less and less, and that humanity and
yeah, but that's because morality has evolved. That's a human thing.
Humans are the reason that evil, if you want to call it evil, is reducing.
Right.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. I guess you could argue that Jesus dying on the cross was like 2,000 years ago, and since then things have been getting better. I guess you could argue that.
That's not what I was saying, right? You just said that you see the world getting better, right? You said you saw the world getting better.
Well,
it's not as bad as it used to be.
But
yet you can't believe in God. You can't believe in God because evil exists, but you see it becoming less and less.
Okay, but if I was being really, really honest about it, I would say that Jesus definitely had something to do with the world getting better. Him, Gandhi, Krishna, Buddha, etc. They all had this message of love and treating people well, and I definitely think that they have influenced our society and influenced our morals. I'll be honest, I think that's the case.
Okay, I think all I was just trying to point out is that you kind of gave yourself your own theodicy. You came in here in the beginning and said, I don't understand all this evil and suffering I see, but now you're saying that you see it being done away with and all things coming towards an ultimate resolution, ultimate apostasis.
God. That's what I'm trying to say. It has to do with humans.
Okay. So you see evil and you blame God, but you see good and you attribute it to man.
I'm trying to find this video about the Messiah, and I was hoping to do a screen share with it. It's all about, you might have seen it, it's an animated presentation. It's the same guys that did the holiness thing that I posted on my timeline a few times. And one of the beautiful pictures that I love about it is that Jesus being so holy and pure that instead of, when he touches us, instead of that sin and infection being translated to him, he translates his righteousness to us. And him dying on the cross was a way of him transferring that righteousness to all of humanity bit by bit, only in two forms. One, the pouring out of the Spirit, in which we are all called to Christ in our own time, and the other is by those of us who are indwelt with His Spirit coming into contact with the unregenerate and giving them the gospel and giving them the love of Christ and sharing the Spirit with them and thus spreading the infection of goodness into them.
Okay. All I'm saying is I see the world as a world in which there isn't a God, and human beings are the ones that are causing the societal change and evolution, and that would include Jesus if he was a real person, towards a better world, a better form of morality. So it just seems like a world, it just looks to me like a world in which there isn't a God, and it's human beings figuring all this stuff out, and God has nothing to do with it.
I walked in on the God question, didn't I?
Is this going to be a cooking show now that you Is this going to be a cooking show?
Matthew's in the house.
Well, on the God question, because it is important now, I just want to give one comment after I've only had 3 sips of coffee.
You should probably have some more first.
Yeah, well, with the God question and moral advancement, it's a little bit like if you want to make an apple pie from scratch, you have to first create the universe. If you want moral advancement, you first have to have a ground of being. And if you don't have the ground of being, you're not going to have something rather than nothing. Therefore, you're not going to have moral advancement at all, or moral advancement towards an ultimate end. So, God has a lot to do with it, teleologically and ontologically, whether human beings are carrying the major agency of it or not.
So I pulled up this video, and I really like what Matthew has to say, and I think he's going to develop this further if he has the patience to stay with us for a bit.
No, I like what Matthew had to say too, but also I like Matthew's voice. It's good to talk to you in person, Matthew.
love the 80s emo hairdo.
Is Matthew arguing, though, that there has to be some kind of core morality in order for humans to have a morality?
Some kind of what?
A core, like a core to the morality. Like we have to have this God-given morality in order for us to have morality.
Well, more to the point, I'm arguing that you have to have God-given existence itself. I mean, more than anything. And God-given existence itself being more to the point, you have to have existence first.
Well, can't existence have just been? I mean, couldn't consciousness and energy have always been in the universe? And or came out of whatever? Obviously, it can't philosophically come out of nothingness, but, I mean...
Well, it's because it can't philosophically come out of nothingness that you end up getting to something like purus actus. But that's all metaphysical.
Can you write that word down in the chat so I can Google it, Matt?
Yes.
Yeah, here's that a lot.
I guess I just don't see how there has to be a being to create everything.
Well, that's where you get it off. It's not a being that creates everything. That's a demiurge. That's an object among a set of objects. What you need is the very predicating. I guess I'm using that word right. Condition, like that which allows the very condition of the verb to be.
Like
sense.
And this must be a person also, right?
Inevitably, you get to personhood, agency,
but why does that have
rational nature?
Why does it have to be an interpersonal God? Why can't it just be energy?
Because energy doesn't fulfill all of what it is.
Well, the energy
What is energy?
The energy is consciousness.
Okay, those are two different things.
Consciousness gives rise to everything. If you're talking about it from a physical point.
I mean, couldn't there just be a ultimate consciousness, and that's what we all come from?
That would be God.
Right, you would call it God, but it
Well,
doesn't have to be interpersonal. It
This
doesn't have
man
to
called
directly
God.
influence our lives.
Well, it would have to be if it's transcendent and immanent. And if it's transcendent, it has to be immanent. And if it's conscious of us. If it's conscious through us. It's
That doesn't
conscious
mean it
interactively with us. And it is the
doesn't
rise and
directly
source of
interact with us.
Well, it would have
Conscious-
to interact with us by definition, because we interact with it, within it. You can't interact with the universe and the universe not move back.
So we are the consciousness of God.
That would be one interpretation of
So we
theism.
never. So we there was no consciousness until we arose, right?
I would say that this is coming from it from an idealistic perspective.
Yeah.
And that's meeting, I'm under the idealist umbrella, but in a Thomistic fashion. I'm meeting Daniela, from her perspective and from mine, in a common ground. If I were to follow from that point of view, we are consciousness. That's really hard to say in the morning, my morning anyway. We are instances of something which is identical to itself.
Is it greater than us?
It would have to be, because none of us are identical to being itself. We are beings.
Is it the sum of us?
No. It's not the sum of us. Even the sum instance of the set is still not identical to that which ontologically allows the set to be. This is the to be that grounds any kind of being.
I'm trying to remember if it's. Is it Sam Harris that is the quantum physicist?
No, he's a neuroscientist.
Who's the one that's the? Well, that might be the same person though. He's the one that is making the argument for the universe coming from nothing.
That would be Lawrence Krauss. And it's not
Yeah,
nothing.
thank you, Lawrence Krauss.
And it's more like it's a quantum foam that he's arguing from, which isn't. It's not ontologically nothing. It's not really nothing.
Right.
Right.
In fact, one
So
could
why
say
would
that
that-
his picture of space is pure being, and that matter is kind of gaps in that being.
Why can't that be the case though? I mean, why can't that be God, and why can't that be our origins? Logically, it
Doesn't
seems
go
to
far
make
enough.
sense to me.
I mean, it's a step along the way, and it's a step towards immaterialism.
But
But
we can reduce that even further.
it doesn't go far enough. It
Okay.
doesn't account for enough.
Now, I'm sure you're familiar with. They were able to do an experiment where they fired particles, and when they would measure the particles, they went a certain way. But when they didn't measure them,
We're all familiar with the double slit experiment.
sure, they went all over the place. And then you get into quantum physics and the idea that when you're not in a room, certain things would be there and all over the place. You could have a chair that's on a wall, a chair that's on a ceiling, these types of things.
Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah, I wonder how that really filters into like Christianity and the concept of sin and suffering and things like that, because it almost seems like there could be another version of Daniela where she didn't commit a certain act or whatever.
That would be
But-
Everett's many worlds interpretation. And
Sure, of course.
Justin embraces a form of that comes more from philosophy than comes from actual physicalism or any kind of physics in general. Whereas I would say that all of that stuff is look, you can think of all of reality as being spread out more than actuality, that it's all potentiality, and that our consciousness traveling along that thread of potentiality into an actuality is what we experience as a discrete experience, a discrete action.
Couldn't my sinful actions just be a potentiality then?
No, what I was trying to say is that, like Schrodinger's cat or the double slit experiment, all of those things are examples of the greater bulk bleeding through to our particular experience, but that doesn't mean that there's anything actual real of experience outside of that. It's that outside bleeding in through our actual experience. So it's almost inside out in the way you present it. Matthew, will you want to say something?
On the idealistic perspective here with the quantum physics thing, one of the best ways of putting it is that you have it. It's like with a video game. You have a sea of information. You have a sea of potential states of affairs. You, as an acting conscious observer and an agent, are traveling along these possible paths, actualizing their unfolding. Actualizing what's going on. It's you have that. You are playing a game, and I don't
want out
say
of the
that,
game.
you know,
I mean, I've actually made this point multiple times in this entire thing. I want out of the game. I never want to be involved. I never want to be involved in the game. I don't.
It can't not exist.
Hold on a second. I got a really revolutionary concept here that I want to introduce. And I kind of alluded to it earlier when I talked about your eternal self making choices to put your temporal self into where you are. I would assert that no, you do not want out of the game, that you think that you do right now. If you did want out of the game, you would not be in it, or it would be a different form.
You have to understand
yourself from
That's
eternity. From eternity, you yourself are calling the shots in your own life, and this is what your choice is.
Well, okay, you have to understand what I mean by out of the game, first of all. So, once you have that, then you can speculate as to what I'm referring to, but you have to know what I'm talking about first, and so...
Oh, right, annihilationism, that's what you said earlier.
No, I have not referred to annihilationism at all.
Okay, then go ahead.
I mean, I would assert that it would be better off to non-existence than have existed, sure. So there you'd be talking about annihilationism. But that's actually not what I'm talking about when I say I want out of the game. When I say I want to be out of the game, it means I want to be the miscarried child that my mother had. That's what I want. I want to be out of this suffering. I want to be out of this world. I want to be out of a place where certain choices may bring about punishments and judgments against me that I find unfair because I never wanted to be in the world in the first place, and I never wanted to experience the concepts of sin. I never wanted to harm other people. I don't want these concepts. I want to be the miscarried child. As far back as young as I was, the youngest I can go back to that I remember anything, I wanted death.
Okay, what do you think of what Vince said in the chat? Let me read it. Can you think for just a second?
We have an echo going on.
Yeah, that was...
Sorry, I was doing it quickly.
Okay, it's okay. I just thought you might not have noticed. Vince said, according to pantheism, you are God playing the game of being you. And no, Matthew's not British, but he wishes he was.
Yeah, he wishes he was.
I'm Anglo-Saxon by genetics and culture in a roundabout way.
Damn, Limey, I'm Irish. Get the hell out of my country.
Your country, we were here first.
No, I'm saying get the hell out of Ireland.
I'm not in Ireland.
Get your limey bastard friends out of my country.
That's Northern Ireland, very different.
I'm just messing around. But actually, I think Danielle, you could chew on that for a second. I know Matthew already has a lot of developed thoughts about God, us being God playing us.
Yeah. No, I wanted to get into that. That's a good point to segue to. If this is us, if this is God playing Daniela, if this is God experiencing me, and if I'm going through hell, I'm going to say this even though I've said it already, but that's because Matthew's in the room now, so you can hear this. I wish God would do us both a favor and end it. I'm sick of the hell. I want out. I want out of the game.
There's no easy road out of some.
I would think God would want out of the game too if he's in hell.
Well, if you're in hell, it's so you can help drag people out of it.
Well, I repeat what you said at first, Matthew, because I don't
We're all
think anyone heard you.
We're all in it together.
Did you hear
I guess we're all in hell, but...
Oh, hold on, Matthew, repeat what you said at first, because I don't think everyone heard you.
I said there's no easy road out of samsara.
And by that, we're talking about the cycle of suffering.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
If there
know.
were an easy road out of samsara, it wouldn't be samsara.
Why does it need to exist at all?
Well,
And if you argue everyone has to go through a learning experience, I bring again miscarried children.
I don't call it a learning experience. I don't think it's a learning experience. I don't think evil is some great test. I don't think it's something that purges us of anything.
Well, then it's pointless.
No, I
Evil
wouldn't
is
say that at all.
pointless.
I wouldn't say. Wait.
Okay, well, if evil is pointless, then it shouldn't exist. This is, I just...
It's privation.
Why?
It doesn't.
Let me. Oh, hold on a second.
I don't think privation, but okay.
Okay, when Abraham offered Isaac up,
Which is an atrocious story. But,
he was being. Listen, you're gonna have to just accept it for the moment. That just the narrative. It's for a point. The idea was Abraham believed that God was going to make good on his promise no matter what, so this was part of going through whatever had to be to get there. It says in Hebrews 11 that he believed that God would raise Isaac back from the dead. But when the angel told him, don't harm the son, God's provided for the sacrifice, what we find out, is that in the process of Abraham, in his heart, sacrificing his need to hold on to this which is most dear to him, it not only proved God's place in his heart, it not only proved his fiber of being, that realization made him into a different person than he was before. And he was a much more complete person, because we remember Abraham was largely a coward throughout most of his life. He put he put himself ahead of his wife, he put himself ahead of his children, he put himself ahead of everyone. And he even put his own attachment to his father ahead of God. And so in this giving up of that very most dear thing, especially in this culture, progeny was the number one thing. If you didn't have an heir, then you were nothing. For him to give this up to God was a huge thing. And God, who would never ever accept the sacrifice of a human, he offers that answer at the end, knowing that Abraham trusts him and trusts the character of God, that no matter how it seems to be bad, that ultimately God is good and can only do good and can only ask good.
Okay, I'm hearing you, but all I can think about is the idea of how much psychological damage would be done to a child after you tied them up and held a knife over them, like you were going to kill them.
He was, Matthew's right. He wasn't a child. He was
how old?
He was about my age.
A young man. Okay, takes the young man, ties him up, and holds a knife over him.
No, he was about my age.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 35.
It's a trap. Now I know how old you are. All right, 35.
I don't care. I look more younger than I am.
Did you see my post where I was like, I can guess your age through math? Did you?
Oh yeah, that's a mathematical trick.
Yeah, but it's pretty awesome because you can choose any number and it always works.
Yeah, I've seen like 5 different versions of the same thing.
It was entertaining.
It's certainly entertaining. I can do magic. That's what it is.
Yes, black magic Daniel.
But do you
Okay.
weigh more than a duck?
The answer is I would definitely float.
Hmm.
Then you're not a
I'll
witch.
check the records on that.
No, then I am a witch and I'll get killed.
Wait, I thought the witch drowned.
No, it's if the witch floated, you killed her.
Oh wow, that's like heads you lose.
That's
tails
like
you-
everybody. That's why. Yeah, exactly. That's what makes it such an atrocious thing.
What a bunch of dicks.
It was mostly a myth,
I know.
if I recall.
It was what?
I think it was mostly a myth, if I recall. I don't know.
A myth?
Most of that crap was just people using religion to get their way. Like the Salem witch trials was a land dispute, and they were using these kids' petty little games to get other people together.
From what I've heard, the churches and religious leaders had them all so convinced that the devil was behind every corner that they actually started having like hallucinations of seeing
No.
things
These guys
actually
weren't
happening.
Catholics, okay?
And then
These
I've
guys
also
were
heard.
isolated. They were in their own little place in their microcosm in Salem, Massachusetts. They didn't have much interaction with the outside world. It was all their own little thing. And it was very easy for them to develop these superstitions because they didn't really have the modern escapes that we have today, the modern securities. So it was a lot easier. Just like sailors out to sea, you know, it's all about the juju. It's all about their, you know, having good juju. You've seen the Deadliest Catch and stuff like that, you know.
I
And
think
that's what
Michelle's phone is echoing with the computer going on.
Oh, it's not her phone. It's a laptop, and it's muted.
Oh, well, something's...
It's when Daniela forgets to mute hers.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
I was just gonna say I've heard of the hallucination stuff, and I've also heard there might have been some kind of sickness that was going through that was causing some of this stuff too. But either way, it was horrible what they did. Now,
I think it was all intentional, to be honest with you.
All I can
A lot
think
of
about-
research on it. I just want to say real quickly,
Okay.
is that of all the research I've done, it was all about a land dispute between two families, and one family used their children to accuse the others, using spectral evidence, claiming to be possessed by this witch or so whatever it was, so that they could get all of the other members of the family killed, so they could have their land. It was basically.
well,
a
that is
family-
absolutely atrocious.
Absolutely, and it was done in the name of Christ, and Christ was just as pissed at them, if not more so, than anyone else.
Oh, he told you that?
Yes, indeed, he did.
Okay, all right. No, all I can think about then is although I've never heard that Isaac was 35, but okay. All I can think about it.
Roughly.
Okay, is this, I guess, adult, if you want to call it that?
Yeah,
I mean, Matthew said young adult, so.
he was at least 30.
Okay, all right. I mean, I don't know, but all I can
it's a
think about.
cultural thing. He's a youth, but he's not like but he's full-fledged adult. He could take on the problem.
Well, you were an
He was
adult.
over 100 years old, for crying out loud. You know, I mean, think about
Okay.
it. Compared
It
to
really doesn't matter. I don't think any of the semantics really matters on this. We're talking about somebody being tied up and having someone hold a knife over them.
Who brought in the issue that is he doing this to a child, and that's what we're clarifying.
Okay, I don't care if it's an adult child, it's a young child. It really doesn't change the story. You're taking a child's life and holding a knife over them.
I don't.
It's still your child.
Can a geriatric man tie up Isaac if Isaac
Thank you.
if Isaac doesn't understand what's going on?
I don't know. He's just like, hey, God wants me to tie you up and kill you. Okay.
Because Abraham's really that much of a badass. I'll beat you up with my old man bones.
No. I think he probably said.
Right this instant.
I think he probably said to him, look, God wants, me to do blah, 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 and we're supposed to have faith, and his son is like, okay, Dad, whatever, and then they went up the mountain. I mean,
And look at how that worked out. Holy cow, he became the father of nations. What an
oh
absolute
my
God.
God. A God who would ask you to kill another is not worthy of your worship, like Vincent said.
Who are you to judge how worthy, what is worthy? That's the thing that you keep coming back to. That is so arrogant.
Out of
What
curiosity.
is worthy is irrelevant.
Absolutely not.
Out of curiosity, whence your objective morality?
I'm sorry?
Whence your objective morality?
Well, I can tell you it doesn't come from a book.
I've tried to touch.
It doesn't have to. What is the ground?
My morality is my morality.
What is the ground of your moral view? Where does it come from? What is it that gives it to be?
I suppose it's probably somewhat based around my degree of empathy that I have. My morality doesn't come from a book. Okay, I don't do certain things just because a book tells me not to, or
pushing away the text, because you're talking to me. You know, I'm all in favor of the text and etc. But when I ask a question, my question is, as we know, all right, why does it exist? That kind of thing. What does it owe its existence to?
Well, I would say that if I was in a different culture, or I was from a long time ago, my morality would probably be a lot different than growing up in the 21st century in America with freedom. So my morality is mostly based around society, I guess.
So your morality comes from just to give it a nice summation.
Well,
Your
I also
morality,
have something called a conscience.
Your morality is the result of the sum total of your contemporary subjective collectivization.
Social cohesion.
It's like because of the collective subjective view of the contemporary society in which you live, your morality comes from and is harmonious with that.
Well, I think that I have some influence in my own morality as well.
Right. Well, you're part of society.
Thought process.
It's the interdependent interplay of subjectivity. You know, the group, you. Something like that.
Well, I'm saying that I think that if I was in, like I said, a different culture a long time ago, my original morality from my parents, indoctrinated into whatever they believed, is probably the morality I would have. That doesn't mean that's the morality I would always have. Clearly, as I've stated already, we have evolved morally, which means some people have decided, hey, you know, I don't think this is right. We shouldn't do this.
All right. So, culturally informed subjectivity. What's their morality?
Again, it comes from the way they were brought up, and then their own thought process, empathy, and their own experiences. But what I'm saying is...
But turtles all the way down, whence their morality? Whence the morality at all?
I feel like this is just circular. I'm not going to say it comes from God.
Well, I just want to get a point out.
Magic Man did it.
Your position was, this cultural thing going on, this thing full of context, it's not worthy. You're Meshuggah. You know, that whole thing. So...
Well, I would say anybody asking you to kill somebody is probably not worthy of worship.
What's the morality of that? I mean, all this is, of course, you know, your subjective cultural society issues are, you know, behold, you're unworthy. And the other culture's like, well, you know what, I think I kind of am. Who are you to say something?
I'm not, I mean, listen, they worshipped other gods like Baal and Zeus and whatever, and some of those gods probably called them to kill people too. I'm saying I don't think a being, a god, who would ask you to kill someone is worthy of that, and I don't think that my morality necessarily needs to come from God for that to be the case.
Well, if it's subjective, I don't think it matters.
I think that's such a crap to say that just because
my subjective view is that it's
God, it's subjective.
I agree with Matthew.
I mean, this is all a matter of vote at this point. A vote of my vote against yours.
Two wolves and a sheep voting for what's for dinner.
Oh my God.
Matthew's here because that's what I was trying to touch on earlier was objective versus subjective morality. But
no, I feel like this is what Christians always do with atheists. Is they're just like, you can't have morality because you don't have a book to read it from.
It's not from a book.
That's not what
it's from reason, for crying out loud.
Do you discount empathy completely? Do you?
Sorry?
does Matthew discount empathy?
No, but I think
So
empathy has
you believe this objective morality is just floating around in space and suddenly just lodges in our brains when we're conceived or whatever, or what? Where's it?
It's an intrinsic part of who we are from our construction.
Here's the thing. Where does it matter what morality even comes from? It doesn't mean I have to believe in a God just because morality, I can't answer the question of where morality even comes from. But I don't think morality is entirely subjective like you're trying to say either. But I also don't think that proves God.
There's genetics involved as well.
The answer to the question, why does it matter, is because you are objecting to something on grounds of morality. You're making an objective statement.
No, I'm objecting. It's wrong.
Morality and teleology are...
You don't even have to call it morality. It's wrong. I have a feeling inside that it's wrong. Maybe I was just born that way. Did you ever think maybe we're just born with a sense of right and wrong?
I'm going to answer two questions.
Why does that have to come from a God? That does not prove God.
I'm going to answer two questions that are at set here. So give me a moment. First, on your name, which I have a hard time pronouncing.
Vincent is fine.
Vincent is fine.
Yeah.
All right, so Vincent is fine. On the question of empathy, I want to just unfold something real fast as to my view. I would add something like a Platonic Aristotelian view. I'm still learning on the Aristotelian view, but Platonism will hold for now. Everything that we have in our experience, our subjective matter, is isomorphic to something real and objective, a form, as it were. So our empathy for something, our subjective feeling of empathy, our coming to know the state of another as in ourself, something like that. That has an objective basis in some form, some reality in the intellect, the nous, something like that. Sorry, allergies.
I like that.
So we have that going on, and I'll answer you in a moment, Daniel. So we have that going on. So there is there's not this divide, this sharp Cartesian divorce between subjectivity and objectivity. There's a unicity there that is in the being and the experiencing. That's where that is, and that's just a quick run of that. Now for you, Daniela. My question was, why does it matter? Because of turtles all the way down, brute subjectivity. And then you answer with, of course, which is good, some form of objectivity, and you state something along the lines of, well, what if I were but born with it? Something like that. Well, this runs in my mind, and I thoroughly thoroughnize it. And I'm like, okay, that doesn't answer the question. All that does is that defers the answer beyond answerability. It just asserts its existence without explanation. And that explanation is not even self-subsistence. It defers self-subsistence, and it defers an explanation prior to it.
Okay.
Because it's instantiations, genetic information, cultural information, societal norms, our own interplay of thoughts. What gives it to be?
Okay. Well...
What gives it to be?
Here's one thing. Clearly, people's morality is different. So, I mean, it seems like we have some kind of a collective on morality. Which I guess you could try and argue comes from God. I would just say we're born with it. But
why are we born with it?
Well, hold on. If you go further than this, you'll find that there are people who are sociopaths, psychopaths,
yes,
who, through understanding of the brain, we have found have their empathy switch turned off. Literally, it's like a light switch. They have it turned off.
Yeah.
And if morality was something that was God-given and every single person had it, why are there some people with the empathy switch turned off?
Some people were born without hair.
Matthew, can I ask you a question?
I'm talking about morality here.
I know. I know.
Okay.
The question of the very issue of why is the empathy switch turned off? Why is somebody born lacking this particular function?
I don't know, because if God set it up, you would think everybody would have it.
It's just more of the problem of evil. It's a repetition of why was this person born without toes?
The answer is evolution.
Some people are born. I probably have Asperger's. Why was I born neurotypical?
Because of the process of evolution, and unfortunately it includes mutations and defections.
Then you have your answer on the physical level, but that doesn't answer the ontological question. Because this is just circling back to assuming a kind of physicalism. And physicalism is brute. There is not... Whence evolution? You can't have the unfolding of forms without to be. Where is the to be? Answer the to be. That is the question.
Can I ask a question or make a statement?
I don't think that you can try and push me into a corner where I have to say that there's a God. I just don't think that that proves that there's a God just because you're saying, well, you can't tell me where the to be comes from. Vincent, go ahead.
Okay. You're asking why are people born with empathy? Okay, empathy. Why not leave it out or whatever? But isn't empathy, doesn't that like increase group cohesion and group survival, which would increase the transmission of family genes and your own genes on further? Like our species came from small groups, little tribes of animals, okay? So empathy improves the survival of the group. That's why it exists. That's where most people are born with it.
And it makes sense in evolution.
Utilitarian function.
It makes sense in evolution, though, because, see, you have animals, right? And we've evolved past animals, and we've evolved to something that has more of self-awareness, and we've evolved to something that has that empathy that
some animals
makes us different.
Dogs have empathy.
Yeah.
That's true, but still, human beings have evolved much further than that. Maybe.
But this is all secondary questions. This is second order stuff, like evolution. Yes, we get it. We understand it has a utilitarian
That's what I keep trying to say.
Legs have a utilitarian function in evolution, but that doesn't explain where legs come from and why legs have a specific form.
They don't have to have an answer as to where things come from. That doesn't prove
always
God.
an answer.
Legs come from fins.
There doesn't have to
Next
be.
question. They come from fins. Next question.
If it wasn't for legs, I wouldn't have stubbed my toe. Legs are evil. How dare God make legs?
If we all come from like the Big Bang, right? And all of that took place.
The Big Bang. Nah, never mind. Bad.
I don't believe the Big Bang was the starter.
Sorry?
I think everyone knows where I was going with that one.
We built a wall.
What did you say, Vincent?
I don't believe the Big Bang was the starter.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
Something bangs.
Michael Craig is in the house.
I just don't think that it matters if I don't have an answer for something. I don't think that proves God. And I really do think that the idea of how much suffering there is and the idea that there's things like, I don't know, rape, really to me, shows a universe in which there probably isn't a loving, caring God.
Well, the problem I have with that is, or the reason I asked the question is because you're holding two different narratives. Morality is but subjective, it is but the blah 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 of man. Rape is wrong.
No, I'm saying rape is wrong. I know this. I don't necessarily know where the concept of knowing that comes from, but I know it. And I would say that from science, what we have observed is that it comes from being born and
it tells you that it's neurologically painful.
It's neurologically based. It is based around our neurological makeup, why we believe certain things are wrong. And there's reason to believe certain things are wrong. You know, killing people hurts people. It causes people to...
Why is hurting people wrong?
It causes people to lose somebody. It might cause all sorts of other problems.
In an existentially meaningless lip of bashing matter, why is being wrong?
The universe is not meaningless if there's no God.
I'm asking for the objective ontological basis of meaning, of morality, of anything at all.
The universe isn't required to give us meaning. There is no meaning.
Exactly.
Then what's the point of blaming God?
No one's blaming God, because if you don't believe in God,
you are blaming God.
There's no one to blame if he is not there.
You're blaming him by trying to vote him out of existence.
I'm not voting him out of existence. Science doesn't have evidence for him.
Science doesn't have bloody evidence for itself.
I have evidence for him right in my hands.
What?
That was my God voice.
I don't know what you said.
I said I have evidence for God right in my hands, right here.
Aw.
Is it a banana? Oh.
No, it's this adorable child.
No, it's a human larvae.
She's multiple larvae?
It's a human larva. No, I didn't experience this because I've always believed in God, but a lot of people told me that they didn't believe in God until they looked into their children's eyes and saw that that had to come from somewhere, you know. And it's just, you know, I'm a Traducian. I do believe that a new soul comes from the union of two previous souls. I don't believe that God is continually recreating His creation. I think I'm going down a little bit of a rabbit trail here, but all I want to say is that, like, as far as all of these objections to what if God did this, what if God did that, I love my existence, and I never thought that I ever would, because I had the majority of the first part of my existence was very miserable, but from that misery came such deep joy that would not be anywhere near as joyous if not for the misery. And what I'm saying is, for those who aren't there yet, they're never going to hear it. But once you get there, nobody needs to tell you.
Okay, so you're assuming that once I get there, I'll feel the same way that you do.
Not exactly the same way, but your own version of it.
Yeah, okay. Well, okay, I'll just say this. The idea that there isn't an interpersonal God, I guess, doesn't mean we don't... We can say that there's a God. I just don't know that we can say that it's an interpersonal being that created everything and not just some form of consciousness or maybe even love itself. You say you look into your child's eyes and you see God. Well, maybe that's just because you see love, and love appears to be the most powerful force in the universe. So if you want to argue where does morality come from, well, anything that goes against love is probably something we shouldn't do.
You just made my child cry.
Well, I'm not trying to make anybody cry.
Well, that's what you know. What do you expect? She's just like, make her stop, Daddy. Don't let her say these things.
I just think
Your
that
argument's invalid. My daughter said so.
Your argument's invalid because there's a cat pushing a watermelon out of a lake. If you want me to send the picture, I can.
Darth Vader pouring water through Britta in a sea of nothing. Never mind.
That on YTMND back in
the day. Love is something that we experience. It's something that we are capable of using as an action towards people and animals and things like that. So if you want to argue
Science
an
can't
exact
prove love.
coming an exact origin for morality, I guess you could argue that morality comes from love, because like I said, anything against love is probably something that we shouldn't do. And as society evolves more into understanding of love, we get better. And that's what I see. I see society getting better as we start to more understand.
Love is a whole lot richer and rawer than mere empathy.
You just
I'm
used,
sorry?
You just
Love
used-
is...
Sorry, Matthew.
You first.
I was just gonna say, the picture of love that you're describing, Daniela, is a love described and incarnated in Christ, right? You're giving love this power and this ontology to move beings, to be the foundation of everything, right? But according to science, love is but a feeling experienced subjectively in our neurons, and we all experience it differently. And it's
Because of chemicals.
Yeah, exactly. So how can you have a morality based off of a chemical mixture in a brain? How can that be the ground? Right? You're using Christ and his essence beyond like what we can comprehend in the flesh. His love, his being. You're calling it love, rightly so, because that's what he is. And you're using it to judge the world and see evil and comprehend it through it, through love. But then you're using that to then cast him out and say,
Well,
science can explain love. But
No,
science
no,
can
no, no, no.
explain the love that you just described.
I see love in the world, but I also see horrible, horrible evil too. And I just feel like the problem of suffering is so immense. And I'll bring up the thing that me and Vincent were talking about earlier. When believing in a God becomes problematic, it makes more sense to just not believe in God. And stating that love is God is an easy way for me to just explain that I think that love is probably the most powerful thing in the universe. But I don't necessarily think... I just don't see why this has to get into and it seems like always with atheism, you have no morals because you have no place for the morals to come.
No one says that they have no morals. The intellectual
your morality
aspect-
is only subjective.
Yeah, it's that they have
But
no
it's
basis
not.
for their morals. The basis is internally.
And where do you get your morality?
I get my morality from my conscience given to me.
You get
by
it from a
God.
book.
No, I don't. The book confirms it. I already have that.
Oh, but you follow
Look at Romans
what's in the
1.
book, right?
Romans 1 says that we have the light of creation, and inside ourselves, everyone is without excuse because of that. The law of God is written on our hearts. We know it from our birth. That's why no matter what culture you go to, if someone lies to you, people get kind of pissed about it.
Well, I could argue that it's written on us too, but it doesn't mean there was a God to do it.
Jeans.
Mine are Levi's.
Okay. I'm not wearing jeans, so
I
I have
think-
no answer.
I think we're all
Don't worry,
functioning on
Danielle.
completely different ontological categories as completely
Sorry, what?
different questions.
That was me, a jackass.
I didn't hear a thing anyone just said, so if you guys could repeat.
Eric, repeat first.
Nah.
Well, all right. I think that we're asking questions and answering questions on completely different ontological levels here. I mean, the statement, you get your morality from a book, it's such crap rhetoric, I'll be honest. Here's what we do. The book is a discourse that we participate in, that we are informed by, but which, because it is a discourse and a record, it's not the source from which we get the morality.
Don't you question the morality that's in it?
Yes! Because it's a discourse. I'm involved in this all the time. Like the Book of
Okay.
Job, I had to really look into the Book of Job. Once I got
really-
it was perfect, it was beautiful. I can see why it's a classic.
It was brought up earlier, I think I was the one to bring it up, that Job offers some kind of thing on Theodicy, but it seems like God's kind of a bully to Job, and I really don't like the idea of God making this little agreement with the devil, and he's going to test somebody and make him
In
go
order to
through
be a bully,
horrible
you have to be
suffering.
on wait. In order to be a bully, you have to be on equal moral ground on equal authoritative grounds. God cannot possibly fill the role of being a bully because he's not a human. And that's a really key thing.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. What? God can't bully someone? God can totally bully
No,
someone.
the concept of being a bully is someone that doesn't have authority, usurping an authority.
Oh, give me a break.
Okay, he's a
I'm going to talk
dictator
about
then of some sort.
Job.
Evil dictator. How about that?
Yeah, he's
I'm-
an evil dictator. I like that idea.
I'm going to talk about Job because this is something that is mostly important to me.
Speak, Sir Matthew.
Now, when it comes to Job, you have to actually look at what it is. First of all, the book is a didactic poem. It's a didactic work. It's
Beautiful.
dealing with these existential questions. Job is a character standing in from man, and from the get-go, the devil thing and all that, it doesn't have to be absolutely literal. It doesn't matter. But what you get here is God is actually on our side. The devil, as the character in this book, is bringing up a charge against man, saying, it is but because you bless him that he loves you, that he is good at all. Take away his... allow the influence of privation to occur, and he will curse you to your very face. God says in this work of literature, all right, he's blameless, he's good, do what you will. Doesn't have to be literal, but in this piece of literature, that's what's going on. And so Job, man, goes through suffering, and he's blameless, and he's going through everything, and his fellow comrades say, you've sinned somewhere, you've done this, you've done that, there's some cause, there's some reason, and it's your fault. God still says he's blameless. He still affirms it at the end. Nowhere in the book does God say, and so, Job, this is why you suffered, because it was your fault. God, throughout the whole thing, has said, he's blameless, he's blameless, he's blameless.
That's true.
That's true. And even when Job brings a lawsuit against God, God says, you're blameless, and I'm on your side. Job is bringing a lawsuit against the person who is his defending lawyer.
Sure.
Why does he do that? Because he doesn't know what else is going on. He doesn't have an answer to the existential question of why he is suffering. But in the end, God gives the theodicy of, I am controlling the chaos. I am pulling it to my ends.
Yeah.
And the end to it is the ultimate good of Job, who is still blameless, who is still affirmed as blameless, who is still affirmed to his friends' faces that he is blameless. So Job is a beautiful existential work.
Okay, but we're talking about...
It's not a matter of...
You're saying ultimate good, but his children get slaughtered, and his... What? I just...
That's just part of the literature. It's part of the... It's not like...
Okay, but
it's part of the story. It's a tragedy that has... Yeah. It's meant to be framed. The writers framed it as a tragedy.
It seems to me like God is basically just like, yeah, the reason you guys suffer is because I allow the devil to torment you. No, that's nice. Thanks,
God.
God.
What it is, you're being an ontological pessimist and a literary pessimist. That's all you're being right now.
All right.
And
if you say so.
You're not understanding what Job is about. The whole point of Job is not saying, so God was miffed. The point of it is to say,
no, but
it is a writing that is inspired to wrestle with the existential question of why suffering, and how currently there doesn't seem to be an answer, at least in that time. There's chaos, and we know that it is We know that good triumphs. We know that in the end, through all the chaos, the final cause of all things is the good. And that we are blameless for the suffering precisely because we are born into this situation. We are not, as it were, we're not the ones pulling the strings. We're not the devil.
No, the devil's the one pulling the strings, and apparently God just allows that to happen. I mean,
you're focusing
on the
that.
devil the god of this world?
But the devil is actually the antagonist to God's ultimate purpose of having an enemy to defeat.
Did you just say God needs an enemy to defeat?
He doesn't need one.
Why do you always use that word "need" as though God needs to do anything? God doesn't need.
I don't think I need that much, but I'm the only one that feels this way. David, do you have any thoughts on this?
David?
Sorry, my head is back on a previous question. I'll bow out for the moment. I've not been paying attention the last 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm just saying that the trouble with Job is that it's being interpreted on such a utilitarian ground. It needs to be interpreted on a far more rich literary level. It's an existential work. It's not a utilitarian work. It's not actually meant to give a nice, good old, British mum sort of answer to it.
Okay, but
it's meant to. Much of the Old Testament is meant to be raw. It's meant to be real.
Okay, but it doesn't say that. It doesn't have a thing coming like a clause like, hey, you should know that you shouldn't take this story literally because, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it doesn't
It's because
say
it assumes its audience is literate.
Oh, it assumes its audience would know that, yet the majority of Christians believe the story to be literal in the same way they believe in a literal, burning, flaming fire hell.
The majority of Christians don't believe that. You've been hanging around Americans too.
Matthew said it's supposed to be
All
raw thing. I just couldn't help but get a vision of old bastard saying, "Oh baby, I like it raw."
So much of the trouble with dealing with the Bible is that people expect something sterile and clean. It's not sterile and clean, and it never will be, and it never was. Because it is a rich literary work along with its inspirational value.
Well, if it's inspired by God, there should be some kind of information in it to give people the right idea about how they should take certain passages. Like, hey,
there
this
you
one's
go
not
again.
literal. How about
You
this
mean
one
you
is
want
literal?
something that's intellectually cheap?
I don't think that's intellectually cheap.
It
I
is
think
intellectually cheap.
I think it's important because this is one of the reasons that people have used this religion to hurt people so much.
It's too dangerous to have so many people believing in it it shouldn't be taken literally. It's simple as that. If you're not supposed to take it literally, there should be something in there. Otherwise, it's a very dangerous book.
Book itself. The thing that said don't take this literally was the entire cultural context and the apostolic succession.
How do you know? Maybe it is
I don't know about that. Listen. Wait, I want to go back to something that you just said a minute ago. You keep saying what God should and shouldn't do. Can you not see how you're judging God according to your humanly standards?
Okay, but that's all I know. That's all I have.
She's morally superior.
You're not supposed to judge him, though. That's the thing. That's not your place.
I said you come across as being morally superior, and I don't mean that as a joke. You are superior to God. You don't slaughter people. You don't commit genocide.
Are you saying
things? You don't torture people.
He's talking about me because I don't do those things. And I don't think Vincent does those things either, and I don't think Eric does those things. I don't think Matthew does those things. I certainly don't think Sarah or David does those things.
Only on Tuesdays. Yeah. Look, I think of all of us here, I probably have the most skeletons in my closet, and I'm okay with that. And I don't think anyone's claiming any kind of morally superiority.
No, I am.
I don't think you. Well, okay, if you're gonna say that, I didn't take it that way. I just thought you said you wished that you were above a lot of stuff. Sorry, go ahead. What are you gonna...
I'm just going to the logical conclusion that Vincent brought up, and it's quite true. I would argue that most humans are morally superior to God according to the Bible, especially if we're going to take it as literal that God commanded all this atrocious stuff. It just seems like God causes so much suffering in this world.
If I was Joshua or David or Moses or any of them, I could only hope that I would have the courage to do exactly what they did, according to what God revealed to them.
I mean, like, I don't even want to be in this position that I'm in where I'm absolutely questioning everything and sound a lot like an atheist and all this stuff. I mean, everybody who knows me knows that I used to believe...
You don't sound like an atheist, though, really. You don't sound like a typical atheist.
No, what you sound like is someone who can't deny God, but you have a big problem with him, and that's a great place to be, because at least you're not lukewarm. You're either hot or cold. You had a lot of good stuff to say about people who are like that.
We've all railed against the sky. I mean...
Who hasn't? I mean, Matthew, you probably remember how I posted many times. If you're pissed at God, man, wrestle with him. He's man enough to handle it. Look at Jacob. He got a blessing for it, even though he limped for the rest of his life.
Those have been some of my, maybe not in a strange way, my favorite prayer times is when I'm wrestling with God. I've lived a life of wrestling with God.
But doesn't Job kind of show us that we shouldn't do that? Because God's just going to be like,
no, Job,
when I did all this stuff, where were you when I did this?
Okay, wrestled with God. He got a lawsuit against him.
Hold on a second. Everyone else talked a lot about Job, and I didn't get a chance to say much about it. So I'd like to say a couple things about Job right now. I've had a similar experience many times over, not to the degree that Job had, of course. That's rather extreme. But I've had those experiences where I have not rejected God. I haven't said that he was wrong in it. I've been like, why? Why is it like this? This ain't fair. I don't agree with this. This is fucked up. I don't know how you could do this to me. How could this go down? And God answered me sometimes in the same way that he answered Job. And it's exactly what I needed to hear. And it worked. And it had its full effect on me. Other times, he answered me with gentleness and kindness. And that, man, that leveled me like you don't even know. I mean, those times where I've been so indignant at God, he's answered me with kindness. Those times where I've been like, you know what, I give up. I just don't give a shit. He's like, be a man. Gird your loins. Don't be such a little bitch about it. And it's like, okay, I need to hear that.
I'm sure that's those exact words that God used.
Well, we have a very interesting relationship.
Okay, well, I'll just... Job.
Words, he speaks through my mind, so obviously he's going to speak through my language, and that's my language.
He doesn't speak audibly to you?
I would say I've never heard audibly, but I would never expect to. So it just doesn't seem like that's the way he works, and I wouldn't expect him to. It doesn't fit my understanding of who he is. By the way, I don't think he spoke audibly to the prophets either.
Well, I feel like God has spoken to me audibly, and that's perhaps one of the hardest ways, like, pretty hard to deny him after that, huh? But, and specifically affirmed Christ, so there's that. But, in terms of Job, I think Job had a reason and right to have a lawsuit against God, considering all the horrible things that happened to him.
God never denied the lawsuit.
Lawsuit against God?
Well, I was just going with Matthew's train of thought.
Job did bring a lawsuit against God in an ancient form.
I don't think it was so much. Okay, wait. If you want to talk in strict legal terms, if you want to talk about a lawsuit as requiring an answer, then okay, I could give you that. If you think that he was impugning God in any way, I would defy that.
I think from what I had read and researched, it was just a kind of ancient lawsuit where it was, I'm not to blame for what's going on, and I want, recompense.
Reparations.
Job did get recompense at the end, so that's the way it went.
Yes, okay. Yes, okay, I can agree with that. Yep. It's not as though he was accusing God of any wrongdoing. He was just trying to get what was rightfully due to him.
Basically, it was.
And God gave him twice what was due to him, actually.
Right. God did recompense him for, insofar as that goes. One thing that God didn't give was the ontological answer, but that's part of the literary pointing towards the Messiah.
One thing God didn't give him that he should have was a new wife.
Well, he had his wife.
That was, if you look at how she reacted with him, that was very
I don't
much
like
to be
Job's
a
wife.
show.
I think she's a shrew.
Yeah, it's not as though she had
shrew.
She cursed God and died. That were her. That was her words. Yeah, she was really helping matters.
Well, I don't know. I feel like what kind of reaction should you have to all this crazy suffering? I don't.
I'll love you, husband, and I will be with you through the end, and no matter what, I'm going to stick by you. That's a great place to start.
It's like if Josiah were to be financially and biologically bankrupt, I mean in his health, I don't think you would say, curse God and die, I'm going to go get a divorce.
Well, I don't think... I just think it's what David said, a very normal human reaction, though.
Hey, wait. Have you ever seen that movie 50-50?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent example. Okay, look at what the girlfriend he had did, and his therapist that he ended up with at the end. Look at how she was. She accepted him unconditionally, no matter what. He was pretty shitty for her.
Guys, I am so going through that right now. It's so weird. This is a little bit off topic, but I mean, you guys are just talking about. I mean, Matthew had said, we've all railed up the sky, and Eric kind of given his testimony, having gone through that, and I don't know. It's more personal than it is actually adding to debate. But I'm going through tons of that right now. I'm losing my mom in the hospital, and dude, I was dating this girl, and she completely just dumped me because of the situation. And I can't tell you how many people had said I had an unrealistic expectation to expect her to stick around. She had no obligation to love me because I was losing my mom. And dude, that wrecked me. It was hard. So I don't know. It's completely.
Well, that's just horrible.
Yeah, it's completely personal. But just hearing you guys even talk about that, and even not knowing it, but you attacking a lie that I've been told, and unbeknownst to you, yeah, I don't know. So, but I mean, with that though, Daniel, it's just like Matthew and Eric had said, we've all been Job. I'm Job right now. I've been sitting here defending and trying to give my best Theodicy to you, but I mean, I just finished David Bentley Hart's book, The Doors of the Sea, and I went through that because life sucks right now for me. I mean, here's my Job situation. I quit my job to become my mom's caretaker because she was really sick. I quit my job. I left my apartment. I moved in with her. Became a caretaker. She's been in the ICU for the last month. She's dying. She needs a new liver. She doesn't qualify. There's nothing we can do. So now not only I'm also fatherless. I don't have a father. She's been my everything. So I'm losing my mom. My girlfriend dumped me for it. And when my mom does die, I find myself unemployed and homeless. Evil and suffering sucks. We've all been Job. I'm Job right now. I've so railed against God so many times, asking why. Why? And that's why my Theodicy to you is Jesus, because I've got nothing more. I have to remember the cross. I have to remember who he is. Right? And you've mentioned a couple times that you see the world getting better and moving towards things, and it's because of love. And I agree with that. Right? I agree with what you're saying, that love is this driving force of humanity, and it's getting better. Right? Jesus is that love, and he is that driving force moving humanity to himself. Right?
Okay.
But small bit of the middle of it.
Doesn't the Bible kind of say the opposite? It says everything's going to get worse and lawlessness is going to increase, so it's that before the flood.
Well, okay, so you're speaking about the apocalypse of John.
Yeah, which I don't think it was talking about the end of the world, but this is beside the point.
Right, so Matthew has made some amazingly brilliant points. I could probably listen to that man talk all night. And one thing I really appreciated that he pointed out was that the Bible is this literary work that we're to wrestle through. Right? In the Bible, the whole narrative itself does condemn some things from the Old Testament. And that's what I was, and Matthew said something very key that I agree 100% with, is these scriptures are passed down, handed down to us through apostolic tradition, right? We look to these apostles and fathers to help us read that, and that's what we brought up Marcion of Sinope hours ago, right? And so, so with that, with the apocalypse, I don't really have an answer for that, but I will point this out. There were a lot of fathers that wrestled with that book, and it almost didn't make it into the scriptures, to the canon. It is very controversial, and but it's also highly uses imagery and metaphor and poetics, right? And so
well, it's good prophecy of what was going to happen to Jerusalem and Nero and all that, if you believe it had anything to do with it.
I do. I think
I also do.
With the apocalypse, it's important to understand that by its nature, it is a three-dimensional work. Its applications apply also to 70 A.D.
Sure.
But it also applies to the human condition prophetically, because what prophecy is, it is not like prophecy is not an explicitly predictive thing. It has a predictive quality, an aspect which is predictive, but it is a fulfillment thing. It is something which is acted out. Like when Christ fulfilled various prophecies, there was a predictive mode just by virtue of its nature, but it was that Christ acted these things out and completed the play of them with divine affirmation. So that's the nature of prophecy. With the apocalypse, there is several strands of interpretation, and my general interpretation of it would be that the various realities of what's going on, a lot of what it's being referred to, like in the symbols, there's a kind of an underlying condition there that manifests over time and in various points in human society. There are ways of saying this is what happens whenever these things happen. They're prophetic in that sense. So the things that happen in 70 AD also happen in the world, and everyone does, in a sense, go through their own apocalypses, even as we come to the ultimate one.
Adeline's been whispering to me that she agrees with Matthew, and she thinks that he's pretty spot on.
From the mouth of babes, I have affirmation.
I'm sure. I want to hear David's position on Theodicy.
Give me a couple of minutes. I'm getting out of bed and sort of trying to stretch and acclimate myself to them. Just give me a couple minutes.
I saw that you were sleeping there with your doll.
I can.
That's our.
I would like to complete something while he's doing his stretch, if that's all right. The one thing I do want to say about the apocalypse and what I've read within it is that while it does say that things will get worse, it also it's the way that it's structured is that there's a kind of curious. It's almost like a centrifuge of extremes. I mean, it's literary nature also. But in the midst of everything getting worse, like on the edges, extreme, everything pushing out, getting worse, you also have a kind of a gravity going in of things getting better under that persecution. There is a kind of spiritual reaction that happens. Like for every action, there's an equal opposite reaction almost. Is that like as things get worse in an area, the reaction to it is we must love more. It happens in poverty-stricken areas when people, like with charities, is that if everything's kind of homogenous and bland and going along all nice and, smoothly and everyone is fed, complacent and such, then usually the love can be a little bit lacking. But when you have an impoverished area and somebody sees it, somebody's moved by it, you see the leper and you move with compassion. That's when you have a reaction to the state of the world that matches it and overcomes it, and consumes it in yourself to fix it. So, Revelation does say things will get worse, but also at the same time, one of the major themes is that as it gets worse, grace triumphs, things get better, people do love more, the angels pour out, and the prayers of the saints want justice. And justice isn't, oh God, will you but smite them and beat them up and destroy them and all that. It's take away the sin from the sinner. Make the world right. Put things to rights.
Okay, I
And
have
that's
one question.
Run through.
It's not necessarily a simple question, and I guess I pretty much would ask it for everyone here before David gets into his theodicy. If God isn't going to save everyone, how does that change your theodicy?
If God isn't going to save everyone?
Yeah, if theoretically God isn't, that's
Mhm.
not going to happen. And if I decide to leave the faith, I'm going to be damned, basically. How does that change your theodicy? How does that change your views?
I would have to couch that in something a bit deeper than I guess your question would imply. Let's see. How would I express it? It would probably be the same theodicy I have now. The only difference being the quantity and the notion that if the condition is such that there is a privation in a person that is so present being used analogously, that the original nature cannot be redeemed, then that would imply that there was not really an original nature there of the sort like that which would be a saved nature. Which is a fancy way of saying if you're damned, it's probably because you weren't actually a person. Which is
Okay.
something I would obviously not believe, because I do hold to apokatastasis. But it's, I mean, if I guess that would be the way that my theodicy would take that to, just on the ontological level. Is that if there is a good, that good is redeemed. If there is a privation of the good, then the good is there to be redeemed.
Okay. By if you're wrong, I would be implying that even if somebody wanted forgiveness, was willing to repent sincerely after death, God would not give them that chance. Because see,
and that's a strange question to me. I don't think I can give an answer to it because to me it's a non-question. It's a bit like asking.
Well, I'm saying it because a lot of Christians, particularly my parents, well, my father, my mother is probably more inclined towards what I used to believe or do believe, not really sure. But my dad most certainly believes that there is no repentance after death. And that even if somebody wanted it, it wouldn't happen. So I know that a lot of Christians believe that. And when I was
do they want
presented
it
with,
genuinely?
yes, they do, but God won't allow it.
I would ask the question.
They had their choice.
And see, looking at this from the kind of perspective I have trained myself in, which isn't just universalism. It's a bit like asking, well, what if the number 2 did in fact taste like cupcakes? I mean, I'm not even sure how to process that syntax error.
Well, see, I guess if people can't be redeemed, then suffering becomes absolutely pointless.
And my point of a question is, if a person can't be redeemed, then what was there to redeem? Like, even hypothetically, it's if something cannot be redeemed, then there was nothing there to redeem.
Okay, but even as a believer in universal reconciliation, I would say that it was still very hopeful to me, because a lot of things in the Bible do seem to indicate that maybe some people will lose out on salvation. And one thing I would say is that when people would ask me the question, well, if you get to heaven and find out you're wrong, what would you do? And I said, well, I would pray that the real God would show up, the God of love, because I wouldn't believe that the God that was there was that God, and then eventually I might end up begging for my own soul, if I realize that really is how God was. But I mean, I feel like that would significantly change anybody's theodicy. I think once one gets to a belief in universal reconciliation, your theodicy is significantly different than somebody who doesn't believe that.
It is, in terms of its ultimate teleological end.
Sure.
But if I got to heaven, let's say, England falls and I fall with it, just because, Anyway, so I waltz into heaven. I'm standing before the beatific vision, and I notice that someone I love dearly is not there. Alright, well, that would be an even odder thing to happen. Just, I generally notice that there's some lacking in the audience. And I'm like, alright, so God, why is this so? I would have to, I suppose I would have to receive an answer like, well, some didn't make it that you thought would make it. And I would be like, alright, why? I think the answer I would have to expect to hear was that the entities that you thought would make it here did not have a nature such that it was redeemable. And I would have to ask, why is that so? And I guess the answer I would have to expect to hear from that would be that their goodness, whatever goodness of the entity was there, such that there could be privation at all, they did not have a rational nature. They did not have some kind of... They would almost have to be damned shades.
They weren't human?
They would have to... That's the only way that I could think to manage it. They would have to be something like a philosophical zombie or whatever.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you remember, though, Daniela, we kind of went over this a little, about an hour or so ago, about just the question of what if we're wrong,
Oh, I mentioned a little bit, but I didn't really get into asking theodicy if it would change.
Right, but I want to point out, though, like, when you ask if the theodicy would change, and I think this is a little bit behind what Matthew was, behind what he was saying is kind of there is, we're asking, like, what if number 2 did taste like cupcakes? You're saying, well, what if the God you believe in wasn't the God you believe in? What if he was somebody else? And that's very much painted into the wordings you used, right? You said, what if God didn't allow them to repent? He put them in this. So you're painting this picture of a God who is very cruel and capricious, who is very apathetic towards humanity, who there's this victim in hell who is just crying out for God, repenting, and he's like, no, I shall not have any of your repentance. You're forever cast into this place.
Yeah, well,
that's not the God any of us
Christian would believe that. So
see, I have such a very strange. Of course, a lot of Christians have many Christians are lay Christians, and a lot of lay Christians don't really have the philosophical and theological tools to wrestle through these questions.
Well, they would say that you just have wrong interpretations of what's in there.
Well, they would, and they have, and I've said, well, bollocks to you. But
Right.
I mean, that's just the sum of it. But it's like the question is odd to me because in the framework that I have, which is rooted in the orthodox, doctrine of divine simplicity, ipsum esse subsistens, things like that, is that if the condition is such that there is a being, a rational being, a person in hell who is crying out genuinely with repentance, then there is ontologically within that person, in the ontos of that being, goodness. And goodness desiring after its own teleological end, which is God-given, which is unity with the good in the beatific vision. So, I wonder if this would almost be an Eastern Orthodox fashion, is that in hell the being would behold the beatific vision, just as Christ beheld his own divine nature in hell.
And that I think that very much would be a very similar Eastern Orthodox position, and that article I sent to you, Danielle, touches on this, right? If that was a being's disposition, was desiring his own theological, like the best for himself, like desiring God, right? He in fact would not be in hell, right? That is not
in heaven upon the cross.
Right. That's not hell, right? If a being is repentant, like repentance and humility and the love of God, the desire of God, that is heaven, right? It is our hatred for God, hatred for God, the way that I guess one can understand hell, whether it's purgatorial, eternal, not is the traditional view is that it is us, our passion, our distortions, experiencing the love of God in a distorted way, right? He's like a river of fire, and he is forevermore love, and that is his disposition towards all men is love, and so some experience that love as fire. It's purging them. It hurts them. As Christ said, love your enemies, and so doing so you pour hot coals upon their head. There's allegates to what is going on.
Alcohol in the wound burns.
Yeah.
Sure.
So all I'm saying is, when you ask if somebody in hell was like this, I'm saying then they're not in hell. They love the Lord. They love God. And in that love, theosis is taking place.
But if they didn't accept Jesus as their Savior...
What's that?
If they didn't accept Jesus as their Savior...
But they are. They're repenting, right? They're crying out to Him.
Well...
They're accepting Him as their Savior.
I would like to say a couple of things on two ends. And the second thing being the Jesus as a Savior part. And on the first thing, wasn't it Pope Francis who said that hell is a state of relationship? The heaven.
Maybe, possibly. I mean, I like that view. I think that's a better view of hell, certainly.
I'm sorry, Matthew. What did Pope Francis say?
Didn't Pope Francis say? And I'm not sure about this. I just caught a glimpse of it somewhere. Did he say that hell is a state of relationship with God? Like a negative state, obviously, but that it isn't quite like it isn't a physical place in the you go to like this point in space and time that's all burning and fiery and hurry, but it is a state of relationship, ontological.
Yeah. Eric says it's a state of mind.
All right. Well, then what we have here is that in.
Well, wait. Could I take like a minute to develop that?
Yes.
When I say it's a state of mind, you gotta understand the perspective from which I come. Let me just close the door here. I don't mean to be like it's a psychological condition. That's not what I'm trying to say. Matthew's word nous kind of encompasses a lot of what I'm talking about. It's this 3D construct, which is actually 4D. We're experiencing 3D slices of time in a 4D fashion. All of this is a contrived framework for us to experience one another in a common ground scenario. But outside of that, where the reality is actually real, it's not like things. It's information, it's ideas, it's thought. And when you talk about hell is the idea of being confronted with being and embracing unbeing. Heaven is becoming truly everything that you were ever meant to be in the first place. So when I say it's a state of mind, it really is an allegory. It's a metaphor. You can't just see it like a psychological thing. You got to see it more as a state of being. And like right now, our state of being is three-dimensional, moving through the fourth dimension of time. Well, that other state of being, it's not a place. It's not where we are. It's what we are in relation to what. And it's a very difficult concept to really encapsulate with words.
Heaven is like being born again, becoming to ourselves.
Okay. Well, I'll just say in regards to what Eric's saying, I certainly won't want to have to go through this life again. So,
what if you came to the end of your life to find out that you yourself sent yourself back to go through it again?
That would suck. Obviously.
Well, it's a hypothetical,
but
I know,
I'd
but
be
what
really
would you think of that? How would that...
I would be really upset if it was just because I didn't choose the right God.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. What if, at the end of your life, you looked back and you're like, you know what? I didn't get that right, and I think I could do it better. Can I go back? What if that was what happened?
I don't want to do that. I wouldn't want to go back. Are you
But
kidding
what
me?
if blue tasted like cupcakes?
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Matt.
What if blue tasted like cupcakes?
I like that.
Die, you dirty, limey bastard.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm just making the point back to Danielle. She asked strange hypotheticals, so let's ask one back.
Okay. I'm just.
Hey, everybody needs to message bomb Justin to get the hell back into this, okay?
Okay. Well, if hell was in some way some form of reincarnation where we had to go through another life of suffering like this, where we had no control over we couldn't stop ourselves from sinning, we couldn't stop ourselves from harming people, therefore couldn't stop ourselves from experiencing more suffering, that would be horrible. The idea that we would live forever in the state that we're currently in is horrible to me. Death is a wonderful release from that. But
well, then that's what the whole cherub at the gate Eden was all about.
I get that. I've used that argument myself. I understand. I would really like to hear David's thoughts, though, so I'm going to shut
up. David, you speak now.
Okay. Well, first of all, I think that to be a theist consciously, deliberately, is to admit that theodicy is a spiritual discipline. And that means a lot for me. I will say, as I've said in the past, that I'm very sympathetic towards atheism. I have my atheistic moods, and in my existential crises, one of the major themes was whether or not I could prove the existence of God and what that means and how that completely undermines everything that in my former life meant certainty to me. And so then there was this really shocking moment in the woods one day where I had to take a day off of work. I knew it was coming to a crisis, and I took the day off and I went out into a forest and I sat in the valley in silence for a few hours, and then just found myself realizing how little my theism had worked itself down into my actual behavior. And what that means is at that time I had never been more intellectually convinced in the logic of theism. At the same time, I was realizing that you really don't believe that if you're living in fear on any level. If you live in fear, you really don't believe in a good God. Full stop. Absolutely full stop. You are asserting it. You're trying to convince yourself that that's true, but in your deepest of hearts, you're still an atheist. I don't think that's a very big indictment. I think we're all there. But, except for the few of us who reach legitimate sainthood in life, if that is even possible. But I think, first of all, we have to admit that, and we have to come to grips with that. We are arguing over intellectualities, but when it comes to our behavior is the real litmus of what is actually in our deepest heart of hearts our belief. I don't live in trust of God most of the time. And so that means I'm an atheist in my core. And so first of all, I have to enter into this with that sort of self-honesty. Oops. So, okay, on to a few thoughts. First of all, it's easy to get tunnel vision when it comes to either the goodness in the world or the evil in the world. So when we're looking at the bad things, it's easy to get tunnel vision and stuck there. And when we're looking at the good things, it's easy to get tunnel vision and stuck there and not be paying attention to death and suffering and all this other stuff, right? And so I always, whenever I enter into a conversation where that is happening and way too much in one way or the other, I always tend to be trying to pull back from the edge of that. But I think you guys can fill in the gaps so far as that's concerned. But so we assume that reality is our interpretation of reality. We assume that those two things are the same, that reality equals my interpretation of reality. We perceive materiality, and so naturally we conflate material with reality. But it's an assumption possible only by a leap of faith in the inherent accuracy of our senses and in the faculty of interpreting those senses. But this universe is not a certainty engine. Even if you take it to be a certainty engine, you must make unavoidable assumptions to do so. And so doing defeat and undermine the very idea of certainty. So once we admit the possibility of our inherent fallibility and limitation, we encounter the masked figure of possibility, capital P possibility, whom sometimes we call mystery, sometimes we call uncertainty, sometimes we call absurdity, sometimes we call wilderness. And we must choose for ourselves whether to believe that behind that mask is dread or hope. So venturing then deeper into that crisis, we may attempt to retreat from dread into distraction, and we try to prevent ourselves from realizing the possibility of dread. Or by returning into delusion, we try to just let ourselves be deluded into the world again. Or else we may leap another way, choosing trust and hope, freed to embrace the possibility of an answer that's more materially impossible, less realistic than anything we're capable of imagining. So let that sort of be the basis of this. So in a
Justin just entered in.
My favorite beer.
I told him if he didn't, I would thrash him upside the head with a rusty bat. So.
Hi, Chewbacca.
I remember my dark night of the soul, which was more like a dark yawn.
So let me continue on here. I've got a couple of points that I really would like to get to. So following after Lev Shestov, in a movement toward hope and ambiguity, we have to admit that all we could ever say are most merely penultimate words. So he has this concept. He says that despair is a penultimate word, and what he means by that is basically that what we have in life and what we have in experience is a book that's laid out for us, and we're in the process of reading it, and we're in different of us are in different chapters, but we're in the process of reading this book, which is life. But the problem is that no matter how much reading of life we will do, no matter how much rationality, we don't have the last chapter. Everything that we could come to is at best penultimate words, the second to last. there is something left. Something left that if God exists, he has the last word. And if God doesn't exist, then maybe nothing has the last word. There's something there. There's a missing last chapter. And the question for me is the uncertainty in the question: how much will that last chapter, if we get a chance to read it, totally change my perspective on the rest of the book?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The possibility of that is what prevents me from completely throwing up my hands in conscious atheism. So that means to me that some authors keep some revelations for the very end. The question is, how greatly will this revelation, when the last chapter has come, overturn, in retrospect, my interpretation of the rest of the story that I had thought that I understood so well, so clearly? So then, if that's the case, then the silence of God is dramatic pause, and that dramatic pause. I mean, I just think that we can. It's easy for us to become so sure of the things we think we know that we think X, it just will not happen.
What great movies or books can we think of that had a twist ending that totally conceptualized the whole story? I'm trying to think of something that comes to mind right now. I just kind of blanked right now, but I know there are some great stories that just until you read the ending, you don't know what the story's all about because it produces this twist that reinvents the whole.
Yeah, everything changes before that, and that's interesting.
I got a great one. Hey, has anyone here read Till We Have Faces by C.S. Lewis?
Oh, yes. I love that book.
That really comes right off.
That's the best C.S. Lewis movie.
Yeah, the first 2/3 of the book, you're thinking from this one perspective, and then all of a sudden everything changes. And that's kind of what I've been trying to say all night here, is that when that key falls into place, it's like, holy shit, how could I totally not see that?
Exactly.
So I think that, who knows, but that it may be possible, even that causation itself, the relationship we think is necessary between cause and effect, may in fact be overturned. I mean, it completely is irrational to us now, right? That concept. But the fact is that we have this huge gaping hole in our knowledge, and I mean, who's to say? The things that the information that we have now determines what we call rationality, and if there's a whole group of other information that we don't have, with that information, the fundamental nature of our rationality may change. Okay, so then from there, that's basically where I am, and so the question to me comes down to I could either believe in despair or I could believe in hope, and the next step for me is believing in hope has to be at least rationally possible. So I mentioned this before. I don't intend. So I have a rational system that I use to explain to myself how it may be possible that God exists and that the goodness of God is necessary and all these other things. My purpose in that is not to explain that this is the way things are. This is the way God is. This is the way existence is. This is the nature of the character of God. My purpose in that is to explain to me, is to show to myself that believing in God is not necessarily irrational. And once I have that, then the possibility is left open for me to choose to believe in hope, and that means that I have to hold some things that the Bible says over against and away from myself, against my conscience, because my conscience can't embrace that. Some things means that when I look desperately into the eyes of human suffering, that I have to admit to myself that there may be a strength there that I don't know of, and in the person committing the suffering, maybe there's a punishment there that I don't know of, and maybe there is something to the nature of suffering which fundamentally overturns my assumption that it is necessarily and fundamentally evil, that it's something that is bad in itself. So the subjectivity of suffering is really big for me, and I've mentioned that before, and I'm not sure that I should rehash that, but the subjectivity of suffering is really big, and just briefly I'll give that and then I'll stop. But for me, the idea is, I go back to when a toddler scrapes her knee. At that moment in her life, that's probably the greatest pain that she's ever experienced. That suffering consumes her consciousness. She literally can't imagine a greater suffering than that.
Mm-hmm.
And then a few years later, she falls and she scrapes her knee again, and it's the same suffering, but she doesn't think about it. She moves on. She's even got little pebbles embedded in the skin of her knee, and the suffering isn't the same to her. The suffering is the same, but the suffering isn't the same to her. She has grown beyond the suffering. She's bigger than it now. And the question is to me, how salient is that in the question of ultimate meaning, and how similar am I to her, to that toddler? Because there are things that I think there's no greater suffering than this. This is totally, this is, why is the world so bad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But is that just a reflection of how immature I am, how small I am still? And now that doesn't solve all the problems, but that in coupled with the rest of these things, how can I become bigger than rape and abuse? Well, I mean, that's an issue. I mean, I don't really know what your angle is there, but that's an issue of growing beyond the suffering that has been inflicted upon you, and deciding to turn that into something that you can grow from. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, there's something I wanted to say. That this is kind of an oddball thing. That it actually might be another missing piece. Is that there have been some hints, and I don't know how to ground this or prove this or anything like that. I don't even know. I'm not sure about this, but that before we were conceived, somebody in a near-death experience said that they had this realization, memory, or maybe someone told her that before we're conceived, we choose to go through everything that we will go through.
Yes, I've heard that.
Are you talking about what I was saying earlier?
Oh, I didn't hear. I actually wasn't listening because I didn't want to be distracted from my work.
Okay, all I'd said earlier was that we have an eternal self and a temporal self, and that the eternal self is the one that is really determining the circumstances and whatnot that we need to achieve from our starting point to get to our end point. From our
that's kind of that's probably even a better interpretation.
So yeah, that's all I was saying.
Where do we stand on the conversation right now? I had to step up.
All right. So yeah, that's
all.
What
Daniela thinks of that.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Daniela.
Oh, I was just gonna say I've heard what Justin is talking about from somewhere. I don't know where, but it was like, yeah, we were like talking to God, and we had a conversation before we were born, and we were like, huh, okay, so we're gonna go through all this, but it's gonna make us this. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I mean, I've heard that. I don't know that there's necessarily any credence to it.
I think that's really a vast oversimplification of what we're talking about. I think it's not so much about a before or after thing. I think it's an eternal versus the temporal, which is a really abstract concept.
Okay. The other thing I was going to say is I do think there's some credence and some argument towards, if there is a God, that children have this notion of God, perhaps.
I can testify to that from.
But I don't know if that's related to culture and religion necessarily, and if a child was born in an atheist family, if they would still like be talking about God. I'm not sure, but I will say that.
Well, let me speak to that just for just a second. I can say that I wasn't exposed to religion at my very earliest days, and I do remember my interactions with my Creator. Later on, my grandfather came into the picture and started bringing me to church, and I really enjoyed it because I was fleshing out with other people what I had already experienced myself. But it really goes back even before I could even speak. And I know it's a rather unique testimony, but it's one I'll live and die by.
The study I was thinking of it was by Olivia Petrovich, or how do you say her last name? And the kids she studied, they were kids from the UK. So they're, I mean, I don't know how many of them were raised with atheist families, but there's a lot more atheism over there than here.
Yeah, it's a lot less religious in the UK.
Yeah, and from Japan.
Hi.
From Japan, where I don't think they're really taught about a kind of monotheistic creator god.
Japan is mostly a Shinto animistic sort of thing with Buddhist overtones.
Yeah, so that. And they describe God as kind of like not as a man in the sky, like that. They might have related that to religious questions or something, but if you just asked them flat out, like, what is God like, and they would have said something like, ever present and not in those kind of adult words, but sort of like a gas, or not. I mean, I know God's not like a gas, but like, just kind of everywhere. And
the child way of saying all-pervading.
Sure.
Yeah.
I was going to say one thing, and that was in regards to the Bible on the subject. I don't think the Bible has any indication that we would have talked to God before we were born and decided to come to the earth regardless of the suffering we heard we were going to go through. Or even were shown. But I do think the Bible has something to say about leaving your first love and needing to be brought back to remembrance. There's some stuff in there about that, and I would argue because well, as a UR believer, I would argue that God created us innocent and ignorant, and then put our spirit inside of us. Our spirit was good because it hadn't committed sin when it was, first born, and we were conceived in sin because our parents had committed sin, but we hadn't yet. And then we grew up, and as we were growing up, God didn't impute sin to us until a point where we would understand, like, the knowledge of good and evil, much like Adam and Eve, and at that point then sin would be imputed to us. So I guess in that sense, if the spirit that God gives us, if our spirit is somehow connected to God, that would lend some credence towards children having some concept of God when they're really little, and then over time learning either atheistic or theistic views and arguments and philosophical ideas. And again, just reiterating the first love thing. People say that that's referring to Christians who left their first love and need to come back. And I suppose it is, but I think it also could probably be arguing for children from birth leaving their first love as well.
I have that. Yeah, I feel that way too.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's my view. If I were to say I believe in God and say I was a Christian believer in universal reconciliation, that is my position, which is why I don't believe in an ultimate total depravity.
I would say total depravity is where, well, I mean, this is it really depends on how you define it. Like I was saying earlier today on Facebook, that it really means that every faculty of man has been damaged. So,
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say when sin is imputed to us, our spirit starts to get corrupted.
right. Yeah. So there's still room for that. It doesn't mean everything that has been lumped in with it. By
total depravity does not mean something like privatio totum. It's like I think I used the Latin right. It doesn't mean that absolutely everything is in total sum the bad about us. Like it doesn't mean that you're breathing, that's a sin now.
Yeah.
Can the former Calvinist speak? Okay. Total depravity is actually an entirely Calvinistic doctrine, which actually traces its roots back to Augustinianism in the 4th century, I believe. And the idea of it is basically, R.C. Sproul prefers the term radical corruption. The idea is that the mark is right here. Sin is not quite right here. So everything in us is just not quite right here. It could be closer, it could be further away, but it's never spot on. That's the doctrine of total depravity, that there is nothing in us that is completely spot on. Is that everything is skewed in some way, shape, or form. Now, when you look at the difference between Hitler and Mother Teresa, I mean, perhaps Mother Teresa was damned, but obviously she's not skewed quite as far as Hitler. That would be complete depravity.
Well,
okay.
Go ahead.
So, I think the way that you just described total depravity, and I heard this qualifier once. I think it does really well, because what you described as total depravity is actually the true historic understanding of it. And it's kind of this qualifier. I call it total hereditary depravity. And
okay, I can live with that.
So, like, because what ends up happening, the way that total depravity is talked about and taught even, is that that we, I mean, really, they just take it like ad literam, totally depraved. There's not an ounce of good in it,
grievous to sin.
No, wait. There's a center of gravity. There's a center of gravity of righteousness, okay, around which everything revolves. It's just that we never quite achieve that center. So we're drawn to that, and we're there. We're right upon it, but we never quite reach it because we're pulled by these centrifugal forces. To complete the analogy,
we have the screen of our goodness has a low resolution.
Right. Well, some people know.
That's not the total depravity I've been taught. I've been taught what he's talking about, actually.
Yeah.
Which he? Wait, hold on a second.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, wait, which he are you talking about, Daniel?
Eric Collins.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, like, so what I've heard taught and I've seen is when people hold to total hereditary depravity, what they're really saying is that we have lost the image, that we're no longer image bearers. Which is a huge problem, because that essentially is the same thing as saying we're no longer human, right? And which means that Christ taking on humanity is meaningless, because it's as Matthew was talking about earlier, like you're just making us unredeemable. Like those who go to hell are those that have nothing, no good. They're just complete privation. There's nothing to be redeemed. And that's why I don't hold to that. It's just, if we're not the image bearers, then we're not human. And Christ's humanity is meaningless, right?
Okay, wait. What would you say?
They actually argue that the Calvinists I have known have actually argued that the ones who are not the elect are children of the devil in the very real sense.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to draw a parallel with, because Eric, I think what you described, because I could say I hold a total depravity, and that like I hold that into inherited sin,
Well, I just don't know how we disagree. I think we're looking at it from different angles, but I'm not sure that we necessarily disagree.
Oh, I don't think we disagree at all. I just wanted to add like a clarifier or a qualification.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I think.
What is true, but also some people, when they say total depravity, they don't actually mean what you said. What they
Okay,
mean
look,
is
we got to remember the day and age we live, where most people get their theology from Facebook, and I've got a lot of
Okay, but I mean, the
Okay,
majority of
listen,
people.
wait, hold on. What I'm trying to say is that a lot, you got what you're talking about is neo-Calvinism. It's not anything historic. It finds a lot of roots in the historicity of it, but ultimately it's a mishmash of their contemporary understanding, which is ultimately anachronistic, and it's not an actual complete theology. They're building it, and the offshoot of this is New Covenant theology. There's a lot of work being done on that now, and I think, I'm a Semper Reformanda guy, ever reforming. I think that we can always develop these things further, but I think sometimes we've got to realize the dead end when it's emerging. And I think that in a lot of ways, Calvinism and Arminianism are two divergent branches that are trying to stay as far away from the core as they can. And you know what that core is? That's universalism. And that's really what the controversy comes down to.
Yeah.
Ways of building theology around not having all saved.
Exactly.
I'm curious
That's
issue.
the problem of the theology of denial.
It's like we have to deny. We have to really fight against this old beliefs. It's just.
I feel like.
Churchill.
Oh, gosh. Hey guys, I have to go now. So it was nice talking to you again.
Okay,
I will miss your beard.
Sam Squanch! He lives!
And now that it's gone, let's talk about him behind his back.
There's my picture finally. I couldn't figure out how to do it before. Okay, I just wanted to say, in terms of Calvinism, in terms of total depravity, my biggest problem with it is, if we're totally depraved, how on earth could our spirit ever resonate with the Holy Spirit? How on earth would we ever repent?
Okay, wait. Now, like I said before, the Neo-Calvinists have a bastard child of a religion. It's not anything. It's not anything that resembles a consistent system. It's picking wait. Yes, I have. Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God is very pivotal. But listen, I have an answer to your question. Now hear me. Calvinism today, Neo-Calvinism, not classical Calvinism, because you have the Reformed Presbyterian Church of the United States that actually does have continental covenantalism as their core. Excuse me, and they are carrying on the actual tradition, which is logically, internally consistent. I'm not saying it's necessarily consistent with Scripture, but with their hermeneutic, it is relatively consistent. I say that they explain away a lot of things through intellectual somersaults in several key passages, which keep them away from universalism. Arminians and Calvinists, both of them, if they were consistent, they would be universalists. Now, as far as what were you going to say?
Oh, I just said I know.
No, I want to return back to this issue of total depravity. When I talk about total depravity, the actual doctrine, like I said, it's not that everything's skewed as far as it possibly can be. It's that it's just not quite there. And so there is this center of gravity of righteousness to which we feel that pull. Now, in the regenerate, the ones that have been given the Spirit of God, they are set on a course to actually achieve that center of gravity. Whereas for the reprobate, they're constantly revolving around it, sometimes approaching closer, sometimes going further, but ultimately speaking, they never quite reach it until something changes in the gravity of the situation. This would be the separation from the mortal coil when they finally leave all of the constraints of this corporeality that we enjoy ourselves today, where we can close our eyes and shut our ears and ignore God to our heart's content. Well, then there comes a point where we're separated from those limitations and we're left with nothing but pure being right before us, and we either we either embrace it, or as that being inculcates every aspect of ourselves. We feel it as the burning of something being taken away, which is actually the filling of what never really was. And I would like Matthew to comment on this, because I think that he has a lot of stuff to say about the regeneration, or the undoing of the privation.
Mhm.
Matthew?
To continue with your point, total depravity, as I understand it, is a thing of trajectory rather than a thing of like a state, almost a state of. It is a state of being, just as what it is, but it is imaged more as trajectory.
That's why I use the illustration of orbiting around a center of
Very
gravity.
good illustration, actually. It was very helpful. Actually, that is what inspired, to sum it up, as trajectory. We, society, individuals, the world was on a trajectory towards greater and greater imperfection as a whole. You know, the ups and downs. The trend was towards its own way, and again, it's all very complicated, centrifuges, etc., flux capacitors, but
Back to the Future, my boy.
Indeed, great Scott! But
you can't say that shit when I'm taking a sip, man.
Oh, I can do whatever I want.
Libertarian free will, a compatibilism for the win, boy.
Libertarian free will, radical freedom.
Why can't we get Daniel Baber in on these things, man? I want to see if he's half as ferocious, like face to face, as he is behind the keyboard.
Oh, he's probably a teddy bear. But I do have something to say about the regeneration and privation and such. Is that everything that could ever be depraved about us can only be depraved to the degree that there was something good there. And so the so take, for example, this is something that's very important in my reading of Revelation, is that you can only be a whore to the degree that you were originally chaste. I mean, just a brutal way of putting it. If you are so utterly, thoroughly hateful, another example, you are hateful to the degree that you have lost what is really love about you. If you are in a state of virulent hate, then that means that there is a great original love which you bear. And coming back to that original love is what regeneration is about. That's why it's called regeneration. That's why it's called resurrection. That's why it's renewing the creation, renewing the mind, etc. That's what a lot of that is about. What is important about the incarnation is that it sets humanity and the world and the person on that trajectory back to that place. So what we have in regeneration from privation is that being itself instantiates again in our humanity by coming into unity with us. Our participation in the incarnation, those original goodnesses, it brings us back out of privation and into the full. We become again to ourselves. That is what a lot of regeneration is about. It's coming out of nihilism and pointlessness into fullness and being. So that's what I would have to say about the issue of regeneration and privation, and it sets our trajectory back. It brings us into that orbit.
Okay. I think that David had more thoughts. Was that right on Theodicy?
Yes, but I don't have to say it. I've got it written down there. Everybody cares.
David, I was curious. In the chat, you mentioned some objections to my definition of total depravity.
Not objections.
Elaborate
I'm just
on
trying
that?
to clarify what you're saying.
What's that?
I'm not objecting. I'm just trying to clarify what you are saying.
Oh, what I'm basically saying is that if sin can be defined by missing the mark, that what I'm saying is that we always miss the mark in every possible way imaginable. That sometimes we miss the mark wider than others. Other times we come rather close. But even in the most noble act, there is some aspect that isn't as noble as it possibly could be. And that really comes down to God says that I judge the heart, not the appearance. And it comes down to heart motivation. There's always a taint of motivation there.
Right, so it sounds like you're agreeing with my description?
Largely, yeah. I guess maybe I was saying the same thing you were. I just didn't quite understand if you were disagreeing or agreeing or clarifying or what.
No, I'm just trying to understand your position, and you're saying that this is the classical Calvinistic position.
That's
as
my
opposed to the native
of it. I mean, that's my reading of the Institutes, as well as the creeds and confessions. I mean, I know there's a lot of Calvinists out there that would disagree with me, but a couple of the very most reformed that I know, like I would think of Caleb Phillips or Jonathan Edwards, a dude I actually know named Jonathan Edwards, not the classical one. And I think of just all the really well-read, well-reasoned out Calvinists I know. I believe do agree with that. They agree with Privatio Boni. They agree with that rough definition of total depravity. And I think, if I may be so bold, that that's pretty much what R.C. Sproul himself enunciated in his whole rundown of Reformed theology. And he's pretty much the authority these days on Reformed theology, as you know.
Okay, so basically you're saying that we're all messed up in all of the areas of our life, but we're not necessarily wholly deprived of all goodness, period.
Right, we're not as messed up as we could be, but there's always a level of messed upness to everything.
Yeah, okay. Right. Well, I think that's, at least given the current state of humanity, follows upon the very concept of finiteness.
Yeah. I just think that you know, if you want to take the infant adult analogy, that we were introduced as adults and that we kind of became infants and taking on an ontology that wasn't necessarily prescribed but decreed. And I know I'm getting into a really thorny brush patch here by bringing that up, but I think that ultimately speaking that we had the purpose of simply glorifying God through enjoying His good things before, and our purpose changed when our teleology changed, and that's a temporal change because the ultimate teleology has always been there. However, it wasn't revealed to be as such until we made that ontological choice when we defied our Creator to become likened unto Him. So
okay. There is one more thing I wanted to say about Theodicy before we move on from that, and that's something that I didn't mention before, but it's something that David mentioned in a particular poem which I had shared with Daniela previously, and that is where I approach it pragmatically speaking, is that I think hope is a reasonable choice when hopelessness is the alternative. So that's pragmatic, but I think that's a fair.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay,
I can agree with David on that matter. In my own spiritual discipline, in my own life, I've had to wrestle with what is basically theism versus nihilism, and atheism is irrelevant to me now as an option, because it is precisely, theism or nihilism. Because the two things that compel me from within, like impel maybe, is eudaimonia and aletheia as options, as possibilities. The very ontological verity of their being, eudaimonia, well-being, goodness, the good, and truth, and such things as that, are what, along with, to the axiomatic truth, there is something rather than nothing, that kind of thing.
Right.
That's what push my rational and ethical, like, my ontos towards something that is effective, this what men call God.
Yeah.
First as a rational possibility, because if it isn't even a possibility, either ontologically or rationally, then the conclusion is nihilism, and there's no escaping that. Right. It is perpetual darkness forever.
So that's what's interesting to me about the psychological option of hope, is that hope exists in any in any space where there is any kind of possibility, any unquantifiable possibility. If there's even 1% of a possibility, it's possible to have hope. And that's really the big theme of my theodicy, is that I don't know all the answers. A lot of the things seem really fucking screwed up, right? And it's easy for my emotions to react really strongly against the suffering I see in the world. I feel that. I'm a very naturally empathetic person. I am the kind. I cry at least once a month, and it's not because of my own pain. But for me,
once a month, dude, I'll be lucky to make it through a day without crying.
Right.
This to me falls almost into the pastoral nature that I do have on occasion, because I've had to sit and listen and hear and help others work through their pains. I don't always show it on the public Facebook, because these are private matters for a lot of people. And when I do work those through, that's usually where my empathy shows in. But in my own life, my own personal spiritual life, and looking at the world, this is part of why I have such issues with Drew Bowers all the time.
I was gonna mention him. I was just gonna mention him. I was absolutely
synchronicity. It's like when he's always talking, you don't know anything about the real world. You don't see it. You're all this, blah blah blah. It's all like, well, you know what? You don't know what I've looked at.
He's Anders' secret identity. I am telling you right now.
I'm considering the possibility of it.
Okay, wait. Let me give the third person perspective, because
he's the other Singaporean.
Matthew's been a little personally involved in this. Drew Bowers is very much a statist. He's a United States citizen who has a job in Singapore. I think he's pretty well-to-do. And he's very, very deeply into politics. He's very deeply into idealism and theology and things like that. And for some reason, he got a man crush on Justin like a year and a half, 2 years ago. And yeah, they had their little theological love affair for a little while. But if you know anything about Justin, you know how anti-statist he is. And he makes a lot of good points. And some of it is from emotional argumentation, but a lot of it is really well reasoned out. And Drew, I don't know, it seemed like a saber-rattling contest for the most part, because it's like any time the legitimacy of the state would be called into question, or a criticism of the state, Drew would go all friggin' like red alert, like DEFCON 1, and like or 5, whichever scale it is. And he would just like...
His finger was not on the button, as it were.
What was it, Matthew?
His finger was not upon the button.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's talking like Justin's everything that's wrong with society, and that he's like a punk, and he's evil. Like there, when I finally came back from my year-long absence, he got all on me in private messaging, saying how Justin's poisoning Matthew's mind, bringing him to his anarchist standpoint. And I've known, ever since I've known Matthew, he's been a monarchist, and I don't think he's going to budge on that anytime soon. But that doesn't mean
even when I was even because my views are so very holistic in a lot of ways. I at least attempt to holism. That's my end goal, is a holistic worldview. Is that when I understand Justin's anarchy, it's not even anarchy so much as that he is against the institutional abuses of power.
Yeah,
I understand. That's why it's like, okay.
From his political perspective, or from his philosophical perspective, abuse of power is an inevitability from any power structure. It has to do with the ontological depravity of man, and how that privation almost always produces, well, actually not almost, always produces some kind of abuse along the way, and thus there must be a different system for dealing with the fact of man. Which really brings me to think that maybe we've gone over 6 hours. This is pretty awesome for a marathon, and I'm surprised I'm not passing out right now. But I think that we've been doing epistemology, we've been doing theodicy. Maybe the next session should really be about politics in the grander scheme of things, not just like modern American politics, but like in the Platonian sense, the greater body politics, so to speak. Because that does have a lot of metaphysical references and religious connotations as well. So I mean, it's kind of all interrelated, is it not?
Justin's view on the matter, he has a very holistic view on a lot of it. I mean, I think this is one of the reasons why I do understand him, and even in my Justin has no problem with my monarchy. I have no problem with his his organic panarchy. I mean, is kind of what it is.
Yeah, that's probably the best moniker for that, is a panarchy.
And that I think is part of why, like just Drew as an example, that's why whenever he says things like we don't know what we're talking about, we've never seen the real world, we're hiding our eyes away from the news and all of that, we're not getting like ethically obese on nothing but junk food, which is basically what he does on a daily basis. And because that's all the news is negative, pessimistic junk food that's meant to get a rise out of whatever they're trying to get you to hate that day, from eggs to white people, what have you. But
damn them cracker-ass crackers.
And all those eggs too cause some cancer, and whatever causes cancer that week. But
I just have to say real quickly, David, how the hell do you expect me to interact with this conversation if you keep typing essays? Come on, man, really?
Hey, I haven't written anything new since 12:10. Oh, that's my time zone, sorry.
Copy and paste is cheating!
I didn't copy and paste anything, period. Full stop. Did not copy and paste anything.
I do it all the time. I save my stuff, and like I'll just wait for the right moment and be like, "Wow, yeah, mother, what do you think? What's up now?"
Well, just getting around to maybe coming to tying up my loose end on the matter. When looking at the real world, David cries. I've had to help people in very tough times. One example was a girl that I know, and she lost her virginity or something like that to someone she wasn't very fond of anyway. It was one of those stories. And she had come to me and said, this has happened, I've done something terrible, I've gone into the bad, as it were. And my response to that was, no, you're still a flower. You come back to that original place. This has happened, but you'll be alright. You're still beautiful. and you go on with that. You live in the beauty. And that's something that I've had to learn with looking at in the real world as well, is that you have to couch everything that is wicked and bad and pervasive in the context of what it can be and will inevitably be because of that hope, and that hope will eventually become sight. I've had, in my own dark night of the soul, I had to couch everything into what was kind of like, the syllogism became my rosary. And it was, there is being, there is experience. Because there is being and there is experience, and because these things are one, everything will experience itself as being, that sort of thing. And when you have being, when you have perfection, everything inevitably will come to its good. So everything, that whether or not the glass is half empty or half full, you have to put it in the sea. You have to understand that it comes from the rain, and you have to place it in the context of its being at all. So while others may weep and others may have, their pastoral thing going on, one of my major theodicy points is that I am a player in this world. Things have gone a bit off. People go a bit off. But because I am a actor in this world, made in the image of being, I can help to bring whatever is off from it back to it, in the context of being within being itself. So, my theodicy is that God gives us an opportunity to act like Him, even as He acts. Being works with beings to bring itself back to becoming to itself. So, that's a pragmatic kind of theodicy.
And I think a pragmatic theodicy has merit. I wouldn't dismiss that at all. I like... Okay, one thing that my grandfather told me, and he was as fundy as it gets, King James only. I'll tell you, the man really, he really knew God. He really had a relationship with Him. And he used to tell me how deeply personal everybody's relationship with God is. He used to tell me about how you don't need to let anybody tell you how to approach God or what God's telling you. If God intends for you to hear, then He knows how to talk to you, and that might be through other people at some times, but it's certainly not going to be through a person who's presuming to be God's emissary to you. And I've always had a great objection to those people who need to tell you something that you need to do with your life because God told them to tell you. Well, He's kind of God. I have no problem with him telling me Himself. If I'm not receptive to Him within myself, why would I be receptive to some jerk coming up to me like they know me? And that kind of stuff always drives me nuts, because you have your own way of approaching God. I have my own way of approaching God, and it's like in the case, it's like one of those cases. All roads lead to Rome here. And I think that's the primary difference between the universalist mindset and the conditionalist or the eternal conscious torment mindset, is that they have divergent roads. And I take it back to the center of gravity allegory that I gave, that all these roads, some might wind around longer than others, but one way or the other, gravity has its way, and you come plunging into that heart of the sun. And hopefully, like one of these days, we can begin one of these shows with that animated short that talks about the holiness of God, likening it to the sun, and how the closer you get, if you're not holy like the sun, you're burned up, and all that remains is the sun material. And that's the beauty of Christian theology and Christian anthropology, is that we, because of the imago Dei, because we bear the image of God, we have that God material in us, and we accumulate that God material in us in the form of sanctification. And as we accumulate more and more of that God material in us, we displace everything that isn't Him, which actually isn't anything. It's just empty space waiting to be filled in the first place. We just attribute it to being something because that's our perspective on it. That's how we see
the
it.
language.
Right. It's the language of our brain. It's the language of our experience. It's how we approach reality. We see something that is not as something that is, and that's just our ignorance. And God is in the process of filling that ignorance. And like I said, that's sanctification. As we're sanctified, we have more and more of God in us. And Justin was talking about this the other day, about being so filled with God that there's like nothing left of you. And it's a beautiful thing because there's the experiential self there, but not the assertive self. The assertive self is completely lost in the will of God. The volitional self is completely lost in the will of God. And that is the most beautiful thing in the world. That is the most beautiful place to be. And there have been times in my life where I've been there. I hope to return to there. I'm not there often. But again, when we finally come face to face with Him, how much that sanctification took root. Here's a news flash. I really don't believe Christians are safe from the fires of hell. I think hell and heaven intersect so intimately that I think I go along with a lot of Catholic doctrine on this, where they say that even the popes spend their time in purgatory. And I look at 1 Corinthians 3. I think that hell and heaven are both for everybody, but in what fashion?
I agree with that. That's also my view. We all face the fire. The Holy Spirit is the hound that will catch us.
And so it's like, it's really shallow to think that a confession of Christ is fire insurance. In fact, if I look at the example of when He was interacting in Nazareth, where He said that it's a wicked and deceitful generation that seeks a sign, I'm led to believe that those people who think that they can, by their magical incantation of the sinner's prayer, somehow avoid accountability for their actions, are the ones who will probably face the harshest of judgments. And it'll be the roughest for them because they're so indignant. And it is of those very people of whom Christ spoke when He says, many will come to me saying, Lord, Lord, didn't I not cast out demons? Did I not heal the sick? Did I, and Christ is like, look, you didn't do the stuff that really matters. You didn't hang out with me when I was down and out, when I needed you most, when I was suffering. Where the hell were you? You were off doing your religious things, making you feel good about yourself, getting pat on the back by you and your cronies, and like I give a shit about that. My God's a really real God, and he doesn't buy that bullshit. And that's what I love about Christ, is he puts it down and he makes it real. Exactly. And he talks about eye service to a worker. If you're going to really have integrity to your work ethic, then who gives a shit who's looking? Do a damn good job no matter what. Because you're working for God, not for man.
I wanted to definitely agree on the matter, with especially the purgatorial aspects of heaven and hell intersecting. Is that that which is not in relationship with God, we'll find it hellish. That which is, we'll find it heavenly. And that's where purgatory is kind of that midst. That's why I do hold to purgatory. And I was thinking back to, when we were on the Is Universalism True board, the other one, the one that was started by Matt Slick, and then other encounters I had with like Chase and some person named Chase and some person named also. I remember Chase was very distraught about me. Like, he didn't really appreciate it. It was like, do you deny the power of the blood? And I was like, no, I just think the blood burns when it touches the wounds.
It burns, like, precious. It burns. It freezes.
It was like I was just sitting there kind of baffled at how he. It was an odd moment because he's projecting himself as this hardcore, dyed in the wool and dipped in the blood kind of Calvinist, and like raw, and you know how
Listen, Osa and Chase, neither one of them actually understand.
Oh, I know. It's all pop
Calvinism, and it's all mingled with dispensationalism.
Oh, yeah.
They're as tainted as they can be.
Oh yeah, and I understand this. It just I'm observing it almost in a critical, like critiquing a play, as it were. But I'm sitting here and I'm beholding this appearance of great Reformed piety, and Eric, they try to present themselves as raw and real, and God may sound harsh.
They've both refused formal debates with me.
What was that?
They've both refused formal debates with me.
Oh yes, they did indeed, and they never really answered my ontological issues. But it's like, and here I am, in front of these sort who want to portray themselves as having the raw, real, ideal, and I'm like, well, you do realize that my view is that we will all face the fire, that God is like an inescapable hound, that he will grab your neck and he will break it, and he will put to death your death. And it's like, and their response to that was, what? You don't believe that the blood of Christ is sufficient? And it's a little bit like, wow. Of course I think the blood of Christ is sufficient. I don't think sanctification is worth it.
We give the blood of Christ a lot more power than they do. They limit it so much in scope. They limit it so much in efficacy. They limit it so much in original intent. And there's so much more to it. I can't say that I hold to penal substitutionary atonement in toto. There's aspects of it that I gravitate towards, but Christus Victor pretty much seems lock, stock, and barrel for me.
And Christus Victor sums up a lot of it. It takes into itself the subsets of all these other theories. Christus Victor is like the ground theory.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I leave room for the penal substitutionary atonement. I kind of wonder about the penal aspect at this point. I can go with the substitutionary atonement, but the penal part, that's what really gives me trouble in my thinking. But I don't think that Christus Victor... What's that?
I said nobody.
I still didn't hear you, Eric.
No, I was making a claim.
Oh, okay.
I've had a little.
All I was saying is kind of the same thing that Matthew was saying, is that Christus Victor kind of encompasses a lot and also leaves a lot of room for mystery, because it's all about Jesus being a warrior overcoming an enemy, and that enemy takes a lot of different forms: physical, metaphysical, idealistic, all these different things. It's about him doing a comprehensive act that here, I mean, you can take the Karl Barth approach and say that it's not a causative event, and I would actually kind of gravitate towards that, as much as I think that Karl Barth is a lot like N.T. Wright, in that they both spend a lot of time talking about what they don't believe, but they don't spend a lot of time talking about what they actually do.
Apophatic theology?
If that's the label you want to give it. I just think that that's one of the few things I agree with him, is that it's not necessarily a causative event, that it's perhaps a part of a interwoven fabric of just not causality, but just one big shape of things, and here's where my Platonism gets into it, or Neoplatonism, whatever you want to call it. I just see it all formally. I just see I don't see the atonement as being strictly symbolic, but I do see it as being very symbolic. I don't see it as being strictly pragmatic, but I see it as being very pragmatic. I don't see it as being strictly corporeal, but it's very corporeal. I don't see it as strictly spiritual, but it's very spiritual. There's so many things going on here. So many volumes have been written about this subject. For us to think that we can boil it down to a simple doctrinal statement seems like the height of arrogance to me.
It's like I typed in the chat. It is symbol, but not without verity. It is verity and with symbol.
Amen.
That's been one of the key turning points in a lot of my theological views, is the both-andedness of a lot of things. I don't understand why people don't want a both-andedness. That's why, quite frankly, I can't manage to get myself to cross the Tiber, and I can't get myself, to just go Eastern Orthodox, and I can't give myself to the Anglicans. It's like
I feel myself rather inclined to Eastern Orthodox, to be honest.
I like all of it. Is the trouble? It's like, why can't you just eat at the same table so you can satisfy my need?
I would definitely say I'm pretty ecumenical.
It's like I love ancient Latin liturgies. I like the ancient Greek liturgies. I like some of the modern stuff too.
So long as you got some dude claiming that he's infallible at certain times, I ain't crossing the Tiber. It ain't happening.
And that's a lot of my issues is the ecclesiology, which is the Eastern Orthodox problem with the Roman Catholics,
yeah,
and the Anglican problem with the Roman Catholics, and vice versa. And it all comes to this sort of point for me. It's like, if you're not going to get your crap together and eat at the same table, then I'm not going to pick my favorite uncle. It's like,
are we seriously going to round out 7 hours here, or are we going to bring this to a close at some point?
I was actually, maybe this would be kind of a good closing point. I was going to see if I could kind of beg a question, or kind of play devil's advocate and kind of bring it back around, and it's a very personal question.
Samsara goes on.
I don't know what that means.
It's the opposite of nirvana. It's that cycle of suffering.
Okay.
That we're continually.
Although according to Nagarjuna, there is no difference between nirvana and samsara.
I agree.
So it's like, that's a little bit why I find Buddhism just a... Buddhism is conveniently self-contradictory.
Which
is its point.
I actually these days find myself more drawn to Hinduism than Buddhism. I hate to say it.
I've been that way. I Advaita Vedanta. I like Advaita Vedanta.
You guys should let Eric Collins say what he's gonna say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Speak, man-child, speak.
It's okay. Well, and maybe this would be a good way to, because we are rounding 7 hours. Maybe this would be kind of a good way to end it. Kind of bring it back to Theodicy. So I spent the majority of the night trying to give my Theodicy and continue to point back to Christ and His incarnation as my great hope, and even when you guys are there talking about the crisis victim model, that's what I hold to. Just this trying to hold on to this great victory of God, and I would definitely say I'd agree with many here, Matthew and Justin and others, and that seeing evil as a privation. But maybe it's just because it's late. I've been doing this for 7 hours, and my emotions are a bit high, or my self-control is a bit low. But my biggest question is kind of even go back to the existential problem of the Book of Job, and the ultimate question is, what do we do with this great hurt that we have when we face these sufferings in our own life? So obviously I've kind of shared a little bit my own life right now, what I'm going through with losing my mom, and finding myself that after I lose her, the only real family I have, the only person left in my life, I lose her, and then by losing her I lose my job and I lose my home, because I gave it all up to be her caretaker. And then, like, in the midst of all that, like, that's been on top of there's a lot of wounds. Like, I know I recognize I'm very like analytical and think of these things. There's a lot of wounds in my own life growing up, never feeling good enough, specifically for women, never being loved, and so I actually got my first girlfriend 2 years ago, and 25, and I just had my third one dump me, and every time it's because I've been really into them and love really deeply. And this last one, dude, it just has like completely wrecked me. And she left me like essentially because what was going on with my mom. And actually, I almost didn't get on this chat today just because I was dealing with it so much today. She ended up blocking me on Facebook. Her brother messaged me, really coming at me, saying that she has peace and contentment about leaving me. She's walking in joy and all that stuff, and how she had no obligation to be there for me while my mom dies, and that I was really selfish for having that expectation on her. And so I guess like even after everything I've said, I'm still left with like, why, God? Why are you taking my mom, who is the greatest, nicest, most loving person I know? Why does every lover abandon me? You know, why do I find myself destitute? Very much like Job. And I think the hardest thing for me, even about a privation, the idea of privation, and seeing evil and suffering as a lack of God, is then I come back to Him and I say, but then why is this privation here? I've cried to you so many times. I've screamed, I've hollered, I've prayed, I've done every which way to contact you. I have pounded and knocked and seeked, and yet this privation persists, and this utter hurt and everything still stands. And so I try my best to look to the cross and look to Jesus and remember the incarnation, and remember the larger story that is unfolding. But sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes that hurt overtakes. And when we find ourselves like Job, what do we do?
Well, this is where my pastoral instincts have now kicked in. First of all, the logical answer is there that it's not going to help. But second of all, I'm going to hug you.
Big hugs. Come on, come in. Group hug, everyone. Come on.
Thank you.
Because we all love you, and that's what we're going to do. And now, on the pastoral end of things, here's something that has helped me. Something that has been a very big shift in my journey in a precisely similar sort of situation, is that I can relate to what it is like to love someone so much that when you are abandoned by them, that it's pain. It is to carry your cross and be impaled by the spear, to be pierced in your own heart also. Something that I had watched a while ago was Why Beauty Matters. It was a BBC documentary by Roger Scruton. It was very resonant. And it is that being participants in the divine nature, logically and all that, is that we have the capacity in ourselves to reveal goodness and beauty and truth. And in all things, redeem what is painful and hurting in the world. We redeem the wounds, we redeem death by the art of being. And in art itself. And that's one of the major differences between modern art and the classical art, is that classical art, like, they were able to take something like the Pietà, something that was very tragic, very horrid, wretched, event, and give it a sense of beauty and transcendence. Is that what we do in our life, in these moments, in our Job moments, is that we take what is indeed wrong and pointless and terrible, and we redeem it. We wrestle with it, we take it in ourselves, we take upon the sins of the earth, and we lift them up in ourselves, up to Him in being. We transcend. And so, like with your mother, and with the loss of love, these are all very, very real divine reactions to a problem. It's us being God, in a sense. It's us taking looking to the divine nature and saying, why hast thou forsaken me? But we still look at the good, and then we look at the evil and we transcend it with the good in ourselves.
Yeah.
The pastoral element of that for you, Eric, would be, yes, your mom is going off to her teleological destiny. She's going off to the good. You're left here to continue your work. The lover you had, you loved her because you were divine in your love. She, in her acting selfishness, may have repudiated you. Her brother may have taken up her cause. That's what devils do in that sense. Not that she was a devil, but the circumstance was kind of like that. You're still compassionate in your love. Live in that state of compassion and love. That's what I had to do when I had loss. What we do in our Job moments is that we turn Job into Christ. Christ became Job on our behalf. And instead of bringing a lawsuit to God, he fulfilled in the divine nature the conditions of his own lawsuit, which was, I shall now seek to recompense good in the world. What we do in those moments of loss is we redeem them with beauty. We give it height, we give it transcendence. We call out to what is love in us towards it. You love your mother. That is eternal. That is beyond whatever events from her birth to her death. That love goes with her into eternity. She goes to that love, which is your love for her now. The same with the girlfriend who has left you. The relationship has died, but your love for her is there, and she will inevitably go to that in eternity. The job now is not finding someone worthy of love, but loving everyone, and someone will love you back. You haven't lost anything that was not really there anyway. You've had love. You will go to love again. You may lose your mother, but you will go to her again. Everything comes back to its original goodness. And the pain that we go through in this temporal life on earth is one that is met with always looking forward and always looking up and always instantiating in ourselves the goodness that is eternal and grounds us. That will sustain you as you continue and as things unfold. There will be jobs. Jobs come and go. There will be love. Love is always there, even if its instantiation is changed because mankind is fickle. But you learn now not to be fickle. And that's how you can respond to these pains. Is that even while you're on the cross, you still say, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. When you look to love, who is agape, you say, you are now with me. I look at you, and I am in you, and you in me. Let me be one, as you and the Son are one. That will help you. It will get you through. And it will do good for the world, which is the point. Regardless of privation, that is the point. We fulfill our teleological end. The pain will be there. It will hurt. It hurts now. But the crucifixion hurts. We don't anesthetize it. We go through it, and the resurrection comes. And we are here to help that, because we go through the cross together. So, as you go through your pain, and as you come into your moment, remember me when you come into your kingdom, Eric. Because we'll all go into it together.
Yeah, I would say I definitely agree with some of that. My last relationship was pretty good. It's the only relationship where we hardly fought until really the end. And ultimately, he left me over drugs. So that made me feel kind of worthless. And I had a friend, and she had me read this book on breakups, and it was really, really helpful. I'll have to look for it to try and find the name, because I forget. But I was thinking about it while Matthew was talking. If God is real, and he's who he said he is, and God is Christ, Jesus, I was really thinking about it. Technically, not even technically, literally, God has gone through more breakups than any of us can possibly imagine. And I was thinking about that, and I just thought, wow, that's really profound to think that we're breaking up with him all the time. And he's still running after us, you know. They say you can run thousands and thousands of miles away from God, but the second you turn around, he's there, and he was always there. And it doesn't really help with the suffering or the pain, I guess, but, you know, if you believe in God, and you kind of look at that view of him having to go through all these breakups, you know, I guess it makes sense that we as humans have to go through those as well. Not just with significant others, like boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, but with our friendships as well, I guess. And I have a decent amount of friends online, but I have a very hard time making friends where I live, and that might be partly due to I've only been here for like 5 or 6 years since I moved away from other places that I've been. But honestly, that's one of the hardest things for me. It's one of those things I ask God. It's like, God, if you love me and you care about me, why won't you give me friends? I don't know if this is like a social thing, like with social media and cell phones and stuff, or if it's just like a gender thing, but I've talked to other girls who feel kind of the same way. It's really hard to find particularly girls who like are actually friendly and not just gonna stab you in the back or use you or whatever. So I personally, you know,
Yeah,
I don't want to
my
get
wife says the same thing all the time.
Really? It's crazy. I
Yeah.
talk to different girls all the time, and even the ones I talk to were not necessarily friends. So I just don't understand that. I just don't understand that. I don't know. It's just been really, really hard for me to find people. Since like high school, I kind of lost all my friends. Everybody went their separate ways, and it's just hard to find real, genuine people. And that goes for, it doesn't really matter what faith it is. Without getting offensive, what your ex did was terrible.
Yes.
A 5-letter word comes to mind for her. I don't think that yeah, I don't think that anyone should treat someone that way, especially a girl friend. She should be encouraging you in that. She should be with you through all that. That's kind of part of a relationship. You make compromises and you also make sacrifices. And, you know, I think it was really, really a bitchy thing for her to leave you in your time of need like that. I don't know. It's like leaving someone because they got cancer or something. I can't understand that. It's when people really need to be there for you. And So, without being mean about it, you are worth so much more than that. You deserve so much better than that. And I believe you'll get it because you seem genuine and you seem like the type of person that would treat a girl right. So I have great hopes for you. And it's probably for the best that this happened. But it's very sad, and it just reveals, I guess, the state of the world. And I don't know what her position was, or if she had faith or any of that kind of stuff. And I don't really think it necessarily matters, because it seems like there's just people from every group of everything that just tend to do that type of thing. But anyways, you are so much better off now. I promise you.
And in continuation with the redeeming part of things, this is the role of the church, as and by the church I mean, of course, the body. We all in this virtual room, we help to play a part with you in redeeming the troubles we all bear together. We help to bear each other's burdens. That's part of what it means. We are with you in the work of taking your pain and making an icon out of it. An icon for the good. So,
yeah. I'm definitely here with you, for sure. Absolutely.
So, all of that being said for your situation, we bear your pain, help you with it. I mean, when one part of the body hurts, we all hurt. We all may not feel explicitly the identical pains, but we can relate and we can help you bear it. So, in this moment, you are being the Christ, acting in vicariously as a Christos.
Yeah.
Because it is out of your love that you have hurt. It is out of your love that you have faced death, the death of relationships, death of those that you love. But, and so you kind of, with regard to your mother, you turn to God and say, she is your daughter. As, Christ on the cross turned to John and said, this is your mother. It's like turning to God and saying, behold your daughter. And that will go, and that will be, she will come to her place. All will be well. Even as you hang, and we will hang together. We will come off together, and we will rise together. That's the hope that David talks about. There's always that possibility of eudaimonia, the possibility of hope. And with all of this, and David on the chat, agape's deliberate loss. This is a kenosis. That is before the theosis. All of this is logical. It makes sense logically. But now for the emotions. Now for the doing. All I can say is we'll help you do.
Yeah.
To become again to yourself.
The other advice I give you is
Yes.
you're better off forgiving this person. I mean, as hard as that sounds, probably. It's way better. I can't tell you that enough. Going into the bitterness or asking yourself, trying to figure out what you did wrong or what you didn't do wrong, or even beating yourself over it, or beating them up over it, whatever, it's not going to bring you any happiness. But forgiveness can definitely heal that wound.
I would appreciate it if we did pray for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone hold virtual hands.
Alright, I got my hands up.
Heavenly Father, you who in the Trinity, in the person of the Son, did give up the glory of your self in kenosis. You who was pierced by man, you who hung upon us saying, "Forgive them, Father, they know not what they do." You who have gone through all the great breakups. This brother of ours, this son of your father, he too hangs upon his cross, looking at all the pain and destruction of his life. We pray that you would help him through, that you would bear and help us bear with him those pains, and that behold your daughter with his mother, for she is your daughter. We would ask that you would behold the loss of love, and that you would fulfill in his life not only his material needs, with a job, with a career, with a home, but that you would help him to become again to himself with another, one who is a faithful pilgrim with him, so that when he does come to his Eden, that he will not walk alone, but will have a help meet for him. I ask that you would bless him as he is most like you in this moment, in that pinnacle of your entrance into history. More than an innocent babe and more than a man dying for us, he dies for you. He faces this, knowing you and your power. He's emptied himself, and he's empty before you, and we ask that you would fill him. Because you are God, and this is what you do, even after your own time and sovereignty. And we praise you for what good there is, because there is full goodness in him, because that is his being which you have made and sustained. We praise you because you are with him, and being one with him, you have shown such compassion, such love. Such love and so much grace, no man could boast quite like him, but he doesn't, because he's full of humility. And we give him up for you, we give him up to you, because you will treat him well, because your hands have his name engraved upon them. We love him, and we know you do. So together, help us to bear with him, and help us with him to bear through. Help him to bear through. He will come again to his kingdom. We ask that you would meet him there with blessings and recompense. Fulfill him, Lord. That is what you do. For you are the good. And we know that you will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so,
And I will... What was that?
So I was gonna say, I guess we the answer to the big problem of pain and suffering is brotherly love and prayer.
So God has his way with Theodicy and answering. I would suggest the documentary Why Beauty Matters. I will link it to you. And
Go check it out.
yes. And if anyone does have information, anything that would help in the way of career options when he is ready, when it comes to it, if anyone is able to, in their own way, find someone, if they are led to, introducing him to anyone who is of goodness. After all, we're brothers and sisters. We could play matchmaker too. It's and as we participate in the divine nature, we can, with the will of God, we can play God, and by His grace, we can bring a Rebecca to Isaac. So we do good. Let's do good together, especially for our brothers. May all things come out of that.
Well, apparently Justin just made a new Google community for this.
Yeah, I joined.
Yeah, I just joined too. So I think it's a really good place to continue these conversations even after like we're not even on the video, and continue to add to it. What's that?
I said I would join just.
I still can't understand what you're saying, Chris.
Never mind, I'm just being silly, honestly.
Okay.
Well, is the session adjourned then?
Does anyone else have anything else they'd like to say?
I'll just say one more.
Okay, go ahead.
I love you all, and I don't have the answers, and I don't really think anyone has the answers. I don't know that we can come to a consensus necessarily on things. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I love you. I have you guys in my thoughts.
Well, I think everyone here feels mutually towards you as well, Daniela. This is actually, I thought it was rather prodigious. The last the hangout that went like 5.5 hours. We're getting close to 7.5 hours on this one, so I think we really outdid ourselves. And cool thing is there wasn't a lot of dead air. There was a lot of good stuff to say, a lot of really varied perspectives, and I think one thing that can be said here is that we're all very sincere in wanting to understand things to a deeper level than we have heretofore understood things. It's just a bit of a journey, and I really appreciate that journey because I myself have become okay with being in doubt. I've become okay with not understanding, but apprehending those essential things that I need just to know what is incumbent upon me. And I think a lot of us struggle with the idea of how to relate our daily lives to this idea of, well, things should be this way, but they're not, and how we're working it out. It tends to be one of those things that if you think that you have it all figured out, chances are you haven't even started. It's those of us who remain in doubt that really, we get those nuggets. We get those bits and pieces here and there that just make all the difference in the world. And that's what's that?
I said it's like doubt of faith.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thought that I'd like to leave the night with, is just that the beauty in all of this is that we have a hope that even though we don't know it all, that it's okay. That tomorrow the sun will still rise and we'll still be wrestling with these things. And you know what, myself, I'm okay, but I could be more okay, and I think everyone could be. So unless anyone else has anything they'd like to add to that, that's pretty much how I'll draw it to a close. Sound good to everybody? Yes.
Thanks for all your thoughts, everyone.
All right, guys. I love you all, and I really enjoyed tonight. It's been pretty badass, and hopefully we'll come together in force again very, very soon, and let's do it again. Y'all have a great night.
I will be sharing one more. Wow, we don't want to echo. One more brief argument on the Google Hangouts or the Google group that was just created. It's not lengthy, and it's pretty simple, and it's only secondary. It comes after my more epistemological approach, but there's that.
All right. Well, are you saying you're going to type it up there?
Yeah, I mean, rather than require everybody to stick around and listen.
All right, yep, that's fine. All right, you guys all have a great night, and we'll Be back here at the same bat time. Well, maybe not the same bat time, but the same bat channel. So have a great night, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.